Start on you. Go to them. On here. That's right. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, welcome to the middle for the toss this morning. We're joined by our two umpires, Anthony Harris and Mark New, as well as our two captains for Glamorgan, Kieran Carlson, and of course Essex Eagles, Tom Wesley.
Discipline, guys, the usual stuff. Lead from the front with your guys. If you've seen it from front, try and get on top of it before we have to intervene. We will be doing back gauge checks at random, so if you've got any issues with a bat or unknown bats, get them checked before you bring them out. And the ball thrown from the external parts of the ground is fine. One bounce, anything around the circles, get it in on the ball. So just keep on at your back and off the wicket. Excellent. Right, crack on, boys.
So Glamorgan call heads. It's tails. Tom,
Hi mate, you right?
won the toss. What are we going to do?
We're going to have a bat.
So obviously an emphatic win earlier on in the week. Looking to back that up today, obviously.
Yeah, I think, white ball cricket's all about momentum, so we got that win on the board last game. It's the same wicket, so we should know how it's going to play, and hopefully it does sort of deteriorate over the course of the match.
And in terms of team news for the Eagles, any changes?
Yeah, so Jamie Porter misses out. He's got a slight niggle, and Raymond Toole is making his debut.
Brilliant. Best of luck, Tom.
Thank you.
Kieran, if you can come and join me. Welcome to Chelmsford.
Hi.
Lost the toss. Any direct impact with that, or you happy to crack on?
Yeah, we're going to have as well. So, but look, it's about who performs better over the 100 overs a day. So, look, we're pretty confident we'll be alright, I'm sure.
Couple of difficult results for you recently. Looking, obviously, as you just said, to bounce back today and put in a good team performance.
Yeah, of course. That's what this comp's about. Kind of putting the bad performances behind you and trying to bounce back as quickly as possible.
And team news for Glamorgan. Any changes for you guys?
Yeah, so Prem Sisodia and Tom Bevan are coming in to make their list day debuts. It's very exciting for us.
Brilliant. Best of luck, Kieran. Well, that concludes the toss. Tom Wesley and Essex Eagles have won the toss and will bat first.
Tom Wesley's 100 and a career best for Shane Snater with the ball saw Essex thrash Kent by 182 runs in their latest one-day cup contest in Chelmsford. Batting first after winning the toss, the Eagles lost both openers early. Feroz Koushi was on 14 when a leading edge off Matt Quinn offered the bowler a return catch. In the next over, the 7th, Josh Rymel was trapped in front by Navdeep Saini to go for 18, the total on 33 for 2. It was not the start that Tom Wesley would have wanted, but he was the man to start the recovery. He struck 4 early boundaries to race to 20 off only 10 deliveries to make the most of the 10 overs of power play in spite of those early losses, by the end of which Essex had reached 63 for 2. It was a hot afternoon in Chelmsford and the surface looked to be a good one to bat on. Wesley was certainly making it look that way as he launched Joey Everson over the rope for the game's first maximum. While Wesley was on the charge, his partner Grant Rurlifson played in a more measured manner. It was an ideal combination, this pair able to move their side into a good position, the total at 117 for 2 after 20 overs. Wesley struck 7 fours and 1 6 in his 44-ball 50, the 33rd time he'd got to that mark in his illustrious List A career, this being his 101st match in this format. Halfway through the innings, the total read 145 for 2, and in the 26th over, Rurlifson was also raising his bat for completing a 50 of 52 deliveries. He celebrated it with his 6th 4. There was no sign of an end to the third wicket partnership, which moved beyond the 150 mark. The 32nd over, a really good one for the home team. Wesley hit Nathan Gilchrist for 3 successive boundaries to rapidly move into the 90s. The over brought his side 18 runs, and in the next, Essex had 200 runs on the board, with 17 overs left to add many more. Rurlifson had eased on to 74 as Wesley clipped Quinn through mid-wicket to grab his 12th 4, which took the skipper to his 600 in List A cricket. This one had occupied 96 balls and was filled with sumptuous strokes, emphasising the 33-year-old's class. With the total at 217 for 2 with 14 overs to go and 2 batsmen so well set, Essex would have been hopeful of a massive score, but then Rurlifson was surprisingly bowled by Saini for a runnable 77. That ended the partnership on 184, and only 10 more runs had been added when Wesley for once didn't middle a shot and hold out off Joe Denley. He left to a standing ovation with 109 runs to his name. Aaron Beard was up the order for a smash, but was well held by Denley after making 14. And when Aaron Nijar was another to pick out Joey Everson at long off to fall for a duck, Essex had slipped a bit to 250 for 6 in the 42nd over. They were in danger of losing their way until Snater put back to ball, clubbing 2 sixes in successive overs to have his side on the move again. Robin Das also cleared the rope during a 10-ball over, began by Saini. That delivery was his second to be deemed as dangerous, and so he had to be removed from the attack. Quinn completed the elongated over and picked up the wicket of Das, who was held in the deep after entertaining with his 22. Snater was still there and saw his team into the 300s with some clean hitting. He and Jamal Richards carried the score to 317 for 7 with 3 overs to go. 2 wickets were lost in the 48th. Snater mishit the third man after whacking 41 runs from 22 balls, while Luke Benkenstein was caught in the same place but off a very different shot, first ball. Already, right at the start of his career, Richards has shown that he can bat, and he now belted Quinn over the rope to end unbeaten on 19. Essex all out in their last over for 331, as Jamie Porter was strangled down the leg side. It was a total that Wesley and his charges would have been happy with at the break. Wickets at regular intervals would make chasing such a target impossible, and that is just what the Eagles' attack did. An opening stand of 32 was ended in the 6th over when Tawanda Muiai edged Porter to das. Ollie Robinson, who opened up his account in this season's tournament, threatened for a while, utilising his outstanding form by hitting Nijar into the stands twice in the spinner's first 2 overs. Indeed, Robinson was timing his shot so well that a simple turn to the leg side off Porter flew with pace to Slater at deep square leg, the fielder holding on well to remove Robinson for 31. Porter's spell of 8 overs bringing him figures of 2 for 26. Beard then had Denley driving to Kushi in the covers after adding 13. And after Richards joined in the fun to have Beard in action in the field this time to send back Alex Blake, Kent had stuttered to 110 for 4 after 22 overs. After 30, and with 20 more overs to go, the visitors needed a miracle. Harry Finch next on his way with a total on 136, tipping Slater to Rymel. This was a must-win game for both sides to keep alive their hopes of a top 3 finish, and the match was just about in the bag when Slater produced a powerful throw which had Everson short of his ground, coming back for a second run. One shard of light for Kent was that their opener Ben Compton was still at the crease, securing a 50 off 76 balls, but he had no support, and Slater ensured that now. He bowled Hamidullah Kadri. 3 balls later found the edge of Gilchrist's bat. Then next ball he trapped Quinn bang in front, 3 wickets falling in 5 balls. Slater now with figures of 4 for 29 to go with some excellent fielding. And the true all-rounder from Harare hurried his side over the winning line as Compton was the last man out. Slater with list A best figures of 5 for 29. Kent had lost their last 6 wickets for 13 runs in 4 overs and were all out for 149. That gave Essex a monumental victory by 182 runs, and they will look to carry the confidence gleaned from this match.
Snates, that was some performance. Now, first up, I'm going to talk you into batting mode because you were action man through the course of this. When you came out, I mean, they'd set the score out, Tom Wester got that century. What was the feeling about what you needed to do to finish off with a reasonable score?
I think just try and crack on and just go out there and enjoy yourself. Try and whack a few bombs. That's it really.
You certainly whacked a few bombs. So at half-time, was that score acceptable? Did you think it was enough?
Yeah, I think so. I think we could have got a few more if a few of us stayed in towards the end, but I think we're happy with it walking off.
And then when you came out, now before we talk wickets, we've got to talk that catch. You had a sighter, and then you took one of the best catches we've seen this season into the sun. What were you thinking when that ball was coming your way?
Yeah, just try and hang on to be honest.
The fact that you'd had that sighter, did that help in any way, shape or form?
Not necessarily. It kind of went out of the sun, pushed to the right, so it was actually all right and quite flat. So.
And then the run out. I mean, we used to have a fielder here called Keith Boyce, who used to throw it like that, so flat, and it hit the goalkeeper, the wicket keeper's gloves. Any doubt in your mind that it was out?
No, I think Grant did a good job of cleaning it up, so yeah, credit to him.
And then the fifer. It was a tough day at Wantage Road on Sunday, but when you pick up a fifer like that, that must be sweet.
Yeah, it's cricket. That's how cricket goes, isn't it? Up and down. So obviously you've got to ride the wave while it's good. So just enjoy it while we can.
And be honest, when you got Quinny for a duck, what were you thinking? Was there much banter going?
Nah, not necessarily. It's all good.
I mentioned Wantage Road and highs and lows, disappointing outcome. How important was it to get the win tonight, not just for you, but for this group, which, as we all know, is relatively young, just to get the confidence going, perhaps?
Yeah, I think altogether we played a good brand of cricket. It's just nice for everything to come together and everyone just to kind of click in the field with the bat and with the ball. So we're making progress and hopefully we can carry this on.
Yeah, looking forward to the defending champions Glamorgan arriving on Sunday. It's going to be another big game here at the Cloud County Ground.
Yeah, of course, and I think all the boys are up for it, so we'll see what it brings.
Well, this has brought you the Ambassador Cruise Line Player of the Match. Outstanding performance, mate. Enjoy it.
Tees over there. Hello and welcome to the County Ground in Chelmsford for this Royal London One Day Cup match between the Essex Eagles and Glamorgan, with myself, David Brett, Nick Webb from BBC Radio Wales, and in about half an hour's time Victoria Polly, also from BBC Essex. Obviously it's a glorious day here today, as it is across much of the rest of the country. It's beautiful blue skies, some wispy cloud away to our left, but so going to get to around about 33, 34 degrees here today. Plenty of people with sun hats on, umbrellas up already, players are out on the pitch and they're almost ready to go. And we'll welcome Nick Webb first of all before we run through the teams. Nick, how are you doing?
Very good morning. I'm slightly weary after a lot of motorway miles between Northampton on Friday, Cardiff on Saturday and here today, but I'll do my best.
Yeah, tough in this weather as well. So I'll just go through the Essex team very, very quickly. Ray Toole is making his debut today, the New Zealander left armour. He's in place of Jamie Porter. It's Josh Rymel, Ferez Cushy, Tom Wesley, Grant Rolifson, Robin Das, Luke Benkenstein, Aaron Beard, Aaron Neja, Shane Snater, Jamal Richards and Ray Toole. Essex won the toss, Glamorgan lost the toss, yes. And Essex elected to bat, which means we've got Glamorgan trying to start us off here. Do you want to run through the Glamorgan team very, very quickly?
Yep, two changes from Friday, two debuts in fact. Tom Bevan, young batter, and Prem Sisodia, spinner, come in for Billy Root and Joe Cook.
And here comes Harris, right arm over up to some bowls, and that's just played out into the offside, run down towards third man, wide third man, so they come back for a second run. It's a quick second run as well as the throw comes in. Excellent start from Essex there, really on the toes and on the balls of their feet, pushing off into the offside, and a couple of runs to start the match with. It's 2 for no loss.
Yeah, Glamorgan's seam bowling attack is somewhat depleted this year. Essex, of course, have more absentees overall, but Glamorgan particularly hit in the seam bowling department.
Harris turns at the top of his mark again. It's a very arid field out there. Brown grass all over the place. That's down the leg side. That's going to be called a wide. So Rymel off the mark with the first ball. A couple of runs down to third man. That one just wide of the mark down the leg side, just losing his line there. It's going to be a tough day out in the field for both teams. Plenty of sunscreen on as well. As I said, lots of caps about. It is blisteringly hot already, and we've only just passed 11 o'clock in the morning. The score is, I think it should be 4 for no loss, should it? 3 for no loss. Here comes Harris, up to stumps, bowls, edged, and he's gone to first slip. Rymel push him forward. A delivery that tempted the batsman outside the off stump, playing with the straight bat, trying to drive it through the offside, and he's edged it straight to the man at first slipper. Fairly simple catch, just diving away to his or falling away to his right hand side, and Glamorgan strike with the third ball of the innings. Essex are 2 for 1 in the first over.
James Harris's first wicket in the One Day Cup this season, having come into the game for the last match, and you'd be delighted for that success. Glamorgan having really suffered against the Northants opening pair Vasconcelos and Gay a couple of days ago, so to get an early breakthrough will be really welcome indeed. That's not a good sign for the day. The scoreboard appears to have stuck already. They haven't picked up the wide. Oh no, they have. There we are. It'll get there eventually. Peering round the corner for the main scoreboard.
So Rymel's gone for 2.
I think it's David Lloyd at first slip, but the light is somewhat harsh.
Yes, it's going to be a struggle today with that scoreboard's not going to update for us. So Wesley is the new man in. Essex Eagles 3 for 1 in the first over. And the captain comes to the crease. An excellent knock in his last innings. In fact, he's been in pretty decent form in this competition, certainly in the last 2 innings for Essex anyway. And he's feeling very confident. 2 slips in though for Wesley. A man who likes a drive. Prefers a whip off the pads, but don't they all? And Harris, who took the wicket of Rymel, comes in now. Past the umpire up to the stumps, and he bowls to the right-handed Wesley, who leaves outside the off stump and allows to go through to the wicket-keeper. And there's no run. So did you come from Wales this morning or travel up yesterday?
Last night, having played yesterday afternoon.
And how did you play?
Our team was successful, thankfully without me having to bat. I kept wicket for 32 overs in temperatures about 32 as well.
Ouch.
At the age of 60 it is ouch, yes.
How's the hamstrings?
I think they're just about working.
Here comes Harris, number 9 on his back, bowls, and that just forces Wesley into a defensive shot into the leg side, playing with the straight bat down to the man at mid-on, and there's no run.
Yes, I can tell you that Cardiff Park's pitches are very dodgy indeed. After this spell of... It was a terrible... Well, they've done their best, but without full-time professional attention you get what you get, and it was awful.
Is that wicketkeeper blaming the groundsman for bad glove work? Or? Here comes Harris again, bowls, and that's squared up Wesley, who's trying to flick that away through the leg side. That was on the line of middle and leg, and it took a leading edge, thankfully from an Essex perspective. That's along the ground to the man at point, and there's no run. But you can see they're struggling here, certainly on the outfield, just with the lack of rain here. It's very, very patchy already here down at the county ground.
Yes, I was up at Leicester a couple of weeks ago, and even at that stage it was very brown right round the outfield. This, as you say, is more patchy.
Harris moves in again. Bowls to Wesley, who flicks that off the pad through the leg side. That's what he was waiting for. That's going to go for 4, just in front of the pavilion, away to our right-hand side. A crisp clip off the pads, and Wesley a boundary to start his innings. Essex are 7 for 1 after the first over, and Josh Rymel, the wicket to fall, edging to first slip off the bowling of Harris in that first over. But hopefully we should see plenty more people start to feel a fairly early start for a few people on a bright Sunday.
Yes, depending on what they've been up to the night before.
Exactly. Well, no, I was thinking more that they're worshipping in their local parish, obviously.
There is that.
They're very wholesome around here.
Yes.
Opening the volume on the Hayes close end for Glamorgan, number 29.
But having said that, you're probly right.
Yes, I managed to do that last week. Slipped into church for a quick 40 minutes worth anyway. Here's James Wheel to open up from the Hayes close end. He's got 4 wickets at an average 37, but economy rate of 6.7. He'll need to drag that one back. And he's bowling to Feroz Kushi in the bright blue shirts of Essex. Glamorgan in the daffodil gold with navy blue trim. And the first ball from Wheel is played out on the offside by Kushi, and there's no run. Just a little bit of very wispy high cloud around. Apart from that, it's all bright blue sky. The pitch is slightly towards the pavilion side of the square, so it's shortish away to our right as we look out. And at the moment we're looking just between slip and keeper as Wheel bowls. That's forced hard down into the ground. No ball called. No run. It was well fielded at point by Salter, but Cushy will now get the benefit of a free hit as Wheel oversteps. Glamorgan playing one seamer fewer, with Joe Cook left out for this one, despite his valuable innings of 39 at Northants had helped David Lloyd get Glamorgan some sort of score. But Glamorgan have gone for Tom Bevan for Billy Root, straight swap batter for batter. As Wheel is in, bowls, and Cushy hammers it into the offside. Bevan just gets a hand to it, but I don't think he's going to be able to prevent it going from 4. Yes, he flicks it back inside the rope, and they'll go back for 3 runs as his throw drops neatly into the gloves of keeper Tom Cullen. Tom Bevan is the numberless fielder for those of you watching on the club video streams. He is meant to be number 13, but don't think they've got him shirts printed as yet.
So I don't fancy being the fielders sliding on the field out there, because that's going to be rather rough on the old thighs.
It's
very rugged.
Yeah, certainly. It's crisscross of brown marks in front of us. Wheel is in to bowl to Wesley, who's forward defensively, and there is no run. 12 without loss Essex in this, 7 for 1 rather in this second over.
Yeah, I should say the brown marks were there before he did the slide. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with myself, Nick Webb, or Victoria Polly for the rest of the day. It certainly helps the day go quicker for us. We've actually got an email in from Ken, but it refers to something they were talking about on Thursday, so I won't read it out because it has absolutely no context to us.
As in comes Wheel, bowls, and a slash and a miss from Wesley outside the off stump. Through to Tom Cullen it goes. On Twitter, I'm Nick Webb 2017, for those of you who prefer to communicate that way.
It's got doors open, windows open, got a fan in the back of the commentary box as well, just trying to help keep us cool. Luckily there's a bit of a breeze picking up at the moment, so hopefully that stays with us for the rest of the day.
In comes Wheel, bowls, and Wesley plays up to mid-on, and there's no run. 12 for 1 it remains. So to run through the Glamorgan side then, didn't have time to give you before the start in full. Lloyd and North East opening the batting. Ingram at 3, Carlson 4. Well, Bevan might open, to be honest, or he could bat middle order. Tom Bevan, he has opened in T20, so it could be that he'd replace either Lloyd or North East. Those will be the first 5 in some order. As Wheel is into bowl, up on his toes goes Wesley and plays it defensively on the onside, and there's no run. Depending on the context of the game then, Tom Cullen or Dan Douthwaite at 6, Andrew Salter probably 8, followed by James Wheel, James Harris and Prem Sisodia. And without any disrespect to Prem Sisodia, Glamorgan actually have a natural number 11 in this game, because James Harris batted 11 at Northampton and he's batted as high as 6 for Middlesex in the past.
And Harris is going to continue from the river end, and Rose Cushy, who hasn't seen much of the ball so far in this game. 12 for 1, Essex in the third over here on BBC Essex and BBC Wales online. Harris bowls outside the offside, it's an absolute beauty, squares Cushy up, and it flies through to the wicketkeeper, and it's a dot ball. Bowling well at the moment, Harris, from this river end.
Yes, he's been a bit in and out this season. James Harris had a couple of really successful championship games and a couple where he was considerably less economical than he would have wanted to be.
And he turns at the top of his mark with a yellow shirt on, blue trousers, right arm over to the right-handed Cushy. That's down the leg side, that's well wide down the leg side, easy call for the umpire. One more to the total, 13 for 1 in the third.
Oh, I hope Tom Cullen is well padded. All this diving around that he's going to have to do today.
It's not just the fact that it's bare grass out there, it's going to be rock hard underneath as well. It's not going to be pleasant for fielders throwing themselves about on the outfield. Harris turns to come again, kicking his heels up. He's in now past the umpire and bowls to Kushi, edged, and that's past second slip along the ground. There's an attempted dive to stop it from going to the tight third man boundary for 4, but the fielder down in the deep can't prevent it, and 4 to the total. I'm going to give Kushi the benefit of the doubt. I don't think he meant to push it that fine, but he got it past the man at second slip and away for 4, 17 for 1.
Was that given as a boundary? I didn't see a signal, to be honest.
I didn't think he stopped it. No, it's 2. Okay, 15 for 1. I didn't think he'd stop that. I thought I heard it crack against the boundary board. 15 for 1, so a couple of runs there to Kushi, who's on strike again and defends it away into the offside. Fielded its cover, and there's no run. So third man's outside the circle, has his fine leg. Everyone else inside the circle. Certainly until the 10th over. You've got 2 slips, they're in the catching positions. You've got a backward point, an extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on and a mid-wicket. As Harris turns in again and strides in up to the stumps, and he bowls, and Kushi, that's down the leg side. That's another wayward delivery from Harris, and he's just lost his line in this over. He takes a step to the left hand side away from the pitch. Just have a think about that. That's another one that's gone down the leg side, and this time it's a costly one. It's gone for, was that given as wides?
Yeah.
5 of them down to the boundary, so Essex are 20 for 1. Eventually when the scoreboard catches up. Yes, just gone a bit loose as Harris. First over was pretty tight, and the start of this over was decent, but he's just been a bit wayward since. Here comes Harris again, bowled well wide of off stump this time, and the umpire has a look. The two batsmen have a look at the umpire, and the umpire says, nope, just inside that line. That was pretty wide. Not given us one though. There's an umbrella up just away to our right hand side in the Tom Pearce stand. No supporters in front of us, as the wicket is pretty much directly in front of the commentary box. Coming up to 11:15. The sun beating down as Harris bears down up to the stumps. Bowls driven through the offside, not out the middle of the bat though from Kushi. It was a little bit tinny sound as it came off the bat. It's running up towards the boundary. It won't get there, but they will come back for a third run as the slide comes in down towards deep cover. And there's 3 to the total, 23 for 1.
Yeah, young Tom Bevan again earning his corn with a dash away to our left towards the flats. But the ball is going to travel very fast over this parked surface.
And almost all the fielders, in fact I think every one of them, has chosen a long sleeve shirt, and probably quite rightly in this intense heat, protect them from the sun. As Harris comes in, that's full off the toe end of the bat. It's driven by Wesley down to mid off, and there's no run. That is the end of the over. 3 overs gone here on BBC Essex, BBC Wales. Myself, David Brett and Nick Webb, and soon to join us Victoria Polly. It's 23 for 1.
So Glamorgan not really quite on the mark with the ball as things stand, but they do have the early wicket, which is more than they managed on Friday when Vasconcelos and Gay had that huge stand, and then Glamorgan left the wicket taking to Kieran Carlson, who was the 7th bowler used, and he got 4 for 41, first time he'd taken more than 1 wicket in a one-day cup match. It's Wheel into bowl, clipped firmly by Kushi to northeast at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So just a reminder of the team's situations in this one-day cup group. We're just going into the second half of it. Everyone has played 4 games out of the 8. Glamorgan have 4 points after winning their opening 2 games and losing the next 2, and Essex with 3 points, 1 win, 2 defeats and a rain off. Wheel in, bowls firmly driven by Kushi up to mid-on, quick single, throw misses the stumps anyway. I think he'd have been home. It was well judged. Colin Ingram is the man at mid-on, as he often is. Did Lloyd is at slip. Salter at point. Bevan in the covers. Carlson chatting away to his bowlers up at mid-off. Outfielders at deep square leg. I presume there's a third man, but he is hidden from us. Wheeler's in to bowl, hit over mid-wicket by Wesley. That'll be 4 runs racing away to the mid-wicket boundary. And despite the early loss of Josh Rymel, Essex are certainly tucking into anything remotely offline at the moment as they move on to 28 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online.
Yeah, lovely pick up by Tom Wesley. Element of risk in the shot because there was a fielder perfectly placed if he'd have mistimed that, but he just chipped it nicely over the man at mid-wicket, and then there's huge acres of space out towards that mid-wicket area.
As Wheeler's just adjusting his deep backward scope, bringing him in 5 metres off the ropes, which is unusual.
Shorter ball.
Wheel in, bowls, no, double bluff, driven by Wesley to mid-off. No run.
Yeah, Essex's competition so far really has been a mixed bag. So you had the rain off, they got absolutely hammered by Derbyshire. They lost a very tight game against Northants, a game which they lost it, won it, and then ended up losing it, and then smashed Kent last time out. So hard to tell what Essex team is going to turn up today.
Essex was hit by Glamorgan by various absentees. Wheel in, bowls, that's driven again through mid-wicket by Wesley. Lovely shot, that'll be 4 more. Away to the shaded stand, away to our left. And Essex move very rapidly up to 32 for 1 in this 4th over here on BBC Sport Online. And Wesley is going nicely, 12 off 12.
Like most professional cricketers, you don't want to be bowling half volleys on the pads. They just tend to pick those off with ease these days. Well, another shit. They're finally bringing that deep backward square leg fielder slightly squarer.
I'm still not sure why he's in off the ropes though.
No.
As next delivery is played by Wesley to cover, and there's no run. 4th over, 32 for 1. When I was at school, that was 8 runs and over, approximately.
Yep, positive start from Essex, as Nick said, despite losing the wicket. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you do want to get in touch. And your Twitter handle was?
Nick Webb 2017.
Nick Webb 2017. So please do get in touch. Getting into the business end, these two look like at the moment they're going to be fighting for mid-table, but they just need some of those teams at the top just to slip up. Plenty of games going on today, of course. We'll keep you up to date with those as we're going along. But Essex off to a little bit of a flyer at the moment, 32 for 1 after 4. Here comes Harris continuing from the River End bowls, and that's jabbed down into the offside. There should be 2 runs here as he runs it wide with the man at third man who has to run round to pick up. It will be a comfortable 2 runs for Kushi. He goes to 11 and the score moves on to 34 for 1.
Good morning stroke good afternoon to Peter, who's a lifelong Essex supporter living in Thailand, and he says pitch looks scorched. Good afternoon from even sunnier Bangkok, 34 degrees. It'll be pushing that here today.
It certainly will, yes. As, here comes Harris, number 9 on his back, kicking his heels up to stumps right arm over to right-handed Kushi, straight onto the pads, and Kushi works it around towards deep backward square leg, and the dive comes in. Fielder slaps his hand against the ground. He felt he should have got that, I think. And he's pushed it over the boundary rope for 4 runs, 38 for 1. Who's the fielder?
Prem Sisodia, the spinner from Cardiff, making his debut in this competition. Played plenty of T20 cricket for Glamorgan, 33 matches in all over the last 4 years, but pushed that one round the post, I'm afraid.
Yeah, a valiant effort, but just couldn't quite get there. And there's a field change as well, so fine legs come up inside the circle, and we've got that man at deep, well, it's a deep mid-wicket now. He's come right further square. He was a deep backward square initially for the previous over as Harris bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump. He's come very, very square this time after those 2 mid-wicket boundaries from Wesley in the previous over. Wesley on 12, Kushi on 15, Essex 38 for 1.
Yes, Glamorgan of course are a seamer light with Joe Cook dropping out the side, so they've still got Dan Douthwaite and David Lloyd, but a multitude of spin options.
2 slips have come out. There's a short extra cover in, a backward point, a cover, and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg inside the circle. That's clipped through the leg side. That's a lovely shot. Worked its way around that man at short mid-wicket and guided between him and the man at mid-on and out towards the deep mid-on boundary for 4 runs, 42 for 1. And Wesley carrying on his form from the previous match. He goes to 16. Essex are 42? Yep, 42 for 1.
Just trying to work out which of our indicators that we can actually see is the quicker.
Sorry, apologies, it's Kushi on strike. Kushi's on 19 off 14 so far. Harris moving in past the umpire, bowls outside the off-stumper Kushi, the right-hander, and that's left alone through to the wicket-keeper. Yeah, most of the Essex supporters are based away to the left-hand side in the community stand where there's lots of shade. They've all tried to huddle under there, trying to get out the sunshine.
It's the first time that I've seen in years, really, spectators following the shade rather than following the sun around the ground. They're going completely the opposite way in Cardiff in the last couple of weeks to normal, where they usually move down to the River Taff end to catch the evening sunshine. Now they're moving up to the other end to get into the shade.
Here comes Harris skipping along the turf up to the stumps, and he bowls full this time to Kushi. Yeah, that's an attempted stop by the bowler diving away to his right hand side. He can't prevent it, but mid off run rounds and picks up, and there's just a single to the total, 43 for 1, and Kushi goes to 20. And that is the end of the over. So plenty of games going on. Leicestershire, Warwickshire. Leicestershire are 21 for no loss after 5. Notts v Durham. Durham are 19 for 1 off 4.5. Somerset are 18 for 1 off 5 against Middlesex. Sussex are 12 for 2. They're struggling off 4.3 against Surrey. Lancashire are away to Hampshire, and they're 7 for 2 after 4, so they really are up against it there. Northampton 26 for no loss against Kent, coming up to the end of the 5th over, and Derbyshire are 14 for no loss at the start of the 6th at away to Worcestershire.
As James Wheel will start his 3rd over from the Hayes close end and bowls, and good delivery, forces Kushi onto the defensive, pushing it back to the bowler, no run.
Well, if you believe the weather forecast, it looks as if it's going to be a bit all change next week.
Yeah, I was going to say, is it breaking in this part of the world as well?
Apparently so. The temperature's still relatively high, but it's supposed to have a bit of rain about, so which is much needed, obviously.
Yes, it won't. I hope it stays away in the daytimes of Wednesday and Friday for the good folk of Neath Cricket Club, who are hosting Glamorgan for the first time in some years. As Wheel bowls. Oof, I thought that moment was edged. It didn't carry to Cullen, and he couldn't stop it cleanly. And it's a bye, no contact with the bat on the way through. Cullen will be disappointed with that, but it is going to be difficult keeping for anything that keeps low on this hard surface. They run through for a bye, 44 for 1. Wesley on strike. Captain, as Wheel bowls, firmly played up wide, not quite wide of mid-on. Scrambling stop by Colin Ingram keeps them down to a single, 45 for 1.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't rain too heavily, because I've got a mystery leak in my roof, which my roofer can't actually put. He's done a lot of fixing of my roof, but it still hasn't fixed the leak. So
right.
this week will be the first. He's putting in something temporary, which he hopes will solve the problem, but we haven't had a downpour since, so haven't been able to test his theory.
Wheel to bowl, and Kushi to drive just back past the bowler. Can't stop it with his foot, but it is fielded by Ingram, coming in from mid-on, and there's no run. Wheel did manage a spectacular run out off the boot of the non-striker in last year's competition, which was quite something. Probably tell you that he intended it. Not entirely sure. Wheel in, bowls on leg stump. Wesley clips it down towards mid, or backward square in fact. Kushi rather played that one towards square leg, just settled for the single in the end. There was almost a misunderstanding there over a potential second run. 46 for 1, Essex in the 6th over, having lost Josh Rymel, caught by David Lloyd low down at slip off the bowling of James Harris for 2 in the first over. That was 1 for 3, but Cushy and Wesley making good progress as Wheel bowls. Wesley just turns the wrists on that one and turns it down to shortish fine leg, where Sisodia is up in the circle. It was wide of him, so they're comfortably able to go through for the single, and slightly less costly over. In fact, that's the cheapest so far, 4 runs off it. Essex are 47 for 1 after 6.
You've got to be really alert at the non-striker's end if you're batting with Cushy, because he is lightning quick between the wickets, and he started to move down there. I think he would have been very confident off that penultimate ball of the over to get back for a single. As it was turned down by the elder statesman in Tom Wesley. But yeah, he's a man who's busy at the crease. Cushy plays all around the crease. He's not quite as explosive as Robin Das, but he's got all the shots as Feroz Cushy.
James Harris being taken off after just, where are we, 3 overs, and being replaced by Dan Douthwaite.
Douthwaite just going through a few warm-ups, number 88 on his back. He's got one of those sweatbands halfway up his left arm. He's got a headband as well.
Yes, floppy hair gets in the way otherwise.
Keeping his long blonde locks out of his face as he warms up now, and he starts to move in now. Trots across the turf, up to the stumps, right arm over to the right-handed bat, who clips off his pads, and that's worked away beautifully to the left-hand side. There was a fielder there to stop it, but it was timed so extraordinarily well by Tom Wesley that it flew to the boundary rope right out the middle of the bat. That's probably the best timing I've seen this morning so far, and it's gone away for 4, and that's the 50 up for Essex as well. 51 for 1 in the 7th over here on BBC Essex and BBC Wales and BBC Online as well.
Yeah, James Harris's 3 overs going for 29.
Next to ball, that's well wide of off stump. That's going to be given a wide as well. So that's 52 for 1.
Mentioned Glamorgan's spin options. I mean, Andrew Salter has been the first into the attack with his off breaks. We've also got Prem Sisodia bowling slow left arm. Got Colin Ingram, who's taken 3 wickets with his leg breaks, and Kieran Carlson, who now has 5 with his usually occasional off breaks.
Douthwaite right arm over and against the right-handed Wesley, who drives lavishly through the offside, but doesn't quite time it. And the man at mid-off field, it's slightly to his left, so Wesley can get through for a simple single. And that is the 50 partnership, is it, I think?
Yeah.
Yeah, 52 for 1. As the 2 batsmen just make their way down the pitch to punch their gloves, have a little chat, hold the bowler up, and the bowler, I'm afraid, will just have to wait while Cushy just takes his guard. Cushy in his light blue shirt, blue trousers, waits as Douthwaite comes in. That's full, driven through the offside this time, but it won't beat the man at cover. Again, just off the toe end of the bat, and there's no run. 53 for 1.
It's a generational thing, this punch of gloves. Not quite sure what the age cut-off is.
I have noticed the England boys have started to move back towards the shaking of the hands rather than the punch of gloves. I don't know whether they're trying to bring it back, as it were. But here comes Douthwaite, bounding in bowls, and that's back of a length, and Cushy just covers up and defends down the pitch, and there's no run. So you kept for 32 overs, didn't bat obviously, and then had a 3 or 4 hour drive here.
3 hour drive, yeah. It was hard work.
Bet you slept well last night. Was it?
Unfortunately not. Had a bit of a stomach problem and some noisy neighbours as well.
Douthwaite bowls, and that's open face of the bat, run down towards backward point, and there's no run. Well, you get that in this part of the world.
Since we're on in the morning on a Sunday, I won't tell you what the noisy neighbours were up to.
And it's not past the watershed, and people are still doing their prayers and stuff. That's no run. 53 for 1. We're in the 7th over here on BBC Online as Douthwaite comes in again. up to the stumps and he bowls. That's a loopy delivery. That's driven down the ground. That's a good stop actually by Harris, diving away to his left at mid-off. It can't prevent the second run, but that would have gone for 4 had it beaten him. And Essex go to 55 for 1. That was an excellent stop by Harris.
Yeah, really put his body on the line, as the saying goes, there on the edge of the circle, flung himself full length and saved a couple of runs. So viewers of the streams will not be blessed with views of your commentators via camera these days.
I noticed that in North. That really did put me off a little bit.
We're on
Northampton,
we're on Comcam in Cardiff as well. A lot of places are these days. Safe it to say that your commentary team today is all devastatingly good looking and superbly dressed. Honest. Or not. 55 for 1 after 7 overs. Our Essex as a swing and a miss. Strike 1 for Tom Westley outside off stump, and James Wheel stops in the middle of the wicket and gives Westley at least a stare and possibly a little word or two as well. 55 for 1 in this 8th over. The ball travelling very rapidly over the outfield, and of course we've only got 2 outfielders for the first 10 overs and the power play regulations, and Wheel does well again to beat the outside edge of Westley's bat through to Tom Cullen as he fenced slightly at that one. Good morning, Victoria.
Good morning. This has been a good recovery from Tom Westley and Feroz Kushi after that early wicket for Essex with Josh Rymel. They're just latching on to everything at the moment, aren't they?
Essex in the driving seat, runs flowing freely, and I suspect Glamorgan will turn to spin fairly quickly after the power play overs. Wheel is into bowl, and Westley, something of a leading edge. They looked to be playing it towards mid-on. It ended up at cover, and there's no run.
Been a bit distracted to my right-hand side watching one of the Glamorgan coaching staff with the speed gun, just sitting in the stands amongst the fans. I wondered what he was doing at first, but tracking the speed of these Glamorgan bowlers.
Interesting, didn't realise they had that going on from the stands. As Wheel is into bowl and Westley on the defensive. This is a much better over from James Wheel to keep things tight against Tom Westley.
I was presuming it's a member of coaching staff and not just someone that's brought a speed gun along to track while they're watching.
Presumably if they're wearing the navy t-shirts with the yellow flags, that usually gives it away. There's the staff ones. I think the public can buy them, but 55 for 1. Wheel runs towards us. Bowls, falls over. Westley drives, and a scrambling stop by Ingram at mid-on. And they take 1 run, I think. Yes, 1 run only. I was watching the bodies flying in the outfield there as Wheel fell over in his delivery, which he does quite often. It's nothing to worry about. And then Ingram, the senior statesman of this Glamorgan side in terms of age, flung himself to his left to save 3 runs.
Really nice stop, and really nice straight drive as well there from Tom Westley.
Wheel, longish run, starts outside the 30-metre circle. And he comes bowls to Kushi up in the block hole. Good Yorker, played to mid-wicket. No run. And that, by some distance, is the best over that Glamorgan have delivered so far. Just the single off at 56 for 1 after 8 are Essex here on BBC Sport Online.
Yeah, Tom Westley, the captain, on 20. Feroz Kushi with 23, having scored a career best 118 in last weekend's away match at Northamptonshire. He's been telling me how much he wants to be a regular part of Essex's county championship side, but this is the competition where him and a lot of other young Essex players are looking to prove themselves. As Southwaite's in from the River End, Westley facing right arm over the wicket, and that one is pulled away by Tom Wesley for 4 runs in front of the pavilion, where there's a smattering of fans. Lots of people, as you were saying earlier, shaded from the sun. Essex moved to 60 for 1.
Yeah. When I got here this morning about 9:45, it was noticeable that the lower half of this stand to our right was already well populated.
Dalthwaite in for his second ball of the over to Tom Wesley, up on his toes, just knocks that one into the offside for no run.
And the bleachers, the top half, is well, reasonably populated, but not nearly as much as usual here, and virtually everyone has some sort of headgear on.
Yeah, it did look pretty full as we made our way around the grounds. Dalthwaite into Wesley again. He leaves that one through to Cullen with the gloves.
Yeah, Tom Cullen getting a bit of a run behind the stumps in the continuing absence of Chris Cook, who tweaked a calf muscle up at Derby in the first match of the competition, and has not been seen since.
So 4 and 2 dot balls so far in this Dalthwaite over. He's in again, past the umpire to Wesley, clips that one off his toes, out to the mid-wicket boundary where there's a fielder that comes in, and it's in with the 2 batters taking the single. 61 for 1, just struggling with the sunglasses on for the watching what's going out with the action, and then turning for the scoreboard, which is slightly shaded. Rose Cushy on strike, Dalthwaite in. He knocks that one into the offside for a single. Right, they're going to come back for 2 here. A quick couple of runs there. Cullen knocks the bails off, but Feroz Cushy is well home. Essex 63 for 1.
He's got a strong arm, has James Wheel. Not necessarily the sort of player you'd want to take too many tight second runs to. Yes, I'm thinking that rather be here than Canterbury in terms of the sun in the commentary box this morning.
Dalthwaite into Cushy, that's up in the air and coming our way, and has that gone over the ropes yet? All the way over for 6. Rose Cushy just scooping that one up and moving Essex to 69 for 1.
So 13 runs off that 9th over of the Essex innings. Dalthwaite has been expensive to start. Harris was expensive before him, and I suspect we're going to see spinners maybe on from the 11th over as soon as the power play is over, with 4 to choose from, and Prem Sisodia is already doing a few warm-up exercises. The 23-year-old from Cardiff, product of the Cardiff club. James Wheel to continue into his 5th over, good over last time out, and Wesley nurdles the first ball down to the other number 21 on the field, Andrew Salter, who's in his usual position of gully.
What was the reason behind the Glamorgan changes for today? Do we know?
Well, Sisodia, I think, has been close in terms of his performance in the T20s, always performed usefully in that, and with these dry pitches they need the extra spinner, so that's that one. As Wheel is in to bowl down the wickets and lofted over long on, 1-2, bounces into the boundary ropes, and a fine shot there by Tom Wesley, who really launched himself at that one. Came down the wickets and smashed it away for 4. 73 for 1. The other change, well, Billy Roots has not got a score in the 3 innings that he's played in this competition. Tom Bevner, young player from Cardiff, has been scoring lots of hundreds, 4 or 5 hundreds in various formats in the second 11. Flashed through the offside this time. Will it beat the man at 3rd man? Ball disappears from our view, but it has run away for 4 runs down to backward point. So 10 off 2 balls for Tom Wesley, who races on to 33. Feroz Kouchi is on 31. Essex is 77 for 1 after 9.3 overs. So Bevan making his debut in the List A, played 2 T20 games, making 4 and 21 at the back end. In fact, I think he made his debut in the T20 here. Swing and a miss, and Wheel with his arm up in the air as Wesley went after that one as well, trying to force through the offside, didn't get anything on it.
Looking to hit big again here, the Essex captain. Probably, well, definitely came in earlier than he would have liked to with the early wicket of Rymel, but he's made the most of that alongside Feroz Kouchi.
So yeah, Tom Bevan made his first team debut in the T20 here a couple of months ago. He was caught Sam Cook bowled beard for 4 on that occasion, as Wesley plays another one down into the ground. No run, and Essex with a couple of overseas who not necessarily household names, to put it politely.
No, that's right. They've been struggling not just with players missing with the 100 and Simon Harmer away with South Africa, plus a number of injuries as well. So the overseas that they have brought in are ones that have been playing in the local Essex leagues anyway.
Wheel into bowl, driven by Wesley to cover. No run, 77 for 1 after 10, 8 off the over. And Glamorgan can now push the extra 2 fielders back. They're allowed 4 on the boundary, and I suspect we're going to see, is it going to be double spin straight away? Sisodia is certainly coming on from this end. May well see Andrew Salter from the Hayes close end as well. So Prem Sisodia to bowl for the first time in List A 50 over cricket. Got a 4-wicket haul in the format in the seconds a couple of weeks ago, so should be coming out right for him as he tosses a practice delivery to James Harris, and the batter's taking on board some drinks, not surprisingly. The umpires were talking about having an official drinks break at 25. I thought they might do 17 and 34 again, as we saw in Glamorgan's match on Friday.
Yeah, it's quite a long time to be out there chasing the ball around in the field and taking the runs as the batters for 25 overs without the official drinks break, but they are toweling down and taking on some liquids.
Don't think any umpires with any sense are going to stop it today, are they?
Definitely not.
We had drinks breaks every 10 yesterday.
It sounds like a good idea to me.
Counting down to them. It was a good idea in a highest temperatures of the season, or equal highest, and we did our oldest team of the season. We had only 1 player under 40 and several over 60s and 1 over 70.
So Prem Sisodia will bowl from the river end. Feroz Kouchi on strike for Essex. Sisodia left arm. It's driven into the offside by Feroz Kouchi. Now take the single. 78 for 1.
He used to bowling early on in one-day cricket because he quite often opened in previous seasons in the T20. Glamorgan with seam up top in this year's blast.
Tom Wesley to face the second ball of the over from Sisodia, and that's straight back to the bowler from Wesley.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if how long these batters have a look at the spin before they go for it.
Third ball of Sisodia's over, and there's a slash there from Wesley. He's missed that one through to the keeper. A couple of cries from around the grounds.
Tom Cullen whipping the bails off just in case.
So just a single off this Sisodia over so far, as he's in again to Wesley. This time he clips that one into the leg side. There's a man racing round the boundary. It'll be thrown in just for the single there from Colin Ingram. 79 for 1.
Well, not one of Ingram's usual positions.
That's why I had to check that it was
Yeah.
definitely him out there. Sasodia to Kushi, who's back on his stumps. Flicks that one into the leg side, and Ingram again doing the work, patrolling that boundary away to our right-hand side.
Yes, they usually find somewhere slightly more forgiving in the field for the older members than sweeping the boundary.
Is Kushi on strike. Sasodia in, and that's just driven back straight down the pitch by Kushi for no run. 81 for 1.
So a decent enough start from Prem Sisodia. 4 runs conceded off his over. The 11th of the innings, but Essex still very much on top. Despite that first over loss of Josh Rymel, caught Lloyd bowled Harris for 2. Kushi and Wesley tucking in. And it's likely, I think, that we'll see some big scores. So, no, I thought they'd go to double spin, but it'll be Douthwaite to change ends and bowl another couple. Having been expensive from this river end, he'll have a go from the Hayes close end, see if that's any more to his liking. Slightly longer boundary, I suppose, on the leg side, away to our left for the flats. Pitch slightly towards the pavilion side, but sweeper on the cover boundary is going to be busy, you get the feeling, as Douthwaite is in to bowl. Turned backward of square on the leg side by Wesley, fielded by Sisodia, running round from fine leg, but they're comfortably back for a second run. 83 for 1 Essex in this 12th over. So even at this early stage it seems as though Glamorgan supporters might be fearing a target of 300 plus. They'll need to take a lot of wickets to prevent them, Essex, from getting there. Next one is forced into the offside, well stopped by David Lloyd at cover.
Well, the thing for Essex will be that they will want to put a big score on the board and keep Glamorgan chasing around in the hot weather in the field, because their bowling attack is very young. Looking down the list, Aaron Beard is probably the most senior of the seamers, and Aaron Nijar the spinner as well.
As that's noodled away on the leg side by Wesley, looking for a couple, and will get a couple very easily as he took the pace off that shot and just played it outside the circle. Tom Bevan had a long way to come in off square leg. 85 for 1. Steve West on Twitter, and see another thumping on the cards. What's happened to our heroes? Maybe should have played more than of last year's side. Well, not many of them, well, a fair few of them weren't available for one reason or another. Short ball from Douthwaite, pulled away towards backward square. 4 more. Tom Wesley absolutely helping himself off the bowling of Dan Douthwaite, who is banging it in short and rather unnecessarily, not getting any joy out of it, and really needs to pitch the ball further up. Essex galloping on to this, the board eludes us for a moment.
We're getting replays now as well.
89 for 1.
Yeah, Wesley there punishing that short ball from Douthwaite, moving to 42.
Next ball hammered by Wesley into the covers, bounces up for Lloyd, and no run. Dan Douthwaite has been one of the more economical of the Glamorgan seamers so far. 3 wickets at 37, but an economy rate of just under 5. Certainly that is going the wrong way as far as he's concerned today. 89 for 1, 12th over. Douthwaite from the Hayes close end to bowl to Wesley, who hits it off the back foot, doesn't quite time it, ball bobbles horribly up to mid-off, off the one of the used strips, which is covered by matting. And the over. 89 for 1. 8 off that over. And Tom Wesley wants something else brought out by the look of it, frantically waving towards the dressing room.
Yeah.
Someone chasing down the stairs to provide him.
Will Buttleman is on his way with Possibly drinks, possibly towel. What has he got? Oh, it's almost I think almost a slide down the stairs there from Will Butterman.
No, he's not.
He's been sent back.
He's not coming on. New pair of gloves in his hand.
Yes.
Glamorgan, I think, have changing rooms since last time we were here in the T20. They're using a marquee next to the pavilion today.
Sasodia into Kushi on the back foot, drives that one into the leg side and will be fielded by the man at log on to our right hand side. Yeah, well, for T20s I think they were using a changing room below us, and then for championship matches and one day cup they tend to use the marquee next to the pavilion. I think that was originally a COVID measure, as Sasodia's in to Wesley was just pushing forward for no run. 90 for 1.
Yes, I was told that maybe the dressing rooms at the top of the steps aren't the biggest
No, you can imagine.
in the world.
Sasodia is into Wesley again, who flashes at that one. It's gone behind for no run.
Yeah, just a chance that Glamorgan will try to frustrate through the left arm spin. Sasodia firing it in.
And he's in again for the 4th ball of the over. Wesley forward and just knocks that one up to mid-on again for a single. He's moved on to 42.
Just given a touch of flight by Sasodia. He does tend to bowl quite briskly in T20. It'd be interesting to see how much air he gives it.
He's into Kushi. He'll just play that one into the covers for no run.
Yeah, seems as though he's adopting similar tactics to his blast modus operandi.
Final ball of the Sasodia over to Kushi. He tries to cut that one away, gets something on it, and will be able to take a single. The man comes in on the cover boundary. So Essex moved to 92 for 1. Wesley on 43 and Kushi on 36. And Wesley will now get his new pair of gloves.
Hot sweaty work out there in the middle as temperatures move towards the 30s. Probably the last time we'll see first-class cricket played in these, or senior cricket played in these temperatures this season, you would imagine. But maybe come September when we're watching it, chucking it down, we'll think, oh, why can't we get back to August when it was lovely?
Well, we might even be thinking that on Wednesday. It doesn't look the greatest weather forecaster then.
Dowsweight bowls. Kushi forces off the back foot up to mid-on, single. 93 for 1.
I think we're meant to get a bit of rain around on Wednesday when Essex welcome Yorkshire to the county grounds.
Glamorgan facing Lancashire at Neath on Wednesday. Drive not timed by Wesley. Bat onto pad, trickles out on the offside, no run. And obviously the facilities in terms of drying it out grounds are not quite as up to date as at county headquarters, so best of luck to the staff working on that one. Let's hope the move to outgrounds isn't spoilt by the weather. Dowsweight in, bowls, fired away through mid-wicket again, just dropping back of a length and well timed as the fielder Bevan goes flying over the boundary boards. Thankfully he managed to hurdle them successfully. It's gone away for 4 runs, and Bevan ended up in the crowd there.
Yeah, I thought he was going to often join the bar queue as well at the same time. He really went with some force over that boundary there, but luckily on his feet at all times.
Wow. That's a high-speed chase. To no avail, 4 runs, 97 for 1 in this 14th over here on BBC Sport Online. Victoria Polly and myself, Nick Webb. Dave Brett will be back with us very shortly when I give way. Dowsweight charging in bowls. Wesley noodles it down to fine leg for a single, 98 for 1. And it's one of my pet hobby horses, a bang on about the slow over rate that is the requirement in this competition, with 3.5 hours to bowl the 50 overs, which normally is far too long, but I think this weekend will be one occasion where they might take most of it due to the frequent stoppages that'll be needed. Dowthwaite bowls, Cushy plays and misses. Outside off stump, there's an agonised yell from somewhere out in the middle, as if Dowthwaite thought he might have found the edge for a moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much mid-off would have seen from there, but it was a big appeal.
That was mid-off, was it? Enthusiastic skipper. Dowthwaite bowls. Cushy picks up a single to backward square. 99 for 1. And that is the end of the 14th over. 7 off. And Essex continuing to fly along after the loss of Josh Rymel for 2 in the first over. Lloyd bowled Harris. There have been no chances at all since then, and batting has looked pretty comfortable.
So I'm interested with your game yesterday. You mentioned some of the ages of the players you had. So you had an over 70, did you?
Wales over 70s captain, I might add.
Yeah.
But yes, he took 4 wickets with his tempting left arm spin.
Still got it. Sisodia will begin his over from the river end. Throws Cushy on strike. It's driven uppishly into the offside by Cushy. There was a diving fielder. He'll take the single though, and that is the 100 runs up for Essex, with that single taken by Cushy.
And frankly, there are afternoons when having 11 men surviving the afternoon is a moral triumph. But to get a victory as well is a real bonus.
Yeah, absolutely. Wesley on strike for Sisodia's second ball of the over. He drives into the offside again for a single. Bevan will throw in to his wicket-keeper. No, it's... I was... at some Essex over-aged cricket, if that's what you call it, recently. Sisodia is in to Cushy. He's driven back to the bowler for no run. Yeah, we have an over 50, 60, 70 side. Barry Hearn plays for the Essex over 70s, so a bit of stardust amongst the ranks there as well. The Sisodia is into Cushy again. This time he clips that one into the leg side for no run. And like your Wales over 70s captain with his wicket taking, one of the Essex over 70s players I've spoken to on BBC Essex is a guy called John Stuck, who keeps count of all his centuries, and I'll probably get it wrong if I try and remember how many it is. This Sisodia is in again to Cushy. He drives that one to long off for a single. But yes, he's still very much scoring centuries for fun at that level. 102 for 1 are Essex. Wesley back on strike. Sisodia in for his final ball of the over. And that's just scooped into the offside by Wesley for no run. He finishes on 49 and Cushy is on 40. Essex 102 for 1.
It is quite amusing trying to watch inexperienced batters cope with the ball being lobbed very high, temptingly and slowly into the sky. And they take a swing and miss, and sometimes they have time to go back and take another swing and miss again.
Just having a word with his captain there, Cushy.
Damien Owen on Twitter is not impressed, I think, with the efforts of Dan Dowthwaite, and maybe Kieran Carse isn't too much either, because he's just been replaced. This will be my final over before I give way to David. See Salter rattle through this one. There's Tom Wesley going at a runner ball, as is Feroz Cushy, in fact. Similar, identical strike rates. Salter bowls. Wesley plays it into the offside. Good tumbling stop by Lloyd at cover, and there is no run. Salter in again to Wesley, tries to cut and misses. So spin is definitely causing Essex a few questions earlier. Sisodia's bowled 3 overs for 10. Salter bowls, that'll be
That's
50.
Kushi.
Sorry, that's Kushi's driving down the ground. Apologies, numbers are quite similar.
Well, that is a 100-run partnership,
That's the 100
of course.
partnership. And Wesley now with a chance to reach his half-century. So Kushi moves on to 41. Wesley stretches forward, defends. So he won't quite reach his 50 as a runner ball, but pretty close. He's hit 9 boundaries. Kushi's hit 2 4s and a 6. As Salter bowls to Tom Wesley, and there will be the Essex captain's half-century as he turns it to square leg for a single. It's come off 51 balls and included 9 4s as Tom Wesley continues his fine form, leading from the front for Essex.
Yeah, 109 here against Kent last Thursday, and 67 in the game before that as well. So Tom Wesley definitely handy with the experience in this Essex side.
Salter in, bowls, Kushi off the back foot, plays out into the covers. Tidy enough over from Andrew Salter. 15-16 gone. As the board that we can see properly is the slower of them, but that is 15.6 overs on the one that I can see. Anyway, Victoria and David will continue commentary here on BBC Sport Online.
Thanks very much, Nick. He'll be back with us a little bit later on. Go and enjoy the sunshine maybe for a little while. As Prem Sisodia will continue bowling from the river end. Tom Wesley on strike. Sisodia in, and that one's been flashed for a single by Tom Wesley. 105 for 1 now, Essex. Still plenty of people in the shade here at the county grounds. Sisodia is in for his second ball of the over to Kushi, who plays that one straight back down the pitch to the bowler. Hello again, David.
Hi Victoria, how are you doing?
Okay, did you enjoy a bit of sunshine, or have you been keeping cool somewhere?
No, I just went to sit outside. It's lovely out there, but a little bit too hot for all day. Need to get under the shade.
Sisodia into Kushi. Up in the air, brief shouts of catches as he takes the single. 106 for 1.
I'm fearing once the sun comes over, this commentary box is right in the eye of the storm, so it's going to get very, very hot later. Yeah, the poor old ISDN kit.
Well, we might have to move that in a minute as Sisodia is into Wesley as a quick single, as it's fielded in the offside.
Have we been doing emails?
I haven't, no. I've been trying to keep my laptop cool, and I haven't had it out in front of me.
bbcsexcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us.
Sisodia into Kushi. He drives that one through the covers. Another single. Essex just keeping things ticking over in this over so far, the 17th. They've taken 4 singles of the 5 deliveries so far.
You've had a couple of emails in, so I'll get to those after the end of this over.
Sisodia into Wesley, who was looking to play forwards. It's through to the keeper, Cullen. Just not getting his timing right on that one, Wesley. 108 for 1, Essex at the end of the 17th.
It's been a good innings so far from Tom Wesley, obviously picking up from his century in the last outing and his decent innings against Northants. Very few chances, if any, given so far this morning. A couple of plays and misses, but he's played beautifully through the leg side. And it's, good knock from the captain so far. Paul's been in touch with us. He said he hopes we're all well and have lots of sunscreen on today. We certainly have. And Essex having a great start. He's off to Lords on Thursday for the test match, so hopefully the weather holds, although we are expecting a little bit of weather about, but hopefully it will only be in spits and spurts. But
hopefully we'll see a bit of Simon Harmer as well.
Yes. 108 for 1, Essex are in the 18th over, having won the toss and elected to bat. Cushy on strike, and that's worked off the pads into the leg side mid-wicket fields, and there is no run. It's Salter in from the Hayes close end, and he bowls right arm over to the right-handed Cushy, and again just works the way that same fielder in the short mid-wicket area picks the ball up and fields. Salter moves in again, bowls a little bit loopy this time, or tempts the batsman who tries a late cut and almost cleans himself up. Wicketkeeper takes it low to his right hand side. Loopy delivery is certainly the one that seems to be getting a bit of turn in from the spin bowlers as Salter moves in again, whipping through the overs. Cushy tries to negate the spin and comes down the pitch and drives the ball down to long on the volley, and there's a single to the total. 109 for 1. Feels like it's got a little bit quieter from the batsmen over the last over or two. The spin bowlers just pinning them down a bit.
Yeah, definitely the spin has just taken that aggression out of the Essex attack.
Salter again is flatter this time, and that's whipped off the pads from Wesley down towards deep mid-wicket for a single. 110 for 1, and Wesley moves to 53. Played really fluently so far today. Some people milling about around the far end at the Hayes close end. There's some refreshment stalls out there. I suspect they're eager to get something inside them. Cool them down as that one's clipped away again off the pads, this time down towards deep mid-wicket from Cushy. He's going to come back for a quick second run. The throw, it doesn't come in because it's a misfield, and they get through comfortably for a second run. But that's the difference when Cushy's on strike. He's so electric between those wickets. He was confident of getting back for the second run, put the pressure on the fielder who made the misfield, and they got back for 2 runs. End of the over, I think that should be 112 for 1, and 18 overs gone here on BBC Essex, BBC Wales, BBC Online, and if you've got the app, you can take us with us, bbc.co.uk/sport.
Unsurprisingly, we're going to have another drinks break here for the fielders and the batters as well. Taking on liquids after 18 overs gone.
Carol's been in touch. Has more requests for focus, not from us though, from the cameraman in front. We'll do our best for you, Carol. They're not part of our team, but he's out there in sweltering heat himself, just taking on about a gallon of water, trying to keep himself cool. I think I'd much prefer to be in here or in our position at the moment rather than the cameraman. He's got his little Bosa hat on, trying to keep himself as shaded from the sun as possible.
There's a hot one out there.
Yeah, plenty of the Glamorgan side just taking on lots of water there. We're just past the hour mark. Yeah, it was hot just coming up the steps this morning, and that was about 10:30, so it's going to be hot down there in the middle.
I think 33 was the highs today, I heard as I was driving in on the radio, so it is going to be very warm, and that was one of the things we talked about when Essex faced Derbyshire here at the county grounds the Friday before last. Was another similar hot day, and Essex elected to field in that one. That was a day-night game, and our BBC Essex colleague Paul Newton said right from the start, he said, I don't think that was the right decision there from Essex. They're going to be fielding at the hottest part of the day, they're going to wear themselves out, and then they'll have to come and bat and try and reach the high target that Derbyshire set them, and that's exactly what happened.
Always annoying when Paul gets proved right, but you know, every dog has his day.
He's been there, he's done that, he's seen it all.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, well, it looks like at the moment they've made the right choice. They've made a pretty decent start, 112 for 1. They were going almost 8s after 10, so it has slowed down a touch. But that does happen when the spinners come. Obviously, the fielders get pushed back out as well. 4 men allowed outside the circle between overs 10 and 40, which means you can cover more of the boundary areas, certainly the boundary hitting options. And Essex will, well, especially with these two, look to go again very shortly. plenty of wickets in hand. Try and take it as deep as possible, as they always say, because the less overs you've got to go with more wickets in hand, you can start to treat it more and more like a T20 game.
Yeah, and we've seen the batting that Essex have in the lower order, particularly Jamal Richards, the 18-year-old, who's been really impressive since making his debut at the beginning of the competition. Prem Sisodia to continue to bowl from the river end to Tom Wesley, who drives that one for 2 runs. There's Bevan out there with his non-numbered shirt, who does the fielding.
Yeah, there's some people out on the balconies away to our left, just enjoying the cricket.
Sisodia into Wesley, who's forward, pushes that one into the offside for no run. Yeah, I always think it'd be a nice setting if you were able to just pop out of your house, your flat, and just keep an eye on the cricket, as Sisodia is in again to Wesley again, just pushes that one into the offside for no run. 614 for 1. This is Prem Sisodia's 5th over, as he's in again to Wesley, who tries to cut that one away, misses, it's through to the keeper.
Yeah, I wonder if this partnership goes on for much longer, whether we'll see Robin Das next rather than Rollofson. But Rollofson's in decent form as well.
Sisodia into Wesley, who drives upishly again into the offside. He'll take a single, just a leisurely jog down the pitch to move things on to 115 for 1.
I think we're getting Das in early. You want him out there when there's fewer fielders outside the circle, because he likes to play his attacking shots, go over the infield.
Yeah, again, he's been someone else impressive for Essex in this competition so far. Sisodia is in to Kushi. He knocks that one into the offside, takes a single.
Yeah, along with Kushi, him and Das look like a pretty bright future for Essex. No boundaries in 5 overs and only 2 in the last 9, so we were quite right. It has slowed down a bit thanks to Dave Jackman, our scorer there.
Yeah,
Great stuff.
Essex 116 for 1, Wesley 56, Kushi 47, and that's 19 overs gone.
Might have to attack an ice cream a bit later on this afternoon.
Are you treating us?
Of course. As yeah, sorry, my apologies. Sorry, that was my one. Salter, I did see the end of the over. Salter, that's clipped down the to long on.
Thinking about that ice cream.
I was thinking about my bank balance far too much there. 116 for 1, and next one exactly the same shot by Wesley. Played down towards long on, and another single. 118 for 1. Of course, I'd treat you all to an ice cream. I haven't actually seen the ice cream man on the ground today. Is he away on the left, just out of our sight? Yeah. Out of sight, out of mind. Salter in again, right arm over, and that's played off the pads by Kushi, mid-wicket field, and again, no run. Whipping through their overs here, that's the other advantage of getting the spinners on. They get through their overs so quickly, suddenly you don't realise you've slowed down so much, and another 10 overs have gone by. 118 for 1 in the 20th over here on BBC Essex, and exactly the same shot, clipped down towards long on, a single. Salter tries to stop it but can't get there. 119 for 1, and Kushi nearing his half century as well. Man who's got there, captain Tom Wesley, he's on 57, and he's facing up to Salter, who drives this one in quicker. This one goes square of the wicket down towards deep mid wicket for a single. That's 120 for 1. Wesley goes to 58. I think this should be the last ball of the over. Yeah, it certainly is. 4 off it so far. Glamorgan will be happy with that though, just keeping these two quiet. Wonder if we'll see a big shot coming up soon. Here comes Kushi. Nope, just off the back foot, played off the pads, down towards deep mid wicket, and that's going to be his half century. He's going to come back for a second. He is right. The throw's coming. He's going to get there comfortably. He is. They threw towards Wesley's end anyway, but Kushi, who's been in superb form in this competition, makes another adroit half century. 121 for 1, 51 to Kushi, and he walks up to his captain. They shake hands, and it's another good knock from the youngster.
Yeah, really nice from Feroz Kouchi, I was saying earlier, and you saw him score that 118 last week. He's been telling us on BBC Essex about his ambitions for the future, and also he was telling me on Around the Wicket this week that every time he's scored a big score in the List A competition, Essex haven't actually gone on to win. So I'm sure he'll be having words with his teammates about what he's hoping for today. It's Prem Sisodia from the River End to Tom Wesley, who will just take a single. They thought about coming back for a second run, but it was stopped in the offside.
Is it 200s he's got in the ball under?
Yeah, so he scored one last year against Durham.
Yeah, so I've seen them both.
Oh well,
yeah.
It must be a good luck charm.
Well, he's on his way again, so hopefully this time it turns out that he's on the right side of the victorious team this time.
Yeah, he was saying, so when he got his 100 against Durham last year, as Sisodia is into Kouchi, takes a step forward and just drives that one into the leg side for no run. When he got the 100 last year against Durham, Alex Lees also went on to get a century and Durham won, and then last week Northamptonshire Zaid got a century, didn't he, and they went on to win. So he said he's always been upstaged every time he's got a century. He's not there yet though, Kouchi. He goes for a big hit which is well out of the ground over the top of the pavilion for 6 runs.
Yeah, that would have been a 6 on any ground. That was huge. Swiped away to the leg side. It cleared the boundary by a long distance. It's probably gone over the batting nets away to our right-hand side and probably attacking the river. Some poor canoeists coming down there, unsuspecting it, will whack on the canoe with the cricket ball.
Well, we talked about Essex having been a bit quiet boundary-wise, but a statement there of intention from Feroz Kouchi. He moves to 57, and Essex moved to 129 for 1.
Brutal hit that. I mean, one had to be coming, as we just heard from Dave Jackman, our scorer. Hadn't had a boundary in the last 5 overs, only 2 in the last 9, so much needed boundary and a big one as well for Feroz Kouchi. Picked the right ball as well, just waited for it to go half volley length, stepped down on his knee and crashed it away to the mid-wicket boundary. While they're taking a drinks break, let's go around the grounds. So Leicestershire are 83 for 2, coming towards the end of the 18th over at home to Warwickshire. Durham are 92 for 2. They're in the start of the 18th over. They're away to Notts. Somerset are 91 for 2. There's a lot of formularity in these scores. At the start of the 20th over, and they're at home to Middlesex. Sussex at 87 for 2. They're after 18 overs. Hampshire against Lancashire. Lancashire are 61 for 3 away to Hampshire. Northampton at 108 for 3, and that's at the start of the 19th over away to Kent. Derbyshire are 74 for 1 away to Notts. That's at the end of the 18th over. And in the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League, Scotland are 39 for 2 against the at home to the UAE. Still getting some drinks on. Is that? Yeah, there's a little bit of physio going on there. Is that James? No, it's not James Harris. I can't see. Someone's getting their arm strapped. Numbers hidden from me. It's number 5.
It's Kieran Carlson, the captain.
Carlson, the captain. It looked like he was getting some strapping on that left arm. Perhaps taking a little bit of a bruising or a scrape when he's diving about on the outfield here. It's very rough, very coarse and very hard underneath. It's not something I'd like to be doing on a hot afternoon, chasing a ball around the field and diving on this type of turf.
I'm just going to
checking the ball here. Yeah. One captain's happy, the other captain's happy, the umpire's happy, and now we're going to get back underway.
So we've had a single, a dot and a 6 so far of this Prem Sisodia over. And he is going to resume from the River End. Kouchi on strike. He steps forward again, drives this one down to long on, who fields at the second attempt after a fumble. Single for Essex.
Just going for a big hit there again. I think he adjusted his stroke at the last minute. It looked like he was aiming over mid-wicket again, that same shot, and just at the last minute it was slightly fuller and straighter, so he just clipped it down the ground instead.
Wesley on strike to Sisodia now. He's up on his toes and he drives that one through the leg side for another single. It's James Harris doing the work down just in front of us, away to our right hand side. 130 for 1 are Essex. Cushy back on strike for Sasolia's final delivery of the over. And he cuts that one through the covers. Takes another single for Essex to move them on to 131 for 1. Wesley is on 59 and Cushy is on 58 after... Oh, I've gone too early there, have I? Or are they just behind on the scoreboard, I think, maybe?
2-0. Referee 2.
There we go. We're all up to date. 132 for 1.
Yes, the heat getting to the scoreboard, I'm afraid. Salter going to continue from the Hayes close end. A lot of work for the spinners this afternoon. Don't want to rag your bowlers about in this kind of heat. Long on's back, as is long off, and Salter bowls, and this one's clipped down towards long on by Cushy, and there's just a single to the total. 133 for 1. Cushy moves to 60, level on score with his playing partner Tom Wesley. Fine leg, backward square leg, and a wideish mid on inside the circle as Wesley comes down the pitch, clips it, but it's going to be picked up by the man at long on. Straight at that time from Wesley, the man at long on had to come from about 10-15 yards to his left hand side to pick up, and the score goes to 133 for 1. Wesley goes to 61. Salter, right arm over to the right handy Cushy, backs away this time, tries to crack that through the offside, mid-wicket fields, and there's no run. It's 134 for 1. Sorry, playing games with the scoreboard here. Wesley on 61, Cushy on 60, 134 for 1. Tossed up this time, that's crunched down the ground from Cushy, down towards long off, 135 for 1, and Cushy moves to 61.
Yeah, didn't just quite get a hold of that one. You could see what he was trying to do with that. And he still gets the single.
In the 22nd over here on BBC Essex, BBC Wales. This one tossed up again. That's clipped off the pads to mid-wicket. Always a misfield, so they will get through for a single. Fielder won't be happy with that. Should have been a dot ball. Man at mid-wicket just fumbled on the left-handed pickup and sort of double T-potted him for a brief second. 135 for 1. I think that should be 136 for 1. Yeah, 136 for 1. Cushy on strike on 61. Wesley on 62. Salter in again. Looped up, and Cushy trying to work it off his path. Salter thought he might have had his man LBW there, but a thin inside edge just works out towards wide mid-wicket, and they go through for a single. Wow, end of another over. Race through that one. 22 gone, and the score is 137 for 1. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. Yeah, it's going to be a long day out there in the field, and at the moment it looks like Essex have made the right choice.
Going to have a change of bowling from the River End, and it will be Colin Ingram who is going to come on. So Prem Sasodia's first spell of list day bowling is over, and Colin Ingram just arranging his field in front of us.
As a counterpoint, Essex should have batted first against Derbyshire. They batted first against Northants in probably hotter weather and ended up on the losing side. So they've yet to find a complete winning formula when it comes to whether batting first or batting second works in this competition.
Ingram into Cushy, who clips that one away towards the mid-wicket boundary where it's fielded for a single.
What's really nice is even without their so-called star players, Essex have found 2 or 3 batsmen that can really light up a stage.
Ingram into Wesley, who just plays that one back down the pitch to Ingram.
So in Cushy's interview, did he say he wanted to become a more prominent member of the Red Bull side?
That was exactly what he had to say, as Ingram is into Wesley. And they will take a single, quick single, as it's fielded in the offside. 139 for 1. Yes, so interestingly, he said about his intentions to be part of the Red Bull side. And he said, I want to play for Essex, I've signed my first contract here, I see myself playing here, but if I can't get the opportunity, then I might well have to look elsewhere, as Ingram is into Cushy, who pushes that one through the covers for a single.
Confident lad.
Well, yeah, and I mean, we have seen that earlier this season with Aaron Beard going out on loan, bowling-wise, for going to Sussex and doing well there, and having come back, particularly in the white ball side for Essex, as Ingram is into Wesley, who pushes at that one for another single to the Eagles. And I guess it is difficult for the youngsters with the experience that Essex have in that red ball side. These competitions are where we see them get their opportunity, as that one's down to long on from Cushy, 141 for one Essex. So I do wonder, when you are a professional cricketer, at what point you have to make that decision if you do want to be playing regular cricket, and what conversations you're having if you're not in that team week in, week out. Where do you draw the line? We don't see that many sort of transfers, do we, in this sport?
Yeah, I suppose the problem when you're a younger player is you just want to be playing every single game, and I think just at the moment, with the amount of formats in county cricket, it's probably just not that possible to play every single game. People have got to be rested, and hopefully with that will eventually provide some opportunities. And at the moment, Essex got plenty of injuries as well, so Cushy, hopefully once the red ball season starts back up again, will get his chance, certainly on a more regular basis. And he's on strike now as Salter continues from the Hayes close. A quicker delivery, worked off the patch. In fact, that's come off a thin inside edge, just past leg stump down towards short fine leg for a single. Here on the BBC Essex, BBC Wales, 24th, start of the 24th over. Essex 143 for one. Cushy on 66, Wesley on 64. Wesley on strike. Right arm over to the right and back and swept away on the leg side. That's backward a square. There's a chase on here for the fielder. Dives, tumbling stop in the outfield. That's a good effort from the fielder down in the deep there. That was bouncing. It would have been bobbling away on that turf. And he's picked it up first time, rolled over. Throw comes in. It prevents the boundary and keeps Essex to 2, 145 for one. Wesley goes to 66. These two just chasing each other now, Wesley and Cushy, both on the same score. Wesley down the field, down to long on as Cushy hops over the ball. And they come through for a single, 146 for one.
I guess you can't really complain when you've got one of England's greatest ever batters keeping you out of the red ball side, perhaps.
Yes. As Salter comes in again, as Cushy backs away, cracks it down towards long off for a single, 147 for one. Yeah, it's hard to tell with the Knight of the Realm that you fancy taking his place.
Although I guess that will be something Essex will have in the back of their minds.
Here comes Salter again, off the back foot again, this time slightly wider of the man at long off. He's going to run around to pick it up. Yeah, oh, they don't come back for that's an excellent bit of fielding. They don't come back for a second. The man at long off, he had plenty of space to run into there, around about 20-30 yards, and he got round it to throw it on the right hand. Throw came in like a bullet, and it stopped the two batsmen coming back for a second run. At least one run saved there, 148 for one. Cushy on strike, coming towards the end of another over, really firing through these Salter. This one is driven down towards long off. The man at long off really in business in this over. It's another single to finish with. End of the over, 148 for one. Almost breathless stuff out there, coming up to halfway through the innings.
And we must have had another quite big gap though between the boundaries for Essex.
Yeah, the last one was that big six, wasn't it?
6.
3 or 4 overs, I reckon. 24 gone, 149 for one. Essex in a very, very strong position. And Glamorgan, probably quite rightly, given the heat, sticking with the spinners out there. Slowed down the rate, but that's obviously coincided as well with the fielders being allowed outside the 30-yard circle.
Colin Ingram to continue from the river end into Cushy. Just plays that one into the onside for no run. One more over from me, and then we'll bring Nick Webb back in. I don't think he's been at the ice cream stall during his break. As Ingram is into Cushy on the back foot, drives into the offside for no run.
Looks like James Harris is warming up again, so we might see some quicker bowling from the next over.
Ingram into Cushy. He's driven that one to long on for a single. And that's the 150 up for Essex. You can hear the applause from around the ground. It's come in 24.3 overs. Almost halfway as Ingram is into Cushy. Loops in and just knocked into the onside for no run. And off that 150, captain Tom Wesley has 68, Cushy 69 as Ingram is into Wesley, and that's Essex's first boundary in a little while. 4 for Tom Wesley. He just up in the air and bounced over the ropes, and that's an 151 run partnership as well for these two Essex batters.
Yeah, too short, easy backing away there from Wesley and pulled it away for 4 runs.
Ingram into Wesley, and that was up in the air. There was a dive in the onside, but it has gone for another 4 for Essex. A bit of a lucky shot there from Tom Wesley.
Well, as a fielder at mid-wicket that threw himself to his right-hand side, it was David Lloyd with the catching opportunity, but it was struck so well right out the middle of the bat. Thanks, Victoria. I'll see you again after the after the lunch interview in about half an hour's time, actually. Got plenty of overs to go yet, just midway through the Essex innings, but it was struck so beautifully by Tom Wesley and it raced away to the boundary once it was past the infield. If it had caught it, David Lloyd, it would have been one of those stunning catches, one of those ones that was stuck or not. A Superman dive to his right, but he couldn't quite get his arm stretched out far enough. And 4 runs to Essex. 158 for 1, halfway through the Essex innings. Perfectly poised. It's almost the exact same position they were in at Northants last weekend, but failed to go on and really post a big score.
Yes, it looks as though Glamorgan will be chasing far more than last year's encounter in Cardiff, where Essex made 289. Glamorgan got home by 5 wickets. On their way to winning the trophy. I'm just sliding in token gratuitous mentions of that while I can, because at this rate they're struggling to stay alive in this year's competition. Halfway mark, 158 for 1, and that 1 in the wickets column means that Essex really have licence to blast, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, hopefully it will have taken notice as to what happened to Essex last weekend, where they were in a very generous position midway through the innings and managed to stutter their way to 330 when they had 400 on the cards at one point, and obviously ended up losing the game. So not out of the game yet, Glamorgan, as Harris takes over from the Hayes close end, up to the stumps, right arm over to the right-handed bat bowls. That's a thickish outside edge along the ground from Cushy, run down towards third man for a single. 159 for 1. Cushy moves to 70. Wind's picked up as well. There's the black sheeted side screen at the far end, just buffeting away in the wind. Still looking sparse and dry out there, waiting for the weather to turn at the start of next week. Harris in again, down the slope, up to the stumps, and he bowls to Wesley off the pads this time, flicked away, that's fine, down towards a deep backward square leg. There's a chase on here for deep mid-wicket, he's going to get there, pick up on the right hand. They won't come back for the third. No, the throw's wide of the stumps, but the pick-up was quick and it prevented them coming back for a second run. Tough work out there for the batsman. Score goes to 161 for 1. Plenty of fluids being taken on. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you do want to get in touch with us. And was it Nick Webb 2017?
That's me.
A Twitter handle if you want to get in touch via Twitter. That's clipped away into the leg side, picked up at short mid wicket, and there's no run. 161 for 1. People starting to file in again now. Certainly more have appeared in the stands. I presume a lot are hidden away beneath us, taking shade from the sun. Harris turns at the top of his mark. Q's not yet building for refreshments as he bowls. That's punched away, backward and square on the offside, past the diving attempt at stop at backward point. and away for a boundary for 4 runs. Third man couldn't cut it off, and Wesley hit it hard enough, fine enough to get it away for a boundary. 165 for 1.
Yes, Glamorgan's bowlers really struggling for any sort of cohesion as a unit, as they did a couple of days ago as well.
Harris in again. Bowls to Wesley off his pads, just worked it to short fine leg for a single. 166 for 1.
It's a struggle keeping those things, our technical equipment, cool enough and preventing it from overheating. Hope the commentary machine doesn't react too badly to the heat.
Slightly worried it might melt into the shelf. We've got it on. Here comes Harris. Bowls again on the pads of the batsman, the batter, and that's Kushi, just working away down towards short fine leg for a single. End of the over. 171 for 1, and 26 overs of the Essex innings have gone.
Looking on the positive side, though, I've just made myself a cup of coffee, and however slowly I drink it, it's not going to go cold.
Slightly concerned it might boil up in this heat.
It might do. 167 for 1, Essex, and Glamorgan staring down the barrel of a very big chase indeed.
Are you a subscriber to drinking hot tea or hot coffee in this weather actually cools you down, or do you just like your coffee?
I just like some caffeine to keep me awake. There's no danger of falling asleep as far as the Essex supporters are concerned, with this big partnership flourishing as Ingram bowls on leg stump and turned away into the leg side for a single.
Big old moon ball that really did get some bloop on it. Just dipped on Kushi at the last minute. Had to adjust his stroke.
Can Ingram buy a wicket? 3 in the competition so far as he bowls short to Westley, who toe ends that one away. New chalk, please, to mid wicket.
Yeah, he's got away with that one, Ingram, hasn't he? That should have been belted away to the boundary.
Well, Ingram does tend to give the ball more air than the other spinners, and it's feast or famine really. That's driven out into the offside by Westley. No run as he's picked up the cover.
So where does the captain turn to next?
Himself.
Yeah.
4 wickets on, unless he can only take wickets at Northampton. Ingram bowls.
Oof.
That's pops a little bit, yeah, and nurdled away down to gully by Westley. No run. But yeah, so that might sound a stupid remark, but Kieran Carlson has only ever taken more than 1 wicket as an innings at Northampton. As forward comes Westley to defend. Good over this from Ingram. So he got 5 on his championship debut 6 years ago, and he got 4 on Friday in the One Day Cup. And Northampton, therefore, is the only venue on which he's ever claimed more than 1 wicket in an innings in senior county cricket. As Ingram bowls, Westley drives to cover, well fielded by the aforementioned Carlson. No run. Good over from Colin Ingram there. Got away with one early on maybe, but apart from that, caused Westley 1 or 2 questions as he pushed forward, not entirely as convincingly as he's played throughout the majority of this fine innings.
Yeah, nice over that from Ingram. Just kept the Essex batsman quiet. Just in that middle over phase where they're not quite hitting his boundary as frequently as they would like. So I just wonder if one of these wickets does fall, whether we might see Robin Das come in up the order. Just trying to take advantage of one less fielder outside that 30-yard circle. 168 for 1. Start the 28th here on BBC Essex and BBC Wales. Myself, David Brett, Nick Webb and Victoria Polly. That one's crashed away through the offside. Nicely struck, and that's 4 runs. That's beautifully out the middle of the bat from Kushi. Stepped forward on his left foot, almost a flamingo shot as he opened up the face of the bat and thrashed it away through the offside. Man who's fielding just in front of the pavilion away to our right hand side at deep cover. He was only about 10 yards away from that, just could not get there. The ball flew into the boundary rope for 4. 172 for 1.
Yes, Harris not enjoying today's proceedings. 1 for 41 already.
Be a bear with a sore head when he gets into the dressing room as Harris comes in again. That's shorter, and that's straight down the ground this time. It's going to be picked up by the man running round at mid-off in towards the mid-on position. Not quite timed by Cushy that time. And 1 run to the total, 173 for 1. Glamorgan in defensive mode here. All fielders set back on the edge of the 30-yard circle, except the man at short mid-wicket who's about 10 yards in. And then you've got the boundary riders at long on, deep mid-wicket. I'm sure there's a third man and there's a deep cover as well, as Wesley on his toes trying to pull that one away, but it's picked up on the bounce by the man at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. 173 for 1, Wesley's on 83, Cushy on 76, and we're in the 28th over here on BBC Essex. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us, or Nick Webb 2017 on Twitter if you prefer that social media. So toe end of the bat, fine down towards the third man boundary. Keeper had absolutely no chance. He was lucky not to thin edge that onto his stumps. Wesley gave it the kitchen sink trying to drive it back over extra cover. Toe end of the bat getting a lot of use in this inning so far, certainly in the last couple of overs, and that one races away for 4 runs. Wesley goes to 87, 177 for 1, and lucky to get away with that one. But a couple of emails in, we'll get to your emails shortly.
It's one of the very few really false shots that Wesley's played, isn't it? Might on another day have given Cullen a chance.
And he's on route to consecutive centuries in this competition as Wesley waits. 177 for 1, Wesley on 87. Harrison again, this time driven nicely into the offside, well timed, but on the bounce the man at cover. And there's no runners. James Harris skulks back to his mark. He's got that sweatband on his left wrist, going to need that today for sure. And Glamorgan just trying to find this breakthrough. Partnership now 175 between these two. Harris up to the stumps, bowls to Wesley, who doesn't time that one. He was trying to punch that way through the offside, but it sort of came off a thick inside edge down into the ground and fielded by the bowler, and that's the end of the over. 28 overs gone. BBC Online and on the app as well if you want to download that. 177 for 1.
Yeah, James Harris by some margin. Well, along with Douthwaite, the most expensive of the Glamorgan bowlers. Douthwaite going at 9, Harris just over that. Wheel at 5.2. Spinners going around about 5 or just under. Colin Ingram has bowled 3 overs for 15 so far, so he'll continue. And wouldn't be surprised to see Carlson as Ingram bowls to Cushy. He goes the big hit over mid-wicket. He's nailed it into the dressing room's area, over the marquee. I think that one went. Big hit. Not sure if that ball will come back or whether the umpires will need to look again for the box of new balls, with James Wheel is already bringing out towards them. 183 for 1 Essex as Feroz Kusi smashed that one over mid-wicket. Not quite maybe as big as his previous blow in that area, but still mighty effective.
He likes that area of the ground, doesn't he? He's more comfortable swiping away to the leg side. Nick's been in touch with us. He's sitting here in Crete enjoying the live stream. Nice of you to join us, Nick. Always a pleasure. And he says it's currently hotter in Chelmsford than it is in Crete. It's not often he's able to say that. No, it's not often we're able to say that either. Yeah, it's going to get more uncomfortable, I'm afraid, as the day heats up and the sun just arcs over the county ground. We get it right at the height and the heat of the day into the commentary box.
Woohoo!
Can't wait for that.
Lovely shades and hat on already for this member of the commentary team as Ingram bowls short and flat, and it's hoiked away for 6 more. Again soaring over the pavilion, and 2 huge blows by Feroz Kushi, and the crowd really enjoying this as Essex motor ever onwards. 189 for 1 as Kushi has now overtaken Tom Wesley again, and On comes the box of balls again. I wonder if I hope they've got a good stock there, because they're disappearing, aren't they? They have to be round about the same age.
Yeah, absolutely. Kushi really taking on the bowler on that leg side. That's a shot he likes.
Might be the end of Colin Ingram, and maybe a few overs from Kieran Carlson, who, being slightly shorter, doesn't tend to give it as much flight and forces the batsman to do a little bit more of the work. 88 to Kushi, 189 for 1, 2 successive sixes. What has Ingram got? It's ball outside off stump that he plays away. Into the offside for a couple of runs. Long chase for Tom Bevan. Round from extra cover to backward point. Easy 2, 191 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online. From BBC Essex Sport, BBC Sport Wales. Ingram bowls, and there's another 6. Kushi nails a massive blow over the same mid-wicket area. Third in 4 balls, and he moves up to 96, and the total onto 197 for 1. I think I'd better let you take over and get him to his century.
I was just looking at the umpire there. He's almost fed up there to put his arm in this weather, arms up for a 6, and then has to walk all the way to go and get a new ball as well. Yeah, suddenly he's raced on to 96 with those 3 sixes in the over.
5 sixes altogether.
5 sixes altogether. I'm pretty sure all in exactly the same place, or is there one down the ground as well?
The boundary.
Oh, David Atmanscore said all over the boundary. He's quite right as well. Ingram coming in, 41 on his back, bowls to Kushi, works the way into the leg side this time. He'll just take a single down towards deep mid-wicket. 97 to him, 198 for 1. Michael, we've got your email. We'll come to it very shortly. We'll wait just to see if Burrows gets his century. He is 3rd in this competition, 2nd in the competition this year. As someone bangs a drum below us, and Wesley plays out towards extra cover for no run. So Farushi will be on strike at the start of the next over on 97 not out. Essex 198 for 1 after 29. So just before the next over starts, Michael's been in touch with us. He says going on steadily. Wesley and Kushi are a little like Brown and Cook in the county championship. They make big scores but use up many overs, very low bonus points, and in this competition putting the later batters under pressure to accelerate the scoring rate. At this moment they're scoring at 95 strike rate. God, it's amazing the way we think 95 strike rate these days isn't enough. If you'd have said that 5 years ago, that'd have been absolutely amazing. The later players then lose their wickets. I half agree with you there, Michael, but I do think these two, particularly Feroz Kushi, have another gear in them to absolutely explode, and that's what he's been doing at the moment. I just think they got pinned down a little bit by the spin bowlers, and it's just one of those days.
Is relatively speaking, wasn't it? 5 and overs, pretty respectable.
Yeah.
The spinners were going for even before that assault on Colin Ingram. It's messed up his figures. David Lloyd is going to be into the attack for the first time from the Hayes close end. For him, 3 wickets at 13.6 in the competition this season, but he's not captaining the side on this occasion, of course. He is the Championship and T20 Blast captain, giving way to his younger colleague Kieran Carlson for this one, but he's turned back the medium pace of Lloyd.
And the thing is, Essex are almost halfway through their innings, 200 on the board, and if the old rules apply, they should be aiming for 400, which should be plenty. This one's worked off the pads down toward deep backward square leg. There's 2 runs here, so Kushi will get to 99. 200 up as well, 200 for 1 Essex in the 30th over. Kushi on 99 and Wesley on 87. Lloyd top of his mark. Long on's back, long off's back, deep cover and deep mid-wicket. Everyone else up inside the circle. Here comes Lloyd, skipping up to the crease as Kushi punches down the ground, and he'll get through for his 2nd century of the competition this season, his 3rd in the competition in the last 2 years. And a big punch of the fist. He takes off his hat, he raises his bat, he acknowledges all sides of the ground, his captain striding towards him as well. An excellent lock from the youngster, who goes to 100 again. Essex are 201 for 1, and Feroz Kushi goes to his 2nd century of the competition.
And a kiss of the turf to round it off.
Absolutely. Well deserved as well. Now all Michael wants to see is just to up that strike rate to around about 120, and we'll all be happy. So Kushi to his 100. Now Tom Wesley is on strike. He's on 87. He's looking for his 2nd century in 2 games. 201 for 1 in the 30th. Here on BBC Essex and BBC Wales. Here comes this next delivery from Lloyd. Flicked off the pads by Wesley down towards deep mid wicket for a single. Fine leg had gone back outside the circle for Wesley. Let's see if he keeps the same fielding position. He doesn't. He's coming back inside. So I think deep mid wicket. And nope. Fine leg is staying outside the circle. Long off's coming back in. Deep point remains outside the 30-yard circle in front of the pavilion away to our right hand side. Here comes Lloyd. Right arm over to the right-handed Kushi. That's cut away, timed nicely, but that field, it's a misfield. And that's going to be 4 runs. Lloyd's not going to be happy, the captain's not going to be happy, Glamorgan supporters aren't going to be happy, but Kushi is going to be delighted. 4 runs to him, a bobble in front of the fielder. It should have been a comfortable single. It turns into 4 runs, and Essex moved to 206 for 1.
Dan Douthwaite, the unfortunate fielder on that occasion, and I think maybe in these conditions you have to be a little bit forgiving.
Yeah, we've talked about it earlier in the game. The turf out towards the boundaries is scorched. It's bare, it's hard, and it's bobbly as well. 206 for 1 as he bowled him. Yes, full length delivery, and Kushi has been yorked by Lloyd. Didn't pick it up early enough. Kushi trying to whip it away through the leg side, and he holds his head to the sky. He thinks there was a big score there for the taking, but he's bowled by a full length delivery, and Essex lose their 2nd wicket in the 30th over. Clean bowled by Lloyd. Kushi goes for 104. Essex at 206 for 2, and listen to that applause. So it's on 87 deliveries. I know there was there 5 sixes in there, Dave? 5 sixes. 5 sixes and 4 fours for Feroz Kushi in his 100. Lovely knock from the youngster, but he goes. And now who's coming here? Are we seeing Rollifson? We are seeing Rollifson, so they haven't gone for Robin Das.
Yes, this will be a new name on Welsh listeners and viewers.
Yeah, he got a decent score in the last innings. He's an aggressive batsman. I think he's averaging somewhere around the late 30s. Big strike rate, or a high strike rate, so we're looking to push the game on.
And where's his country of origin?
Well, he's South African, but he might be a Dutch South African. I need to check that.
Yes, a few new names sprouting up in this this competition. Anyway, there's precious little pressure on him, and that, by the way, among minor business, equals the 2nd wicket record against Glamorgan. Gatting and Weeks for Middlesex 26 years ago. 203 the partnership. Just looking at the highest score against Glamorgan, 438 by Surrey. Whether Essex can have designs on 400 if they keep wickets in hand here.
Yeah, they should do, but like we said last time against Northants, it went off the rails. This is the point at which it started to go off the rails for them. Lloyd into Rollifson, keeper up to the stumps. That's worked in towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Little snigger there from Nick.
Well, Rollifson was off down the wicket. He's played it straight to the short fielder at mid-wicket there.
What can I say? We're very positive here down in Essex, as you found out last night.
Gosh. So Rollifson goes down for a chat with his captain mid-pitch. Oh, are we? We're not quite in the ballpark. I have to hand over to you for Wesley's centuries on 88, but Wheeler's back into the attack.
He's a native South African.
There we are.
He's been playing club cricket for Billericay and had made an appearance for Essex's second 11 team before being signed for the Royal London one-day competition.
There we are, the Billericay Rolifson's well known.
His first class average is 35.5. But List A cricket he averages 42.
Alright, so extensive career in South Africa then. Here comes James Wheel to bowl, and there's an appeal as the ball, I thought, came off an inside edge, trickled down towards the leg slip area. Yes, there was a bit of bat involved. And Wesley collects a single to move on to 89, 207 for 2. As the full glare of the sun comes into our commentary box. If we close the windows, the temperature would probably go up another 10 degrees. As a slight pause while we'll make sure he got his field right for the new bat. Wheel into Rolifson, who defends it on the leg side. And there's no run. I suppose there's no better way for Glamorgan to restrict the run rate than by getting a new batter at the wicket and forcing them to play themselves in, maybe. Say an over or two, but you never know in professional cricket these days. Playing yourself in can last a ball or two sometimes. Rolifson right-handed, and the light blue of Essex waits and defends another ball on the leg side. Relative calm is restored to the Glamorgan efforts in the field.
So Richard's got in touch with us, and we were talking about the previous emailer was talking about the strike rates of Wesley and Cooshie. Richard says probably should be noted the tail starts incredibly low today for Essex, with Benkenstein batting at 6 and Beard at 7. Richard's much happier seeing the two take the bulk of the overs and allow the later batters to just focus on scoring quickly.
Wheel is in. Bowls and run down past Gully, down to third man by Rolifson to get a single off the mark, 208 for 2.
And Richard was right in that as Cooshie got to his century. He says, well batted, young man. Yes, well batted, he's out now, but it was a very, very nice innings. Just starting to accelerate as well. He accelerated towards the century. 3 huge sixes.
Wheel at this river end. Into Wesley as he approaches a century as well, as clips that one on the leg side. We'll take a single out towards mid-wicket. Good afternoon and happy birthday to Richie Muck, one of our regular Welsh correspondents on Twitter. It's his 60th birthday today, and he's celebrating by watching some Glamorgan cricket on the stream. So
well, happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you, sir. Wheel.
Hopefully, from his point of view, they come back into the game a little bit more.
Yes. Wheel it into Rolifson, who nudges it on the leg side, thinks about a single. There isn't one to be had there. And the over, 209 for 2. Wesley has 90. Rolifson has 1. Cooshie has gone bowled by David Lloyd. I'm going to have to slip sideways to do a BBC Radio Wales update to be back with you fairly shortly.
No worries, thanks Nick. Yep, be back shortly. We'll have Victoria in on the mic as well. We've had a email in. I won't reveal who the emailer is because that is at the end. It says, congratulations for Rose, another 100 in the competition. Yeah, excellent knock. Almost makes me want to play for Woodford Green third again to improve my average of 5. I'm sure it's better than 5. Happy Uncle Farouk. So Rose's uncle has emailed in to congratulate him on his century, and from all of us here at Essex, another century on the board. Very, very much congratulations to Feroz. That one's clipped out to the leg side by Wesley off the bowling of David Lloyd, down towards deep mid-wicket for a single. 211 for 2. 210 for 2. Sorry, the scoreboards have updated. Rolifson on strike, he defends into the offside, and there's no runs. Wesley on 91. Essex on 210 for 2 at the start of the 32nd over here on BBC Essex. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. Nick will be back shortly. In the meantime, we've got Victoria back in the sweltering heat. Unfortunately, you're in the hot seat, literally in the hot seat at the moment, as the sun comes over. Lloyd in again, keeper up to the stumps as that works off the pad by Rollifson down towards deep mid wicket for another single. 211 for 2, and Rollifson gets to 2.
Not much of a breeze at the moment around, is there? I think it's just artificial, created by the fan at the back of the commentary box.
Yeah, it needs to get a little more blowy in here to keep us a bit cooler. Here comes Lloyd up to the stumps, bowls to Wesley, who drives through the offside. There's going to be a shot at the stumps as Rollison gets back. It was an excellent throw, but Rollison was quick, and he was well in his crease by the time the ball got there. A beautiful bit of fielding from the man at short extra cover. Couldn't prevent the single though. 212 for 2 in the 32nd.
He is quick, Rollison, and he does like a quick single as well. I noticed from the innings that we've seen him with Essex so far, very keen to get down the wicket and take those runs.
He's a busy cricketer. Men inside the circle at mid on, mid off. Extra cover, sorry, short extra cover, short third man and short mid wicket. As Lloyd bowls to Rollifson, can't beat the infield again, and there's no run. Again, proving the old adage, the only way to really slow the scoring in the short format of the game is to continue to take wickets. 212 for 2. Crowd building here though, slowly. Lloyd turns to come in again. Hazy sunshine. Bowls full, driven back past the bowler, and Rollison will get through for a single. Score moves to 213 for 2, and that's the end of the 32nd over. So Essex getting towards the business end of the innings. 18 overs left, 8 wickets in hand, 212 on the board, 350 the absolute minimum from here. And Robin Das in next, but as one of our emailers was saying, Richard, Essex's tail does start a little bit low today.
Yeah, we were talking about the experience as well of the bowling lineup and how they will fare when it comes to the Glamorgan innings. James Whale will continue to bowl from the river end. It's Rollifson on strike. Well into Rollifson, and he has a slash at that, but he's missed. It's through to Cullen, the wicket keeper, for no run. And Rollifson, much like the new signing Raymond Tall, who's in the starting lineup ahead of Jamie Porter today, who's out with a groin strain, is someone that's been plying his trade in the Essex League so far this summer. Essex always keeping tabs on what's happening at the club level of the game, and they've managed to spot a couple of overseas players who they thought would be handy for this competition. As well as into Rollifson again. He has a brief swipe at that one, but it's through to Cullen once more for another dot ball in this well over.
Yes, and Essex have moved on to 213 for 2. They've only just enjoyed,
I guess with the increase in streaming of club games as well for Essex, someone like John Charles, who keeps tabs on all the various players around the county, are able to see what's going on a little bit easier than having to make various trips. As well is into Rollifson again. He just dabs that one into the offside for no run. You can log in on a Saturday afternoon and choose to watch them anywhere, really, if the club game's getting a bit more sophisticated in terms of the streaming that they have, much like the streaming that you're listening to us here on BBC Essex and BBC Wales as well.
Bring Nick back in at the end of this over. No rest for the wicked.
Well, is in past the umpire to Rollifson, who drives that one up to mid-off, takes a single. Essex 214 for 2.
Just wondered, Nick, any ice baths after your 32 overs at wicket keeping in the field, or just straight in the car, straight down to Essex?
Quick shower.
No messing.
An ice bath sounds good right now.
Oh yes.
well is in to Wesley. Wesley just clips that one into the leg side. He will just go for the single as long on James Harris comes into field. And that is the end of the over? No, I'm one ahead. I'm one ahead. We've got one more from James Whale from the river end.
Doing well to quieten things down again here, Glamorgan. Wesley not taking so many risks. That probably does speak to our previous emailer about the strike rates. Wesley's probably a little bit slower than Cushy, and Cushy's one who can get going because he does play the shot. Wesley a little bit more circumspect.
Well is into
shot.
Rolfson, who's just driven that one straight back past the bowler for 4 runs to Essex and move them on to 215 for 2.
I mean, Wesley's still 93 off 95, so he's not doing too badly. I'll make way for Nick.
Thank you very much, David. He'll be back a little bit later. Nick Webb will join us once more. Lots of people starting to make their way around the ground now, perhaps off for a drink or something to eat, but still the majority of the supporters at the county ground this afternoon here trying to find some shade as they watch Essex bat. 219 for 2 they are. Wesley 93 off 95, Rolleston 8 off 14. As Nick is back with us as a single off the first ball of the Lloyd over.
Yes, I don't move with the greatest of grace in a confined space, as you can probably hear in the background. But a few more days like yesterday and might be slightly less of me. It's hot work.
Would you like to take David Lloyd?
Okay, Lloyd bowling to Rollofson, who clips him away on the leg side for a single. 221 for 2. And Glamorgan really in need of getting rid of Wesley so they can maybe bowl at some less experienced men in the middle order. And Essex hoping their captain can take things deep, as they say. Lloyd bowls, driven through the offside by Wesley, may pick up 4 runs. It's a despairing dash from Douthwaite in front of the hospitality tent. He doesn't get to the ball in time. And it's very nicely placed indeed by Tom Wesley. 225 for 2, thank you. As Wesley moves on to 98, would you like to take his century?
Let's see how we get on as Lloyd comes in from the Hayes close end to Wesley. It's up into the leg side for no run. 98, the Essex captain is on.
Certainly been leading from the front in recent weeks.
It's been good to see from Tom Wesley, the captain in the one-day competition and in the county championship as well. As Lloyd is in on the volley, Wesley will take the single. They won't come back for the second, so he moves to 99. Essex 226.
Morgan trying to keep Rollofson maybe on strike a little bit more. He's 9 off 15. No shame in taking a few, maybe a couple of overs to get the measure of the pitch and the bowlers. As Lloyd in to bowl, Rollofson drives down the ground, will take the single to long on, 227 for 2. As Rollofson moves into double figures and pinches the strike. So Wesley will have to wait a little more before reaching 3 figures once more. Various waving from the Glamorgan fielders. David Lloyd, I think, probably do with a drink.
Yeah, I can imagine thirsty work out there at the moment. So what are we? 34 overs in as well. It's a bit of a slog out there in the field at this time of day, and we're going to have a change of bowling from the river end. Prem Sisodia's back on. Left arm spin, and it will be Grant Rollofson to face as it's just putting his arm over, having a couple of warm-up bowls in front of us. And he's now ready to begin with Essex 227 for 2. In comes Sisodia, and Wolfson's just forward, pushes that one back to the bowler for no run.
So Glamorgan seamers have been largely quite expensive.
As Sisodia is into Wolfson, this time on the back foot. He whips that one into the offside for a single to bring Tom Wesley back on strike. Tom Wesley on 99.
Interesting to see who actually bowls out for Glamorgan. They've used 7 bowlers so far.
Sisodia into Wesley. Wesley off the pads. A couple of oohs and ahs from around the field as Cullen collects and throws back to his bowler.
Going way down leg. Could have told you that from here.
Yep. We're in line with the square today, the one in use, in line with our commentary box as Sisodia is in, and Wesley turns that one round the corner for his century. They think about coming back for a second, they won't, but the captain has another 100 in front of his home fans. His second successive century here at Chelmsford in the One Day Cup. Captain Tom Wesley celebrates with Grant Rollison at the non-strikers end, takes the acknowledgement of the fans around the ground, and he is 100 off 101 balls.
Yeah, certainly plenty to celebrate for Essex at the moment. Looks like being a very challenging total at this at Glamorgan.
Rollison will face the next ball from Sisodia. That's up in the air and it will drop safe. And fielded by long off for a single. $230 for 2, Essex now. Final ball of this Sisodia over from the river end, and it's Wesley on strike, and again he just clips that one into the leg side for a single. It's keeping things calm, but in that over we saw 4 singles and crucially the 100 for Tom Wesley. 231 for 2 are Essex, and I think we may have another drinks break.
Yeah, so 25 over total was 158 for 1, so they've scored 73 for 1 in the last 10 with, oh hang on, are we 34 or 35? 30, it is 35. It is 35. The one board is quicker than the other. So 15 to go. Essex will probably get northward of 350, you would have thought, at this stage, going at 8 and over in the final 15 with plenty of wickets in hand, as BBC Essex Fleece is put to unusual use of keeping the things cool or slightly less hot.
And the sun's just moving round towards us, and I can feel the box getting hot, and we wouldn't want to disappear off air, as happened recently during the hot weather here at Chelmsford. So
really, it's all overheated, did it?
Measures.
Oh, I don't blame you. You're not missing any action because it's a drinks break, and heaven knows they need it. 231 for 2. So yesterday we had drinks breaks every 10 overs, and luckily there were a couple of trees near the boundary, so we all retreated to the shade for a few minutes just to calm things down. 231 for 2. If you are just joining us, the only wickets to have fallen today after Essex won the toss and decided to bat first. Josh Rymel went in the first over, caught it slipped by David Lloyd off James Harris for 2. That's 3 for 1, and then 203 runs later, Feroz Kushi was yorked by David Lloyd, having hit 104 off just 88 balls, 5 sixes. Were those all off Colin Ingram? The sixes. There's fire a random question as a scorer. Just the 3 off Ingram. 3 biggest ones, I think. Also off Sisodia and Douthwaite. Thank you.
David Jackman doing all the numbers at the back of the box for us today.
As the little drinks cart makes its way off, and Andrew Salter is the latest man in the firing line for Glamorgan, and he has bowled 5 overs, 0 for 24. Sisodia has 7 overs, 0 for 32. Ingram went for 36 in 4 thanks to that assault by Kushi. Hit 3 sixes in the space of 4 balls. David Lloyd's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 20. So Andrew Salter, experienced all-rounder, capped earlier this season. Only the 1 wicket so far in this competition, but has been among Morgan's more economical bowlers as he gets Wesley a little bit tucked up there and playing the ball gently to northeast at cover. There's no run. 231 for 2. We're through 35 overs here at the county ground, Chelmsford. Salter bowls, appeal for LBW, not given. Beseeching Andrew Salter, down on one knee as the ball just trickled out gently on the leg side. Well, any dot ball is welcome, but to get into the relatively inexperienced Essex middle order would be very welcome, but Wesley's preventing that. That's hit away hard through the offside, off the back foot, just the singler up to wide long off on this occasion. And maybe Wesley is getting to the stage where the 33-year-old captain isn't running the first one quite as hard as he was earlier on. Single taken, 232 for 2. Salter to Rolofson. Just the obligatory 5 within the circle. Reverse sweep comes out, and he's played that very nicely as Grant Rolofson nailing it as it raced away to the backward point boundary for 4 runs, and Salter stands in the pitch giving it a bit of a teapot and pondering in the injustice of life in general, and bowling spin to well-set batsmen in particular. 236 for 2.
Nicely timed there from Rolofson, made the decision early, got his bat to the ball and giving Essex a welcome boundary.
Salter to Rolofson, reverse again, and he's hit that one fine of third man this time, and then this will roll away for 4 more over the Sahara-like outfield in front of us at the river end. Nicely placed, those 2 shots. One was squarer, the other he pivoted round and dragged it down quite fine to third man for 4 more. Will Salter fire one in or give it a bit more air? 240 for 2. 36 over here on BBC Sport Online from sunbaked Chelmsford, as we try and keep various tablets and laptops from exploding in the commentary box.
And ourselves.
And ourselves. Next ball is chopped away through the offside for 4 more. I didn't quite get the pitch of it, I don't think, but hit it pretty firmly down towards backward point. Managed to place the ball once more, and a 3rd boundary to Rolofson gets him really motoring along. And Essex on to 244 for 4 in 36 overs, with Rolofson on 24 not out.
That's really nice from Rolofson, finding the gaps, managing to place and time the ball there to get those boundaries. I just felt Tom Wesley a couple of times on those shots was just picking out the fielders and having to take the singles. So Rolofson just helping Essex along there. As from Sisodia will return from the river end. Tom Wesley on strike for Essex. The left arm of Sisodia is in, and this time Wesley is down on his knees trying to sweep one away into the leg side. He's missed it. It's through to Cullen for no run. 241 for 2, Essex, as Sasodia is in again to Wesley. He takes a step wide this time and it's straight back at Sasodia, not where he was intending it. Stop for no run.
Umpire taking evasive action there.
It was hit with force, and you wouldn't want to be on the end of that one. As Sasodia comes in for his 3rd ball of the over. Wesley again down on his knee, looking to swipe that one away in the offside. It is stopped briefly at covers and then picked up by long off. They take the single.
Yeah, I think that probably saved 3 runs. The dive from Kieran Carlson at cover and propelled the ball vaguely towards Wheel at long off.
Rollison on strike. Essex 245 for 2. Sasodia's in, and this time Rollison takes a step wide and it's down again to long off. Wheel doing the bulk of the work so far in this over.
It's quite an interesting cat and mouse battle between bowler and batters, trying to use their feet to the spinner.
As Sasodia is in again to Wesley. It's out again to Wheel at long on for another Essex single. 247 for 2.
Intelligent bowling by Sasodia in his first team match in this format.
I've seen him, well, he's just 1 ball short of having bowled 8 overs in this match, as he's in again to Rollison, who pushes that one out to the covers for no run. So at the end of the over, Essex 247 for 2. Captain Tom Wesley on 104 and Grant Rollison 25 in the 37 overs gone.
104, the same total as posted by Feroz Kushi, slightly more rapidly thanks to his smashing of 6s on the leg side, 5 of them in his 104 off 88 balls. Glamorgan with just a little committee meeting. Where do we go next? Between Kieran Carlson, his bowler, and I think it's Colin Ingram chipping in a senior opinion there as well.
What will the verdict be?
Just thinking of ways to potentially break this stand, which is already worth 41. Rollison has got 25 of them. Salter bowls and beats Wesley outside off stump through to Cullen. Trying to run down, I think, towards 3rd man on that occasion. Didn't get anything on it. James Harris is up in the circle at short 3rd man. And the 5 needed in the circle at this stage. Down the pitch comes Wesley, stumped by a country mile. Tom Cullen with some fine work. Wide calls. 248 for 3. And Wesley goes for 104, level with Kushi's score.
Another good innings there from Tom Wesley in this competition, following on from his 109 in the previous home game here against Kent. He was just trying to take a swipe at that one. It was well wide. We saw that signal from the umpire, but he was looking for the big hit out of his crease, and Cullen was quick enough to whip the bails off and send him back to the pavilion.
Yeah, just getting a wee bit frustrated, Tom Wesley, maybe looking to push on, giving him a premeditated charge, and you just wonder whether that was one of the tactics that Salter had been discussing with Carlson and Ingram at the start of the over. If he gives the charge, whip it down leg side, off goes Tom Wesley, level with Feroz Kushi's score, 104 apiece.
And Robin Das will be the new man at the crease for Essex. Scores of 19, 47 and 22 so far in this competition, making his list day debut this season. And he played a couple of T20 games as well this summer. He can hit big, can Robin Das, and that's what Essex will want him to continue on from what we've seen from Feroz Kushi in these innings so far for Essex.
Yes, with just 3 wickets down, 38th over. Essex really have got licence to go after the Glamorgan bowling, try and get potentially over 350, who would have thought, from here, going at about sevens. Salter in to bowl to the new man Das, who has played himself in. Now he's played that one to Carlson at short mid-wicket. Now he can open his shoulders. This man up at long on the boundary. Mid-wicket is about 3/4 of the way out. Salter bowls and Das chips that one up to mid-off and goes through for a quick single. Didn't look entirely under control, that shot, as Das, on his second ball, was giving Salter the charge, and it was a little bit aerial and it was a little bit hurried as Ingram had a shot at the stumps and missed. 249 for 3. Rolofson on to strike, having hit 3 fours off Salter backward of square on the offside in the last over, so Glamorgan stick another fielder in that area. As Salter is in to Rolofson, who takes advantage of the wide open spaces on the leg side to take a comfortable single up to long on. Throw from Bevan comes in. The applause from the Essex crowd is for the 250 coming up in the 38th over. The 200 was in the 30th, so making progress at just better than a runner ball. As a big hit on the leg side by Das. Salter drifting towards leg stump and Das smashing it away for 254 for 3. Andrew Salter, one of the more demonstrative cricketers. You can usually tell what he's thinking.
Looks pensive at the moment, doesn't he?
Yes, there's usually a great deal of optimism. Salter has his hand in the air at any suggestion of beating the bat or getting the better of the batsman in any way, but that was a what was that all about? 254 for 3. As Das moves on to 5, his first boundary. Will he give Salter the charge again? Yes, and he's hit that one over long off. That one may well go all the way as well. That was a well struck shot by Das. He's cleared the ropes and the boundary boards at long off. Mid off was up in the circle. 260 for 3, so a wicket, but still plenty of runs in that over.
Well, that's exactly what I'm sure Robin Das will have been told that he can come in and do. We've seen him hit big already in this competition, and as you say, with just the 3 wickets down still for Essex, he has got a bit of freedom to try and play those shots. He didn't look entirely comfortable in that first one against Salter, but he found his feet with another 4 and a 6 off of his over. Prem Sisodia will continue to bowl from the river end. Grant Rolofson on strike for the start of this one. He's on the back foot. He just knocks that one into the leg side for a single. Essex 261 for 3. Good to see the water bottles being brought round for the cameraman in front of us, keeping hydrated out there in the heat of the sun. As Sisodia is in to Das, and he hasn't caught that one properly. Das, he's going to be caught. It's up in the air, and he goes. He didn't get hold of that one, did Robin Das, looking to play it straight back down, and Essex are now 261 for 4.
Yes, I mean, there's a minor danger, I suppose, of falling away if they do lose wickets regularly, but Rolofson well set. Das came in hitting from the start. Sam Northeast was the man underneath that skied ball. Ended up caught at point, as in comes Aaron Beard at number 6 for the home side, presumably with similar instructions. Just get on with it.
Yeah, so Robin Das goes for 11, a quick fire 11.
Yeah, wickets in successive overs, yeah.
And Aaron Beard can that. He's not scored the majority of his runs in this competition, but he will be asked to try and do something here for Essex. His highest score in this competition, 22 not out. He's scored 20 in 2 of the games he's played so far this competition, and a 14 as well. And perhaps play a cameo role here to Grant Rolifson and just allow him to try and keep this run rate up for Essex. It will be Beard, the left-hander, on strike though to face Sisodia. He just comes forward, and that one's all the way through for 4 runs, and that will be 4 byes. Just not quite sure how that crept through, but it did.
Well, it kept a bit low. It was a bit obscured from us. Played forward. Cullen maybe unsighted from the left-hander.
265 for 4 is the Essex score. Sisodia is in again to Beard. Just drives that one uppishly into the leg side for a single. Gets off the mark. Well, a little bit of a change in the field for the left-right combination.
Just to make things take longer in the sunshine.
Just because that's exactly what you want to be doing, a little bit of extra running in the field in the heat, as Sisodia is in to Rolifson, who drives straight back past the bowler for a single. It's fielded at long off. 267 for 4.
We're having to peer to see the score at all.
I'm not helped as well by the fact my contact lens is getting a bit uncomfortable. I feel like I'm crying in the commentary box as Sisodia is into Beard, and he is out, caught behind. He was unmoved. The appeal came in from Cullen, and the umpire signals that Aaron Beard needs to make his way back to the pavilion. So he goes for 1.
So apart from the 4 byes, it's been excellent over for Glamorgan, with Sisodia striking twice. And as I say, just a little danger that Essex will fall away now, and Grant Rolifson, responsibility on him maybe to not hang around, but to just play a little bit more circumspectly for a couple of overs to make sure that Essex don't disappear down the plug hole completely. I mean, they've got enough runs on the board already with 12 overs, 11 overs left to make a competitive game of it. And they should easily score well over 300, but maybe not quite now the 350 plus that they must have been targeting at one point.
And he's had to wait until the 9th over of his spell, but Prem Sisodia with 2 wickets on his list day debut.
As I say, experienced in T20 Blast cricket, 33 appearances there, but be relieved to have a couple of victims in this competition. Apologies if there are slightly fewer stats than usual, but it's virtually impossible to keep my tablet out of the sun, and these things overheat and pack up if they get too aerated. Here is Andrew Salter to bowl, hit away on the leg side, and he's found a gap there as Rolifson has taken a bit of a fancy to Salter's bowling. He's taken a series of boundaries off him, and that one pulled away comfortably enough for 4. 271 for 5 at the start of this 40th over, I think. Salter into Rolifson again. Slog sweep through the leg side. He's this time found the man at mid-wicket. And just the single, 272 for 5. Even the Essex crowd are slightly quieter than usual. Used to them being really rowdy on T20 nights, but maybe they are stunned into silence by these scorching temperatures and just concentrating on getting enough fluid or ice cream inside them. 272 for 5. Left-handed Nija on strike, and he's bowled.
Oh dear.
Pushing forward, and Essex see Nija bowled Salter first ball, 272 for 6, and 3 wickets now have fallen for 11 runs, or 4 wickets for 34, if you prefer it that way. And well, this might be something of an anticlimax from the home point of view, and Welsh viewers and listeners would be delighted to finally see a bit of success for. I'm sure there's been the fight in the dog all the way through, but there's a long old stand there of 30 overs unbeaten between Cooshie and Wesley, both of them getting centuries. Now Glamorgan striking back with 3 men dismissed relatively quickly and cheaply.
Yeah, real shift in momentum in the last few overs with those quick wickets for Glamorgan.
4 wickets in 15 balls, thank you.
Balls, says our scorer David Jackman, and Essex looked to be on course for a really competitive total here at Chelmsford, but they're just faltering slightly now. Shane Snater coming to the crease for Essex, 41 against Kent. His best list A score. He's got a couple of scores in the 70s as well in first-class cricket this season so far. And if anyone is going to hang around for Essex and try and build this score with Grant Rollifson, you would hope that it would be him.
Off goes the drinks trolley again as Salter prepares to bowl to the new bat. He's got rid of 2 left-handers now, or Glamorgan have. As pushing forward goes Snater rather uncertainly, and Cullen whips off the bails just in case. Next delivery from Salter into bowl, and Snater hits it hard up to long on, just the single, 273 for 6. Plenty of chat now in the Glamorgan field, trying to make themselves believe that they can run through the lower order in the wake of Essex subsiding the other day. Full toss from Salter, smashed away on the leg side. He's found a gap and will get, I think, 4 runs. Long chase for the man on that leg side. I think it's still Bevan out there, and a long way to make up. And
James Whale.
Well, thank you. I got a better angle on that one, and well, Salter, after a decent over, sort of letting himself down slightly with the final ball, which looked like full toss from this distance. 277 for 6 with 10 overs to go. How many more can the home side add?
Well, it's all down at the moment to Grant Rollifson and Shane Snater, and I was talking about the experience of the bowling lineup earlier, and Shane Snater is certainly one who they will be looking to lead from the front in that way as well. Just taking his guard, ready to face the first ball of Prem Sisodia's over from the river end. Sisodia in, and then it's just played with a straight bat by Snater, just loops up in the air and drops onto the pitch in front of him. No run. 277 for 6 Essex. It's the first ball of the 41st. So Sodia's in again, and Snater is just forward, pushing onto the offside for no run. In comes Sisodia once more. It's clipped into the leg side by Snater. They'll take a single, fielded by long on. James Harris down there to our right hand side. 278 for 6. Just a bit of a breeze making the makeshift sight screen across from us billow in the wind as Sisodi is in once more. Rolfsson flashing that one into the offside. Through the covers, fielded for 2 runs that time. Quick running between Rolfsson and Snater. Rolfsson, the South African. Snater, Dutch, but with South African descent as well. It will be Rolfsson to face the 5th ball of the Sisodia over. He just clips that one back to the bowler. Just checking how hot our equipment is getting here in the box as Sisodia is in for his final ball. Ooh. And that's driven straight by Rolfsson. It had Sisodia diving away to his right hand side to try and stop the ball. It's eventually stopped by long on for a single, and they're 281 for 6 are Essex after 41 overs. And then is it me or you making way now for David?
Victoria, apparently.
It's me.
Apparently it's you.
So I will see you again very shortly.
Yeah, I'll have to vacate just before the 2 o'clock, so we'll be... all right, no, I've got my marching orders now. Yes, I think you're right. I've lost track completely of where we are. Chelmsford, yeah.
So often it goes. And David will come in.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot where we were.
And while we shuffle round here in the commentary box, we'll get ready for another Salter over from the Hayes close end. Dug out of the pitch by Rolfsson up to mid-on for a single, long on. That brings Shane Snater onto strike. In comes Salter and he's down on his knee, trying to play at that one. Snater appeals for LBW and it's given. So Shane Snater now on his way for Essex. They're 282 for 7. And Snater goes for 2.
Yeah, it's almost a carbon copy of what happened at Northampton last weekend, I'm afraid. Essex got themselves in a really good position and now suddenly find themselves struggling. They were looking towards 400. They'll now be lucky to get 350. One of these next 4 batsmen needs to come off. The one advantage they do have is that Rolfsson is still there, so there'll be a lot of pressure on him. But Essex again just making a little bit of a hash after making an excellent start. I suppose it goes a little bit back towards the email we had from one of our callers that was suggesting that perhaps Coochie and Wesley were going along at a slightly slower strike rate. I don't 100% agree with it, but now it is looking like they were going along too. But it's not their fault that everyone comes in and starts to lose their wicket. So I think it's got to be a bit of give and take on that part. The tail enders need to, or certainly the lower order batsmen need to come in and do their job. Unfortunately, the middle order's not really firing.
No, and that's the thing, isn't it? If Coochie and Wesley had come in and scored that and then had that support from the middle order, then we wouldn't probably be having that conversation. But as it is, Essex are now 282 for 7. Jamal Richards is at the crease for the Eagles, the 18-year-old who made his debut at the start of this competition. He's impressed with a 46 and a couple of not outs so far in the games that he's played, and he will face Salter. He just dabs that one into the offside for a single, gets himself off the mark and brings Rolfsson back on strike.
We've had some emails, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. I don't know if you've managed to go anyone.
I haven't, no.
Stumped off a wide, so this was going back to the Wesley stumping. I haven't seen that for many a while. That's from IOW Shrimper. Yeah, it's a long time since I've seen one of those.
Salter into Rolfsson, who just pushes at that one back up towards the bowler.
Whew.
Salter to Wolfson, who this time clips into the leg side. They've taken the single, think about the second, but think better of it. And Richards is back on strike.
Just one final thing on the strike rates. I mean, Wesley was 93 off 95 at one point, so he was hardly going slow. What I would have said was perhaps once Cushy had lost his wicket, I would have been tempted to put Das in just for take advantage of the lack of fielders outside the circle.
Richards has hit this one long and high. It's gone for 6 runs straight back over. Salter over log on and almost, well, perhaps even out of the ground and into Hayes Close to move Essex along to 290 for 7.
And Nick's been in touch about that Wesley dismissal as well. He thinks it's so unfair being stumped off an illegal delivery as a bowler lures the batsman down the pitch and tries to get him out illegally. It's in the rules, so unfortunately it's illegal.
I think we may well be looking for another ball as the umpire just comes over to James Harris, who's got the selection.
I feel like I need to change a kit at half time myself. Sweltering here. There's a gentleman down to our right hand side who's got the right idea. He's got a sun hat on and an umbrella up as well.
Yeah, I guess they're protecting themselves, but I was quite surprised at the number of long sleeves out in the field from the Glamorgan fielders, but I guess if you want to keep yourself from catching the sun, it's probably a risk to take to be slightly warmer as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's wise in this weather, especially with the UV rays. Taking their time trying to find another ball. Is this the fourth or fifth new ball we've had, or change of ball, after the ball's been hit out of the ground in this match so far?
Yeah, we definitely had a couple of stoppages after the Feroz Kushi sixes, which may well be still floating around the river.
Okay, we've got Duthwaite from the river end. It's Rawson on strike. Big hit from Jamal Richards at the end of that last over. Here comes Duthwaite. Rollison just dabs that down towards third man and takes an easy single. 291 for 7. We're at the start of the 33rd over here. But on BBC Essex, BBC Wales, online as well, bbc.co.uk/sport, and on the app if you want to listen to us on the go. Essex having won the toss. Well, they were doing really well at the midway point, looking on course to get 400, but they lost 4 wickets in 15 deliveries and have lost another one since. They're now 291 for 7 and just stuttering. Still, they should be aiming towards that 350 mark. How close they'll get, we'll see. Duthworth in, crashed down the ground, and Jamal Richards taking the attack to the bowler. Lovely looking shot there. Great shape to the bat, a big swing of the free arms. His form, his body was statuesque, and he just pumped his wrists through the ball, and it flew through mid-off for 4 runs. 295 for 7.
He's looking really confident with the bat, isn't he, so far for Essex? Really strong with these shots. He can hit big, and hopefully for Essex can stick around with Wolfson.
Duthwaite 88 on his back, and that one beats the outside edge as Jamal Richards tries to dab that one down fine towards third man, and there's a no run. Lost the last 5 for 26 runs. Sorry, lost the last 5 off last 26 balls. 5 for 26. Sorry, I've read your writing now, Dave. Sorry about that, it's my fault. Here comes Duthworth in again. That's pulled away over mid-wicket. That's going to be 4 more runs down towards Cow Corner. Didn't entirely get all of that, Jamal Richards, but just enough to get it over the man at mid-wicket. Slightly toe-endy, probably turned the bat over in his hand, but away for 4 runs. And Essex taking the attack back to Glamorgan. 295 for 7.
Yeah, that's what they need in these last few overs, just to build that score and give Glamorgan something really competitive to chase.
Here comes Duthworth again, and that's through the swipe of Jamal Richards. Tries a late cut on that, but through to the wicketkeeper and there's no run. So I just had a wander around the ground just while I was off air last. There are plenty of people who are milling around the back of the stands, taking shade and refreshments. A few people enjoying themselves as Duthworth in. That's pulled away leg side now. That's going to interest the fielder, and it's caught down a deep backward square leg. Richards got a lot of it, but not enough to carry it over the boundary. It's probably one of the longer boundaries on the field, and the fielder was perfectly paced, barely had to move to his right hand side. The only thing he had to worry about was the distance on the shot. The ball was dying on him, but he got his finger underneath it, and that's the 8th wicket to fall. Essex shy of 300, 299, and they've lost their 8th wicket. Jamal Richards goes for a bright and breezy, but from an Essex point of view, not enough at the moment, 15.
No, and that's been the story, hasn't it, of the Essex innings since the 104 from Feroz Kushi and the 104 from Tom Wesley. We saw Robin Das with a couple of big hits before he went for 11, and then Beard, Nijar, Snater not able to really get off the mark, and again Jamal Richards, couple of big hits trying to build that Essex score, but not enough to really impact on the total.
So 299 for 8. So 299 for 8. Sorry about that. I was just taking on some liquids. I forgot to put myself back in. Rollison is still there though. He's on 43. So it looks like Benkenstein is the new batsman. He'll be at the non-strikers end at the start of the new over.
Some bingo calling going on as Salter is in to Benkenstein. He just hits that one for no run.
It's for a single.
Oh, single, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Down to long on, it's 300 up for Essex.
So that was the applause for the 300. So it is now Benkenstein on strike for Essex. That single to Rollison, and he turns that one into the leg side for no run. Salter past the umpire, and this time Benkenstein is down on his knee. There's appeals for LBW. Umpire's unmoved.
Big shot first up for a number 9. That a big huge sweep towards the leg side. So they're not hanging about here, Essex. Be lucky to get through their 50 overs here.
I would have thought that the message would have been to hang around with Rollison there, as Salter's in again. Benkenstein just knocking that one up to long on for a single.
Problem when you're a tail ender, your eyes just light up, especially from the spinners.
301 for 8. Salter into Rollison, who turns that one into the onside for another single, just trying to keep Essex ticking over here. 302 for 8. We've got my parents who are over watching the other side of the ground, and they say Billy Root's doing a very good job with the drinks coming along with the trolley. He's been asking if they want any ice creams, keeping cool. I don't think he'd actually go and get them if they said yes though, as Salter is in to Benkenstein, who looks like he wants the quick single and was making his way down the pitch. Salter was across to the ball, and eventually there's no run for Essex off the last ball of that over. 302 for 8 with 44 gone.
Yeah, there were a few things wrong with that. There was no run there in the first place, so Rollison was completely correct to send him back. Also, it was the end of the over, so Rollison quite rightly wants to keep the strike, but yeah, it would have been a suicidal single had they'd have gone for it. But Benkenstein managed to make it back into his ground. The pick-up as well at mid-wicket wasn't clean, yeah, which gave him a chance to get back. 302 for 8, so Essex make it to the 44th over. bbcsexcricket@gmail.com if you do want to get in touch with us. Fielder goes out towards deep backward square leg. Duthwaite in now, bowls, and that's a thick outside edge, or was it inside edge onto pads? Whatever happens, it's just dropped into the offside. Rollison trying to work it away down towards deep mid-wicket. He only gets a single, which means Benkenstein may get the bulk of this over. 303 for 8. Rollison moves to 45. So after big starts from Cushy and Wesley, I suppose the only thing they'll be annoyed with themselves about is they got out fairly cheaply after getting to their hundreds. If one of them could have gone on, it could have been a different story, but unfortunately for them, the lower middle and lower order just haven't really stuck around. Just Rollison just hanging about at the moment as Benkenstein defends out into the offside. Perhaps the message might be just use up some of these overs, then we'll go again with about 2 or 3 overs to go. See how many you can get. 303 for 8.
Yeah, I guess when Essex did lose, then they did have that freedom with the wickets in hand for those players to come in and play the shots, but that hasn't worked out for them.
Duthwaite in again, up to Stump's right, and over to the right-handed Benkenstein. Big LBW appeal is given, and the umpire took a while to raise his finger, but eventually gave out. Can't see entirely from up here because we're not right over the bowler's arm, but it seemed to take a big, thick chunk of the pad. The ball popped out onto the leg side. A huge appeal from Duthwaite. And Essex are subsiding here. They're 303 for 9, so just 1 wicket left. But more importantly, they'll have best part of 6 overs remaining.
And it's the largely known entity, Raymond Toole, who will be the last man in for Essex. Like Rollison, he has been plying his trade club cricket wise around Essex so far this summer, but has got plenty of experience in his native New Zealand under his belt as well. Left arm seamer brought in to replace the injured Jamie Porter, and he's got a bit of a job to do here as well in terms of batting out these overs if he can, alongside Rollison for Essex.
Isla White Shrimp has been back in touch. We're just again talking about the illegal delivery in inverted commas. Yeah, the stumping off the wide has been in the law book since, well, a long time. So not illegal delivery, but we get the previous emailer's point. It's a bit of a shame. Wesley coming down the pitch and missing a wide one. bbcsexcricket@gmail.com. So what can Essex get to here? More importantly, can they use up the remaining deliveries? We are 3 balls into this over, still 5.5 overs to go, just 1 wicket remaining. So Duthwaite just waiting for Toole to set himself. He's in now, right arm round to left hand. Oh, it's turned around. There's another big LBW appeal, but he's the only one going up. Duthwaite looking to go leg side-ish, probably a little bit high as well, as the ball popped out into the offside, and there is no run. Got an email from Kevin. What are the regulations about watering the outfield? Sprinklers on at half-time at Leyton Orient yesterday, and pitch in perfect condition, or can't Essex afford the water? It's a good question. As Duthwaite moves in, bowls, and that's edge down towards the 3rd man boundary. That should be a welcome boundary as well for Essex. As a lucky shot that from O'Toole, trying to drive through the offside. Took a thick outside edge, 1 slip in place all along the ground, and away for 4 runs. 307 for 9. It's hard to say because a lot of the cricket grounds are struggling. I mean, it's a big area to cover as well with sprinklers. Obviously, length of the footy pitch is probably roughly the length of the cricket field, but it's not as wide, so there's a lot of ground to cover. And it's mainly the outer edges that are completely scorched on the cricket pitch. Here comes next delivery from Duthwaite, and that's defended down towards backward point, and there's no run. We'll have to ask the ground staff for that one.
We'll have to go and find Stuart Kerrison maybe and ask him how they're doing their bit to keep the pitch in the best condition possible in this weather.
But it's looking very, very bare out there. Not pleasant for any of the fielders sliding about, trying to stop the balls from going over the boundaries. bbcsexcricket@gmail.com. 307 for 9. There are 5 overs left. Rollison is still out there for Essex, 46 not out, but he's got his last man in with him.
Change of ball from the Hayes program, returning number 20.
James Wales going to come back on to bowl from the Hayes close end. Just marking out his run up. 7 overs so far for him this afternoon. No wickets, 35 runs off of it, and Rollison will be the man on strike. Well begins his run up over the wicket to Rollison, who dabs that one into the leg side, takes the single. He's looking for the second, but he sends Toole back. So they just have the one for 308 for 9.
Yeah, good bit of fielding coming in from mid-wicket there. Restricted Essex to 1. Rollison desperately wanted to get back for a second, but the fielding was sharp. And now you've got the tail ender on strike again.
Yeah, so Raymond Toole, who's been playing for Bellis this season, has the strike for Essex up against the bowling of James Whale. The left-handed batter knocks that one into the offside, and it's fielded for a single. So that brings Rollison back on strike. That moves Toole on to 5. Essex 309 for 9, and that is equal to Raymond Toole's highest score in List A competitions.
Nice looking stroke as well, that. Nice square cut. Robin Smith would have been proud.
James Whale into Rollison, and that is a wide ball that has sent Tom Cullen tumbling away to his left-hand side to collect.
I tell you what, that should have got more appreciation from the crowd. That was an excellent take.
Yes.
Down the leg side from the wicketkeeper, flying away to his left. That was miles wide as well.
Tom Cullen diving around. He's had a catch and a stumping as well so far in this Essex innings, as well as in again to Rollison, who tries to just get the toe into the bat on that one and dab it away. He misses, and it's through to Cullen again for no run. 310 for 9 Essex. Well, in no hurry here. We've had the quick overs with the spinners. Well, back and turning on his mark past the umpire into Rollison, who digs that one out, and it's hit up to wide, long off for a single.
Carolyn's been in touch, talking about the lack of flexibility in the Essex batting lineup. Just saying, judging by Jamal Richards' previous performances, he should surely have come in before both Beard and Nijar. The middle order sometimes seems to be lacking common sense, and the attitude is to hit out.
As well is into Toole, who cuts that one and turns that one into the leg side for a single. 312 for 9. Well, yeah, when we first saw Jamal Richards come in at number 10 against Derbyshire, we did say, well, should he really be batting this low? But I guess all of those batters in that middle order have at some point proved that they can hit big when Essex need it, as well as in to Rollison, who just is down with bent knees, just trying to get something on the end of that one. He can't manage it. There's no run. Essex are 312 for 9 at the end of the 46th.
Carolyn finishes. The batting in county cricket, county championship cricket, can often be over funereal, but there has to be a happy medium. I thoroughly enjoy watching the live stream, but it can be very frustrating. On another, it's nice to hear the visiting commentators like Nick. Yeah, it is really good when we get the visiting commentators on. Especially in the short form. Don't always get it in the 2020, but certainly in the one-day competition. Nice to hear different voices. Here comes Duthwaite, continuing from the river end up to stumps now. Right arm round to the left-handed bat, and that's turned away into the leg side by Toole, down towards deep back with square leg for a single. And their score goes to 313 for 9. Yeah, to Carolyn's point, this is perhaps what some of the middle to lower order batsmen should have been doing when they came in after we had that 1 or 2 wickets fall in quick succession, just to keep the score ticking over before going again. But yeah, perhaps that's something they'll be looking at as a group. Or maybe not, maybe that's the way they want to play. That's the brand of cricket, as they say. I was pulled away brutally into the leg side, flat batted for 6 runs, and I think someone's caught it in the crowd as well, judging by the huge cheer. And a 50 up as well for Roelofsen. He goes to 52, 317 for 9. Sorry, 319 for 9, and actually Roelofsen goes to 54. A beautiful shot that, absolutely pummeled away through the leg side, brutally smashed away and dispatched. Maybe that's a pick-me-up Essex need. 319 for 9. Don't know what the big cheer was, it's completely out of our sight.
Whether someone in the hospitality away to the right-hand side has caught it.
Well, it's a new ball required again, so ended up in someone's drink, I don't know. Anyway, got a massive round of applause and cheer from the crowd, whatever happens. But Duthwaite's not happy. He's just been clobbered for a 6. Essex go to 319 for 9. Still applause going on. So something's happening down there. Anyway, it's all out of our view, I'm afraid, so we can't possibly commentate on it. Duthwaite, 88 on his back, waiting to get restarted. Roelofsen on 54. Lovely stroke to get to his 50. Here comes Duthwaite again, in again bowls. Roelofsen down the pitch this time, smashed away through the offside. I think there's a long off out that there is, so it'll just be a single. 320 for 9, but again aggressive batting from Roelofsen. And there's still 3 balls left in the over.
His first 50 in Essex colours. He's had to bide his time in the innings today, having got 3 partners at the other end quite quickly in the middle order of this Essex innings. But what a shot to take him past his 50.
Jeff's emailed us. He says, looks like we need a shorter umpire at the Hayes close end so we can see the wickets. I presume Jeff's probably watching on the live stream, or maybe in the ground, but Duthwaite moving in now, right arm round to the left-handed Toole, who plays that watchfully into the leg side. That was on the line of middle stump, just couldn't get it square enough away from the fielder at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 320 for 9.
Smashed the window, that's what the cheer was.
Oh, there's a smashed window.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Well, hopefully everyone's okay down there. It's a brutally hit shot as well. Hardest hit shot of the day, I think, as Duthwaite in. That's pulled down the leg side. That was loose from the bowler, and it's going to get 4 runs as well, as Toole just guides it round the corner. 324 for 9. Essex just coming back into this again.
Yeah, just as they head towards the 50 overs, just moving things along with a few boundaries just to build up that score, because we'd said, what did we say at the point of the innings where Wesley and Cushy were batting? You on for 370?
Yeah, 370 to 400 minimum at that point. We were less than halfway through the innings, and they should have been easy about to double the score, as that one's defended down the pitch and there's no run. 324 for 9, and that's the end of the over. But again, at one point, it looking like they're barely going to scrape over 300, but we're halfway towards that 350 mark from the 300, so we'll see if they can get there.
Yep, 3 overs to go for Essex to try and get there. James Whale will continue from the Hayes close end.
Now, there's a big boundary away to the leg side, so the bowler has got to take a line of sort of middle stump line to force him. If he's going to take the big hit, he's got to play it away to that leg side, where they've got boundary sweepers. Anything wide of off stump, there's a big huge gap on the offside.
Well, to Roelofsen, and he's just played that one along the ground into the leg side, and Wales done the running to go and collect it himself. Just drops slightly wide of the square leg umpire in front of him. 325 for 9 now, Essex.
Yeah, Roelofsen just came wandering down the wicket there. I think he was trying to take that on the full and punch it back down the ground, but good length Yorker from the bowler. just the single off it.
And Whale is turning on his mark. Raymond Tall is ready and waiting on strike for Essex. Whale into Tall, has a swipe at that one, it's through to Cullen for no run.
It's a tail end, a short arm jab. Didn't lift the bat up too high and just try to get the wrist through it as quickly as possible. Lucky not to clean himself up there.
Raymond Tall on 11, he's wearing the number 1 shirt for Essex. Having that conversation the other day about how the players go about picking their preferred numbers, as Whale is in to Tall again, who again plays and misses. It's through to Cullen.
Yeah, the extra pace just unsettling Tall, the batsman. That was a nicer looking stroke that time, looked more in control of it, but again, too late on the shot. And through to the wicketkeeper.
So we've had a single and 2 dot balls so far off this James Whale over. As he makes his way back to his mark for his run up. Just a bit of movement in the field.
Fine leg up, long on back.
As Whale is in to Tall. This time slaps that one away for a single into the leg side. So Essex move to 326 for 9, and Rollison comes back on strike for Essex.
Now, how does he play this? A big shot, then hope for a single, or just tap it back for a single and take the first ball of the next over? Just 2 overs left after this, remember?
And there's Rollison waiting for the delivery from Whale, who is in, and he's going to dab that one into the offside for a single. So bring Tall back on strike for the final ball of Wales over.
That was the sensible option. Now Tall just needs to make sure that he keeps his wicket intact off this last delivery. And I suspect Rollison will attack whomever will be bowling from the river end.
Well, we'll see as Whale is in to the waiting Raymond Tall. And he drives this one straight back down the pitch. Will be fielded for a single, so he'll have the strike for the start of the over from the river end. Essex 328 for 9. Raymond Tall on 13. Grant Rollison on 57. We've got 2 overs left.
Interesting tactic there, because Rollison, had he kept the strike, would have the shorter boundary to the leg side. But he's trusting Tall to at least get a single off this first delivery and have the bulk of the overs. Essex don't have any wickets to play with. So, another change of bowling. Looks like Harris.
Returning number 9, James Harris.
So it's going to be James Harris. Well ahead of the cut-off time, which was 2:29. Plenty of overs from the spinners, as I expect we'd have in the Essex innings as well in this heat. 328 for 9. Rollison on 57. He's at the non-strikers end though. Harris is going to come around the wicket to the left-hander.
James Harris has bowled 5 overs, 46 runs even off of that for 1 wicket.
Yeah, not the best of days for Harris. His right arm round to left-handed bat, and Tall gets that one away and a single off the first ball of the over. So that will be greatly appreciated by the Essex faithful. 329 for 9.
Just wide of off stump, which allowed Tall just to direct it and get himself away for the run to bring Rollison back on strike.
So the big boundary now for the right-hander is down at deep cover. That's out towards the community stand end, so you'll have a sweeper out there at least. You need to defend the boundary, the short boundary away to our leg side here. So there's a deep backward square leg. I presume there's a deep mid-wicket just out of our view. There'll certainly be a long on, again out of our view. There's a third man, deep cover. I think long off will be inside the circle once the field is set. They're having to think about this though. Long off must be back because there is no one standing at long off at the moment. So we've got a third man a short third man, a sort of a wider third man, a deep cover, a cover inside the circle. There must be a long off out of our view. There must be a long on out of our view. Deep mid wicket, backward square, fine leg inside the circle. Pulled away to the leg side. Now is there a fielder out? I can see someone chasing round. He's not going to get there though. One bounce, 4. Hit well enough. And it's 3:33 for 9. I reckon he's got the wrong field here. I think he should pull long off up inside the circle. Put an extra sweeper on the boundary on the offside and force him to play through the offside, which is the larger boundary and probably an area that he doesn't want to play through. Anyway, it's benefiting Essex at the moment. 3:33 for 9 in the 49th over. Rollison down the pitch again. This one is crashed through the offside. That's going to be 4 runs as well, I think. There's a dive coming in. Has he managed to get it? No, it's gone over the boundary ropes. That's a chase for a long off. But had they had their field split properly on the offside, that would have been cut off by the fielder down towards deep extra cover.
Was a really good dive though from Sam Northeast. He managed to cover a lot of ground. He got his hand to it and had initially stopped it, but then just as he rolled away to his left hand side, it went over the boundary.
Okay, here comes the belated change, but there's a fielder now at extra cover inside the circle. Deep covers move round squarer and long off will come slightly straighter. Deep mid wicket and long on are still out. Here comes Harris. Rollison, big, huge heave into the leg side, but only contacts with clean air. And there's no run. 3:37 for 9. Rollison's on 65. We've had 4 balls in this over. Now, does he dab and take the single? Essex have done well to take it this deep, to be honest. They've been 9 down since the 43rd over, 45th over. 44th over, yeah. Here comes Harris. In now, that's a full toss. Rollison down on one knee, trying to carve that way through the offside. He's looking at the umpire, looking for a call of no ball, but he's not going to get it. And there's no run. 3:37 for 9. Last ball of the over. Will he take the single, or will he go for the big hit? Essex clawing their way up to that 350 mark. Can they get there?
Take the single, I reckon.
Let's see what he does. Here comes Harris in now to Rollison. Down the wicket. He takes a swipe at it into the offside. It will just be a single. Toe end of the bat down towards deep cover. So Rollison's going to be on strike for the final over of the Essex innings. They're on 338 for 9. Can they get themselves up to 350?
I'm not sure whether that was what he was intending there, but that's what he's got, and he's got the opportunity now. Rollison on strike for the final over of the Essex innings, final start of the final over at least, to try and work that score up for Essex and give them something to bowl at Glamorgan with. James will be the man to bowl the final over for Glamorgan from the Hayes close end. Rollison on strike as previously advertised. Well into Rollison, who takes a swipe at that one, and there is a fielder going for the dive. He's missed it on the bounce, and it will be fumbled and then eventually collected deep square leg by Tom Bevan. In the meantime, Essex have come back for 2.
That could have been really nasty, because that ball was curling in the air and the fielder was charging in, had to eventually evade it, take his face out of the way as the ball just bounced in front of him. Could have been nasty. Avoided an injury there.
So injury avoided and wicket avoided for Essex. They're 340 for 9. Rollison still on strike as well, moves in. He's taken another swipe at that one to the man who's running in from deep square leg for a single to bring Toole on strike. 341 for 9.
The message here has got to be run. If you don't hit it, then just run, providing obviously it doesn't take out the stumps.
Yeah, we're going to have a chat about that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that'll be the message. We're going to run whatever.
So they've had a brief meeting. Toole is back to take strike, and Whale is ready to bowl the 3rd delivery of this final over. And he's in too tall and he's bowled. He was ready for the big hit. He's missed it. Wales taken the final wicket of the Essex innings. They are all out for 341 for 10. All out for 341 in the final over of their innings.
Yes, did well in the end to take it so deep. Rollison, the mainstay there on 69. It was the two big scores from Feroz Krushi and Tom Wesley that got into a really attacking position. Around the 30th over, they had 200 on the board. We've been looking at 400, but then a clatter of wickets, lost 5 in 26 deliveries, which really set them back. And at one point, it looked like they had a fall well short of fulfilling their 50 overs. As it was, they got within 4 balls of finishing off the innings. Had a big, huge hoik into the leg side, missed by Toole, taking the off stump. Was the final wicket to go, and Essex posted 341. So the target 342. Is it enough? Not too sure. Bearing in mind what happened in Northampton, you suggest it's going to be a tight game, whatever. But can Essex's bowlers put the pressure on the Glamorgan batsmen? We'll be back in about half an hour's time.
Hopefully so.
Yeah, join us again in half an hour's time for the start of Glamorgan's innings. They'll be chasing 342. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. If you want to get in touch with us, we'll read your emails out after the interval, and we'll speak to you soon.
who's celebrating his 29th birthday. Welcome down, Sam. And we've got Bradley, who's an Arsenal fan, celebrating being in the top half of the table, I presume, Bradley. Here's how this is going to work then. So each contestant has got 3 catches. Each catch is going to have a different scenario. So the first catch will be front on. So gents, if you want to head down to the far end, we'll start with Matt. No other reason than it's your stag, Matt. So if the scores are level after 3 catches, we will go to a sudden death to see who will be taking home the signed shirt. Okay, so Matt, if you come towards the middle. Incoming in 3, 2, 1. It's up. It's down. It's a drop. 2 to go, Matt. Don't panic yet. Bradley, you are next up. So into the middle of the blue cones there. Your first catch is ready in 3, 2, 1. There it goes. Oh! Great start there from Bradley. Well done. He's on the board. Now it's time for birthday boy Sam. Ready to go. Adjusting his cap there. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. That's high. Oh, it's solid. Safe as houses, those hands. We move into round 2. So, gents, this time round, you are going to start by facing the big screen, the scoreboard. Okay, I will tell you when the ball comes. You are going to turn and you are going to try and make that catch. So, Matt, it's an important round for you. We're good to go in 3, 2, 1, go. That is high. Oh, Matt. No words right now, Matt. Keep the head up. Here we go, Bradley, showtime in 3, 2, 1, turn. We've all done that before, Bradley. We've all done that. It is a drop, though. Sam, this could be a big one. 1 on the board. Catch number 2 pending. We're ready to go in 3, 2, 1, turn. It's up. Oh! And it's down. Tension's growing here. Right, last round, guys. You're going to come forward to the white cone now. So this one's over the shoulder. You're going to start facing the scoreboard, but your head is facing towards us. You are then going to try and retrieve the ball. All right, so the white cone's there. Matt the Stag, we're ready to go. 3, 2, 1. We've got to catch this, Matt. Not quite. Bradley, we're up. It's 1-1, isn't it? 1-1. 1-1. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Get that, Bradley. Get that, Bradley. It's a drop. This to win it. There's no pressure. Maybe a slight adjustment of the cap. Get in the zone there. Sudden death pending. Unless this one's caught. 3, 2, 1. Turn. And as first feared, we're heading to sudden death. So it doesn't get any easier because this time you're actually going to start in a plank position, lads. I would demonstrate, but I'm holding a microphone. And a plank isn't my forte. You're going to start in the middle for us, gents, all right? So you're going to face this way. You then need to get yourselves up, one at a time. Sam, wait your turn. Bit of noise for Bradley. Let's get behind him here. Bradley, come forwards a bit. There we go. Another few paces and you'll be good to go. There you go. In a plank position. Very, very good technique, Bradley. 3, 2, 1, go! It's up. And it's down once again. Birthday pressure. Your mates are behind you here, Sam, literally. Let's have a look at the plank position then. Just get those hips up slightly, back nice and straight. Very, very good there. Here we go then. 3, 2, 1. This is it. This is it. Oh! No words. No words. This time you are going to sit down. We're going to get to a point of improvisation here. You're going to sit down, lads, in the middle of our cone space. So Bradley once again. Play will resume at the conclusion of this competition. Here we go then. Very casual there, Bradley. 3, 2, 1. That has gone very high. I trust you, Bradley. And I'm not quite sure why. All right, Sam, showtime. I forgot my cap, Sam. If we can get on with this, that'd be great. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. This for the signed shirt then. It's up. Oh! He's done it. The lap of honour has begun. Congratulations, Sam. Matt, the best of luck with the rest of your stag. Congratulations again, Bradley. Commiserations. Nobody's going home empty-handed here. It's a signed Essex cricket bat for both Bradley and Matt. The signed shirt is all yours, Sam. Congratulations.
And welcome back to the county ground in Essex for the second half of this game between Essex Eagles and Glamorgan in the Royal London One Day Cup. Essex posted 341 all out and 49.3 overs in their first innings. Looks or feels like they left some runs out there. At one stage they were 200 for 1, just over the halfway mark through the innings, with centuries from Faraz Koshi and Tom Wesley, but then 5 wickets in 26 balls pegged them back, and Glamorgan got themselves back in the game. A last wicket stand of 38 though between Rollifson and Toole got them creeping up towards that 350 mark, but still a little bit short. 342 is the target. And Nick, what do you think from the Essex, from an Essex perspective, in terms of runs on the board? Do you think they left some out there, or they're lucky to get what they got?
Essex probably did leave some out there, but they're still favourites, I'd say, with Glamorgan needing their second highest ever successful run chase in one-day cricket. Their best chase being 348 for 8 against Sussex at Hove, where they got home by 2 wickets 3 seasons ago. But it's a lot of runs to have on the scoreboard. Glamorgan need to keep wickets in hand well into the back half of the innings.
Toole is going to open up for Essex from the river end. He's going to come left arm over to the right-handed bat, and that's well wide of off stump. So wide, it's given as a wide. It's David Lloyd on strike, so a wide to open up with for Essex. 1 for no loss.
Yeah, that's the first thing to say. The Glamorgan openers remain Lloyd and North East. Now North East, since his quadruple century in the Championship, hasn't been able to buy a run in this form of the competition. But Tom Bevan will bat, presumably 5 or thereabouts.
Toole in again, and again it's wide. This time not wide enough to be given a wide by the umpire, so it remains 1 for no loss.
Tom Bevan, a young batsman from Cardiff, who did come through the Glamorgan Academy system, but didn't really seem to be kicking on, but has really made an impact at second 11 level this year with 4 or 5 centuries across various formats.
Toole, number 1 on his back, moves in now, past the umpire, and he bowls, and that's driven through the offside. Square of the wicket. There's a chase on here for, I think that's Robin Das, chasing it out towards the boundary rope. He's going to get there just in time. No, unfortunately, seemed to go that with the wrong hand. He slid forward on his right and tried to grab it back with his right, but he would have been better sweeping it back with his left hand. But anyway, it's gone over the boundary rope. 5 for no loss. 2 legal deliveries gone.
Perhaps he was just trying to keep his limbs intact on this horrible outfield.
Yeah, it's not the best. Obviously it's parched of water, it's bare in places, but it's also bobbly and hard underneath. Here comes Toole again, bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump. Score remains 5 for no loss.
David Lloyd, Glamorgan's top scorer with 65 at Northampton on Friday. Hit 10 fours, back to something of his form after a rather barren run. Glamorgan 1 batter fewer than at Northampton.
Toole moving in again. That's full this time again. Crash through the offside. This time it'll easily get to the boundary. No point chasing after that. It's full and a half volley. Suspicious start from Toole.
Yes, it's he's going to need to adapt quickly, really. But then you can't bowl off-stump half volleys any form of cricket.
Lee in sunny and hot Felixstowe, just confirming there was a window that was smashed off one of those 6s hit by Rollifson. He's looking out for his son Henry in the crowd today, who travelled down hoping for an Essex win. Well, they're in a pretty good position, as that one's just dabbed into the offside for no run. It's 9 for no loss in the first over of Glamorgan's innings, but they seemed like they should have got more out there today, the Essex batsmen. They've been in such a dominant position.
Yeah, Toole, an unfamiliar name like Rolofsson, but both have some history of senior cricket in their home countries.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Victoria was telling us that earlier, as that's full, that's driven through the offside again, so it's a loose start from Toole. That's going to go for 4 runs square of the wicket on the offside, and 13 off that first over. So inauspicious start from Toole.
Central Districts in New Zealand played 10 List A games before this, just the 7 wickets. It hasn't been hugely successful, though he does have a decent first-class record with 53 record wickets in 17 games, an average of 27, which is respectable enough. Toole from Central Districts, New Zealand, and Rolofsson from Gauteng in South Africa. So although they've been over here playing club cricket, they do have professional careers at home, if you like. 13 for naught then, after the first over with those 3 Lloyd boundaries. Well, Essex gone off to a flyer. They were 50 in the 7th over and 100 up in the 15th. As that's wide outside off stump, and Beard starting with a wide at the Hayes Close end.
Yeah, very loose so far from the Essex bowlers.
Beard looks mopping his brow already. Just getting out there and warming up is enough to cause perspiration. Hair flopping in the manner of Douthwaite before him. Bowls again outside off stump, and North East slaps it away for 4 to the pavilion. So a volley of boundaries from Glamorgan in turn to show that this is potentially an achievable task for Glamorgan to score at over 6.8 runs and over.
Well, I was about to say, it's difficult to tell how good that Essex score is, because at the moment the bowling has been terrible.
Beard bowls, North East drives, will take a single on the leg side, didn't quite middle that one to mid wicket. 19 without loss. Yeah, Glamorgan's seam attack won't remember today with any familiarity, fondness either. I think Sisodia 2 for 42 will enjoy his List A debut. The left arm spinner, Salter, at least got a few wickets for his punishment, 3 for 72. As in comes Beard to bowl to Lloyd, who whips it away down towards backward square. Shouts a catch it, but that one's raced away, and Glamorgan having no trouble in finding the boundary in these opening couple of overs. Lloyd moves on to 16 and the total on to 23 without loss in this second over, chasing 342. So Essex have got a lot to play with, but they'll need to tighten up and not give Glamorgan free boundaries almost at the moment. Beard bowls, Lloyd drives firmly towards mid-off, and the man there getting everything behind it, and needed to as well, because I think it bobbled a bit even inside the circle, which is on the greener patches. Oh, it looks as though it's going to be horrible pretty much wherever you're fielding. 23 without loss. Just need to get everything behind it and your face out of the way. Lloyd drives into the leg side. They'll take a quick single. There's a shy at the stumps. Lloyd has to hurry to make his ground. The throw was from sideways on and didn't strike the stumps, but that was slightly ambitious from Lloyd at this very early stage of proceedings. 24 without loss.
Especially when you've had 24 off, what, 11 balls?
Don't need to take that sort of risk on the running. Anyway, here's Beard to finish his over. Bowls to North East, who drives through the offside for 4 more down to backward point. Well, this is quite the start from Glamorgan. They're 28 without loss after 2 overs, 13 off the first and 15 off the second. So that shows you that Essex will have to bowl something like. They've got plenty of bowling options there, I suppose. Snater, Richards, Nijar, Wesley. How much is he bowling at the moment?
Well, he'll bowl a lot today because they'll need a third spinner.
Yeah. Glamorgan used the third, Kieran Carlson didn't use himself, surprisingly, given that he had 4 wickets last out. Radio update calls for me. I'll be back in a few moments.
Thanks, Nick. Toole continuing from the river end. Can he find his line? He bowls 4 wide outside the off stump and another 4 runs. This isn't a good start from the 2 Essex opening bowlers. That flies away. And again, it was comfortably there to be hit. The batsman could just swing his arms. Anything over the infield is going to go for 4 runs. The only 2 men outside of the circle were down by third man and at a deep backward square leg. Everything else is a free hit pretty much. My sunglasses are on my head. Next to it, that's better. On the line of middle and off, and there is no run. So 32 for no loss. 32 off the first 14 deliveries in this innings, suggesting that Glamorgan might have a slightly easier task of chasing down this 342 than it would suggest, but the bowling's got to tighten up from an Essex perspective. Again, that's shot away, but it's stopped this time at backward point. It was wide, it was there to be hit. Unfortunately for the Glamorgan batter, it found the fielder and there's no run. Got to be bowling tighter than this, certainly against Sam North East, a man who's recently got a quadruple 100. It's Lloyd on strike though, as Toole down the leg side this time. That's actually well stopped by the wicketkeeper because that would have flown away for 5 wides. It just goes for a wide and the run. The score goes to 34 without loss. Yeah, still a few people hanging about on their balconies, just looking over the county ground. Our friend the cameraman, standing about 10 yards in front of us, is doing well to stay out there in this heat. Here comes Toole, round the wicket to the right-hander, bowls, and that's just defended into the leg side, and there's no run. It's a big chase for Glamorgan, but they're off to a cracking start. But helped by some wayward Essex bowling early on. Here comes Toole on his debut. Bowls, that's again a better delivery, bringing North East forward, attacking that off-stump line, and North East just defends back to the bowler, and again there is no run. Some wispy cloud moving over, which is bringing a little bit of a breeze with it as well, which is nice, helping cooling things down, especially here in the commentary box. It's blisteringly hot outside. Toole in again, bowls. That's off the pads this time, worked into the leg side. Short mid wicket fields. That's an excellent stop. And it will just be a single to the batsman. The score moves to 35 for no loss. Just trying to pick up who made it. I think it was Rollifson who did the fielding out there. That's the end of the over as well. 3 overs down, 34 for no loss. So, can Beard be more accurate with his second over? He's continuing from the Hayes close end. Keeper crouches down as Beard moves in, bowls. That's a dab down towards third man for a single. 36 for no loss. Fielders out, a deep backward square, and third man. It'll be Lloyd on strike, number 73 on his back. Beard down the hill, up to the stumps, bowls. That's thick outside edge down towards the boundary, and it gets all the way there. It's a fine of third man who was running round but couldn't get there. And again, just giving the bowler, giving the batsman some width, allowing to free his arms through the kitchen sink at it, knowing that if he got a thick edge, there was no slip in place. And the ball just flew away for 4 runs. Great start from Glamorgan. They're 40 for no loss, but a nightmare start from the Essex bowlers. Getting flayed about the county ground at the moment. Here comes Beard again, down the slope, bowls. That's down the leg side this time. That's going to be a wide. That's 41.
Rolofson's earning his corn as well, isn't he, in these opening overs?
He is. Is that? I think that's 3 extras in 3 overs so far.
Tumbling about all over the place.
4 extras in 3 overs.
Wide and over.
Wide and over at the moment.
That's the sort of cricket I play at.
You imagine yourself diving around like that in
Oh,
your
dear.
wicketkeeper gear yesterday. Here comes Beard again, bowls. That's driven down the ground. That's going to go for 4 more runs. Terrible start this. They just can't find their line and they can't find their length. That's 45 for no loss, and we are only halfway through the 4 balls into the 4th over.
9 boundaries already. We're informed. I just wonder whether the wicket is going to deteriorate a little bit, and there might be a bit of spin there for the Essex tweakers.
Might be too late by then. I've probably already finished after about 10 overs at this rate. Here comes Beard again. 45 for no loss. That's down the leg side. That's going to be more runs and another boundary and another terrible delivery. That's 49 for no loss. 10 boundaries in 4 overs.
Leg buys, that was. Just flicked off the pad, but he's asking for it really by straying down leg side. This is extraordinary cricket.
Yeah, I've not seen anything like this before. Going at 12 and over at the moment. Glamorgan. Here comes Beard again, bowls. That's whipped away again. Oh, that's a good stop by short fine leg. That would have gone for 4 as well. Again, straying down the leg side. The batsman got it off his gloves, I think. There, it was flying away, and it was an excellent stop by the fielder. Can't see who it is because it's Toole.
I think it's Toole.
Yeah, diving away to his left-hand side.
Debutant.
Had he got past him, that was 4 all the way. And the 50 up. I think that's the 50 up, is it? No.
I thought it was, but
yeah,
yes, neither board has caught up.
Scoreboards are slowed down. 50 up for Glamorgan, and we haven't got to the end of the 4th over yet. Bowled. That's down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. That is the 50 up.
Definitely.
I'm afraid to say it's
the board's stuck on 49.
Don't like to criticise, but unfortunately the bowling in this first 4 overs has been terrible.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think Glamorgan's was up to much, but Essex has been even more wayward than Glamorgan were. 51 without loss.
Beard moving in again. Bowls to North East, who tries to carve that away through the offside, gets a thick inside edge into the ground. The ball bobbles up to the bowler, and there's no run. Now, what does the captain do here? He's going to keep with Toole and not change it up, but 51 runs off the first 4 overs.
Yeah, we thought that Glamorgan's giving away, what were they, 32 in 4 overs, 43 in 5. That looked bad enough at the time, but Lloyd in North East, Lloyd in particular, has just launched into the bowling. And 4 overs gone. If Glamorgan can keep these 2 together for the power play, they'll be in very good condition. As Lloyd faces up to Toole, flicks one up towards square leg, and he's caught. Well, David Lloyd can't believe it. Wasn't a great ball, swiveled on it, didn't quite get the free swing of the arms that he needed, and picked out the only man outside the circle on the leg side. Barely had to move. 51 for 1. Lloyd has gone for 30.
Well, that's a bonus wicket there for Toole, because again that should have been dispatched over the boundary. Not quite timed it that time, the batsman. And Essex get away with one there. extraordinary start to the innings.
Snater the catch. Didn't have to move, as I say. It's as if Lloyd was giving him catching practice from 60 metres away. So Glamorgan need to keep wickets in hand. I mean, Essex did so and could afford to ride that collapse towards the end of the innings. Got some momentum again at the tail end of their innings. The 38 for the last wicket just sent Essex into the interval with some momentum, as they say. And Colin Ingram comes out to join Sam Northeast, two vastly experienced batsmen. I mean, you couldn't really ask for more experience at the crease. Ingram with 40 limited overs appearances for South Africa. Northeast widely said to be one of the best players not to play for England. As Toole is in to bowl to Colin Ingram, the left-hander, and he defends the first ball on the offside, and there's no run.
A very, very odd start to the second half of this match. It's almost like the sun's gone to everyone's head.
It's been odd all round, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And that Essex collapse, losing 5 wickets in very quick succession in 26 balls. As Toole is in to bowl to Ingram. That's a decent delivery, gets Ingram tucked up. He plays a defensive prod back to the bowler and then rehearses a vicious swat away through the leg side, as if to say, well, maybe I could have played that one. But Ingram has got eons of time to see himself in, with the Glamorgan ahead of the required run rate, which started just under 7 runs and over. Toole bowls, Ingram defends to mid-on, no run. Colin Ingram, who has got a couple more games after this one. He will miss the final match of the group stages at Worcester because of commitments to the Caribbean Premier League, which is allowed to take up when he signed an extension of his contract. But Ingram has been a huge presence in the championship side, which wasn't really expected. As Toole bowls, kept a little bit low, Ingram had to watch it, defended it out on the offside, and there's no run. So 4 dot balls in a row for Ray Toole after a couple of wayward early overs. He's pulling things back, and this might even be a wicket maiden. Can Toole join the dots, as they say in the latest horrendous cliche to infect cricket? Toole is in to bowl to Ingram, plays it into the offside. It's fielded at point. It is a wicket maiden for Ray Toole, and Glamorgan are 51 for 1 after 5, chasing 342 for victory.
Yeah, first 2 overs cost 20 from Toole, and now a wicket maiden. The match takes another bizarre turn. But they're not amazingly ahead of the Duckworth-Lewis score at this rate. At the end of this over, there should be 49. They're 51 for 1, so ball flying about all over the place, but Aaron Beard being taken off, Shane Snater replacing him.
Was that just 2 overs delivered by Beard? They were a bit all over the shop.
It sometimes happens, doesn't it? The ball doesn't quite come out of the hand right. Maybe a little bit of a break, of reset, and come again a bit later.
Yeah.
Just didn't help with the fact that the ball was getting bunted about at the other end of the field as well. So here comes Snater, running in now with that strapping on the left arm, and he bowls, and that's down the leg side. And given a wide again. 52 for 1.
Dramatic pause from the umpire then, as if he was suggesting it. Well, did it flick something on the way through? Hits the batsman's body or pads, of course. It's not given a wide. Just examining his options there before stretching out the arms.
Snater down the slope. Right arm over to the right-handed northeast, who defends into the leg side, and there's no run. So the chaos of the first 4 overs, it's calmed down a touch over the last 8 balls.
Yeah, well, Northeast will need to play himself in. He hasn't, as I say, got runs in this competition so far.
Were you there for the quadruple century?
I was.
And they won the game as well, which is
they won the game.
Even more incredible. Here comes Snater, and he bowls to northeast, who defends up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Owen Shirley asked chaseable. Yeah, after that start, definitely. Looks like the spinners did well for Glamorgan. It'll be interesting to see if Essex has managed to get similar wickets. Richard Black, between overs 1 and 40, I think I'd have taken the chase of 342 to win. And they are off the power play flyer that Richard was hoping for.
52 for 1 in the 6th over, as that one's carved out to the offside. Oh, there's a bit of a misfield there, and they'll come back for a second run as well. So things not going right for Essex in the field so far in this innings. 54 for 1.
I think we can excuse several misfields on this occasion. That was possibly off that straight line, I think, that's down the edge of the square. I'm not quite sure why there is a straight line there, but there is.
Here comes Snater again. That's 4 on the leg, on the pads. That's whipped away through the leg side. There's a chase on here. I don't think he's going to go for a boundary. There's a sweeper down at deep back of square leg. He'll pick it up, and it will just be the 2 runs. 54 for 1 as the keeper misfields one on the throwback, looking accusingly at the ground.
I think most cricketers will know this feeling. Tidy it up, boys. Come on, we're better than this.
Snater in again to northeast, who defends back to the bowler, and there's no run. So 342 the target. We were wondering whether Essex left some runs out there during their innings. Bear in mind they were 200 for 1 just over halfway through the their innings, but a clatter of wickets pegged them back. And after a bright start, Glamorgan has just been pegged back here. Here comes Snater again, bowls to northeast, who on the up tries straight back to the bowler, who catches well on the bounce. And there's no run to finish the over. So again, another relatively quiet over. 56 for 1, 6 overs gone here on BBC Essex, BBC Wales, online and on your app if you're on your phone. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us, or Nick Webb 2017 on Twitter.
Indeed so. So, a little conference between these 2 men, although they'll want to take advantage of the next 4 remaining in the power play. I think just sitting in, accumulating is quite a valid tactic in these conditions, as Toole is in to bowl to Ingram, who's hit on the pad, may have been an inside edge. They'll amble through for a single. No signal, so it was a bit of bat, a bit of pad, and Ingram off the mark. 57 for 1 Glamorgan in the 7th over, chasing 342 overall at 6.84. Toole bowls, flicked on the leg side by northeast, plays to mid wicket, and there's no run.
So you driving back tonight or staying?
I am driving back tonight. It'll be the 4th successive day that I've had a 3-hour or thereabouts spell on the motorway. Up to Northampton on Thursday night, back on Friday night, to Chelmsford from Cardiff on Saturday night, and back tonight. Toole bowls, clipped down to backwards square by northeast, goes through for the single. 58 for 1. I apologise for damage to the planet. I'm travelling by train on Tuesday, and my next journey for a concert in London, then back to Neath on Wednesday morning. I seem to have spent about a week crisscrossing the country.
Oh, what concert are you going to see?
Coldplay at Wembley.
Yeah, nice.
Toole is in to bowl to Ingram. Forces into the offside, fielded by Benkenstein, no run.
So you're avoiding the train strike somehow?
I think so. I'll be in trouble.
You might want to check that.
I'll be in trouble if I'm not. Oh dear, I spend enough time driving. I don't think there's a strike on either Tuesday or Wednesday. If anyone knows different, then let me know. NickWeb 2017 on Twitter. Here's Toole again to bowl to Ingram, a swing and a miss. He thought that one was up in the slot for the off drive, his favourite shot. Possibly was, but he didn't make contact.
Yeah, I reckon it was there to be hit.
So Essex imposing some order after 50 came up inside 4 overs. There's Toole to Ingram, pulls, and we'll pick up just the single down to. Oh no, there's a misfield, and they'll come back for a second run, which proves the futility of the adage, never run for a misfield, which is complete nonsense, because it depends how badly it's misfielded and how far away, that being 60 metres away from the bat. By the time a misfield had taken place, the batsmen both alert, then there was an easy second. 60 for 1 after 7.
Yeah, I wonder if the state of the outfield's just getting in the players' heads at the moment. That should have been a comfortable field, but maybe took a bobble. Snater. Going to continue from the haze close end, really hazy sunshine as well. And he's in now, and he bowls to northeast who drives, but Snater stops one-handed on his follow through, and there's no run to start the 8th over here on BBC Essex, BBC Wales online, and on your mobile as well. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us, or NickWeb 2017 if you want to use Twitter. Okay, Snater bustling in now, up to the stumps, and he bowls, pulled away down the leg side. That's in front of square and on the leg side. Oh, and again a fumble in the outfield, and again they'll come back for a second run. Fielder's not happy with himself there. I can't see who that is in the deep.
It's one of the taller members of the side.
He's not going to turn around, I tell you that, to show his number.
I tell you what, if that were an opposition supporter at Chelmsford, player here at Chelmsford, they'd be given absolute hell by supporters after 2 misfields.
Absolutely. 60 for 1. That's Carl through the offside, but there's a fielder at a point tumbling to his left. That's Kushi doing the fielding there. There's no run. Can't stop my eye watering at the moment. It's this heat.
Oh, we're suffering. We're suffering for our art here.
Yeah. Herbert's been in touch with us. He's asking why Essex can't attract a decent bowler. Well, there are some decent bowlers out there. Just had a rather appalling start to the innings. They're dragging things back now, though, as Snater bowls. That's turned into the leg side. There's no run.
Yeah, the loss of Jamie Porter to injury hasn't helped them.
Yeah.
Robert, who's listening in the Tom Pearce stand and enjoying our commentary. National Rail strikes are Thursday and Saturday. And there's a tube strike in London on Friday, so my visit to London, thank you Robert, will be unaffected hopefully.
Herbert says today shows how weak the club appears in this department, as Snater moves in again, bowls. That's clipped off the pads down the leg side. Toole does well to stop that. It was an awkward bounce that time. They go through for a single, which they would have got anyway. And score moves on to 62 for 1. Difficult conditions aside, would have hoped for a better start. Yes, I think we all would have hoped for a better start. We miss Harmer at times like this. He gives us a bit of control. I was hoping to see a decent display after a reasonable innings. I think by tea it will be over. 4s off every ball. That's from Len, long-time Essex supporter. Essex are dragging it back a little bit, which they needed to do. They couldn't go on like they were. Here comes Snater in again, bowls. That's fullish length. It crashes into the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Snater didn't get anything on it, and the batsman throwing himself back in the crease northeast.
Oof.
And
that might have hurt.
Yeah.
Had to turn and dive headlong back to his crease there, Sam northeast, to avoid the possibility of being a run out. Had the bowler got a finger on it, and that is pretty dry and dusty. Don't give an awful lot of coverage to the 100 during our county commentaries, but a mention for Sophia Smale, the Welsh teenager who was called in for the last moment for Oval Invincibles, and having claimed the first wicket of the women's competition, has had another good day. As Toole is in to bowl, and Northeast pushing forward slightly suspiciously, plays it out on the leg side. Sophia Smale has taken 2 for 12 off her 20 balls, which of course is the limit in that competition, against Southern Brave, who are 102 for 4 after 70 balls. So nice to see her making an impression. 63 for 1. The flow of runs has suddenly almost dried up as Northeast defends back to Toole. And there's no run. And Victoria opted for the curry and is still in one piece.
Yeah, I just needed something. It wasn't the ideal meal for a hot day, was it? But you sort of stuck between not wanting to eat too much, not wanting to have anything too spicy. It's lots to think about.
Here comes Toole, left arm round, bowls to Northeast, who drives to Benkenstein at mid-wicket. And there is no run. Essex bowling well to their field in the last few overs, having conceded 50 off the first 4, 63 for 1 in the 9th.
Trying to work out those couple of fumbles in the field, and we weren't quite sure who was out there. It looks as if it's Ben Allison out there as a sub fielder who's been out through injury, the young bowler.
As Toole is into bowl, and Northeast again getting a bit tucked up, plays defensively on the leg side. So Glamorgan, second half of the power play, is looking decidedly barren at the moment. 51 after 4, 63 in the 9th. It's remarkable what the fall of a wicket can do. David Lloyd with an aggressive 30 before hitting one from Toole straight down square leg's throat. Toole to Northeast on the back foot, plays it into the covers, and there's another misfield.
Straight through the legs of Feroz Kushi.
And they go through for a single that shouldn't have been there. 64 for 1.
Just need to tighten this up a bit, Essex. They've stopped the flow of boundaries, but these needless runs that they're conceding with misfields, just, if you're not careful, they do start to add up.
Enables the batters to keep things ticking over as well, as Toole goes over the wicket to the left-handed Ingram, who works it into the leg side, and this time it is a fine piece of fielding from young Feroz Kushi, who along with Tom Westley, they hit 104 apiece in a stand of 206 for the second wicket. That is the end of over number 9, and Glamorgan is 64 for 1, still up with the run rate despite slowing down, and they are chasing 342 for victory.
I don't think it's got any cooler out there, having just had a little wander around the ground. Feels even warmer than it was.
I don't think I'm going to be going for the curry option.
No, I might steer clear if I were you, as Shane Snater continues from the Hayes Close end into Northeast. It just loops up back down the pitch to Snater for no run.
It's just seeing himself in, isn't he, Sam Northeast at the moment? Hasn't spent much time at the crease since hitting the 400.
Just working his way into the innings. I'll tell you what would be a good bet if you do wander around. I reckon that ice cream queue might be a bit shorter.
All right.
Haven't ventured over that way yet as Snater moves past the umpire. Northeast on strike. And he
Oh,
clips that one. It was a dive in the field as it runs away for 4 runs.
I was looking to turn that one through the leg side, I think, and it's caught a leading edge and flown away past point for 4. As North East indeed rehearses the shot, was looking to play through mid-wicket, so...
No, I don't think any of us were quite sure where that was going to end up. And there was the dive in the field as well, as Snater comes in once more, and it's an attempt to pull. He hasn't quite caught that right, but they'll still take the single as it's fielded by Richards in the leg side. 69 for 1.
So, yeah, the tall figure of Allinson is still with us?
Yes.
So it suggests there might be an injury rather than just someone changing their bowling boots or
Yeah,
something
he's been
like
on
that.
for a few overs now, hasn't he? I'm just trying to work out
Someone's
who
got a bit of
isn't.
heat stroke.
Who isn't on the field. Snater into Ingram. Clips that one into the leg side. Fielded well by Jamal Richards as they come through for another single to move on to 70 for 1. Yeah, so I'm not quite sure who is missing for Essex. You can see we've obviously got Toole and Snater on the pitch because they're currently bowling. I think this is Robin Das just in front of us. So we'll see if we can work that one out as Snater moves into North East, who again looks to turn this one into the leg side. It's collected by Wollofson, wide ball, calls the umpire.
I think it's Captain Tom Wesley up at mid-off, isn't it? I mean, he would have been among the candidates for suffering from the heat.
Yeah, and
after his
Kushi
lengthy time at the wicket.
out there as well, both of those with the centuries. Just wondering if I can see Aaron Nijar at all as Shane Snater is into North East, who drives that one through the covers. It's going to race away to the boundary and just in front of the camera that you may well be watching on the live stream to move Glamorgan on to 75 for 1.
Yes, just stroked away nicely, timed, bisected the 2 cover fielders.
And we'll have one more ball after that wide from Shane Snater. In again to North East, who pulls that one away. Allison will come in off the boundary in the leg side and field that for the single. Nice to see him back on the pitch. Had he not had that injury, he might well have featured more for Essex in this competition. Glamorgan 76 for 1 with 10 overs gone. End of the power play.
Indeed, so just 25 scored in the second 5 of the power play, 51 in the first 5, or 51 in 4 actually, before a maiden over.
I was wrong. There's Aaron Nijar.
So spin appears in the 11th over as soon as a couple of extra fielders are allowed to be pushed back. The second power play basically means that until the 40 over mark you can have 4 outfielders and then 5 in the last 10. Aaron Nijar, though coming through with Essex, does have some Welsh connection, having been through the Cardiff MCCU system earlier in his career. 76 for 1, along with a number of the Glamorgan players on view today. Sisodia, Cullen, Douthwaite, Carlson, to name a few. Salter, I think, back in the day as well. In comes Nijar then, bowls and forced off the back foot by North East. To point for a single. Let's examine the rearrangement of the field then for the spinner. if we can spot all the outfielders. There's definitely one at mid-wicket in
Someone
front of
down
the pavilion.
here, I think, that we can't see.
There must be a long on, I think, hidden from us by the balcony that's in front of us. Backward, well, there's a switch to a left-hander now to confuse us. Nija will go over the wicket to Ingram, who works it into the leg side, jogs through for a single. It was square leg and mid-wicket to Ingram, the left-hander, and indeed it's basically 2 out on each side of the wicket towards the boundary. It's a long on and a deep backward square or deep square for the right-handed northeast on strike, and northeast finds a ball that stops on him a little bit and plays it slightly uppishly towards Kushi at cover. There is no run. Next delivery from Nija, round the wicket to northeast, who turns it round the corner, might be able to come back for a second, should be able to. It's a bit of a chase for the square leg, who fires in a rather rough and ready throw, and that was one that was into the wicket deliberately from the fielder and gets a ticking off from the umpires, who include this to the captains virtually before every game that I've been out in the middle. 2 runs taken. Northeast drives up to long off for a single. 79 for 1. But players are expected to stick it in on one bounce from the outfield and on the full from inside the circle. And the fielders ignore it and the umpires tick him off, and not much happens. Oh, there's a bit of a turn there for Nija as Ingram plays that defensively on the leg side. 80 for 1 in 11 overs, 81 for 1 in 11 overs. Glamorgan chasing 342 for victory, and Welsh viewers and listeners will certainly want to see these two stick in the middle for as long as possible. The experienced old heads of the Glamorgan batting order.
Poor old Shane Snater does very well in the field, often put on the boundary, but then of course he's then got the furthest to cover across when he is back to bowl, which we're going to see again from the Hayes close end. He's discarded his wide brim hat that he often has on the hot days, and he will continue from the Hayes close end. Glamorgan 81 for 1. Northeast, who's on 34, will be on strike. Snater over the wicket, and that's just dabbed for a single into the offside from Northeast, fielded by Luke Benkenstein.
Yes, just dropped the bat on that and ran, basically placed halfway between a couple of fielders, even though it only went probably 15 metres from the bat. It was a reasonably comfortable single. Not, I guess, their ideal method of accumulating on a hot day like this.
Colin Ingram on strike now for the second ball of the Shane Snater over. He's in over the wicket, and that is high and well out of the ground from Colin Ingram. 6 over the pavilion, and I think we may well have another stoppage to look for another ball as Glamorgan move to 88 for 1.
Yes, I was going to mention Colin Ingram's decent record on this ground in white ball cricket. Enjoying himself. I think 2 of Glamorgan's 6 centuries in T20 cricket have come here from Ingram.
Robin Das has off to fetch the box of balls for the umpires, and the players will have a bit of a drinks break as well while that happens. I haven't had a look around. I think it may be Aaron Beard who isn't on the pitch for Essex, having by process of elimination.
Right.
I did earlier say Nija, but obviously we saw him bowl.
Would you expect Beard to be part of the bowling armoury normally?
Yeah.
All rounder in the middle order there. So that just shows the elegance of that Ingram shot, what can be accomplished on this batting friendly surface. But it does require people to get themselves in. as Essex didn't allow them, well, they didn't have time to do that towards the back end of their innings, and consequently it was crash bang wallop, wickets falling all over the place.
We're ready to get back underway. Shane Snater bowling. Aaron Beard has already rolled 2 overs, got 27 runs. But can't see him out in the field at the moment as Snater is into Ingram. This time it's along the floor into the leg side, fielded by Richards for no run.
Bruised pride, perhaps.
Yes, it's been quite a while that we've seen Allison out there in the field for Essex.
It's more than a change of boots or a convenience break, isn't it?
Ingram awaits the arrival of Shane Snater, and he has a swipe at that one. It's through to Wollaston, and the umpire has signalled the wide. He took a little while to think about that one.
Well, from our angle, which is over a fairly fine leg, didn't look to be that much gap between bat and ballers. Ingram had a slash at it outside off stump. Surprised it was outside the blue line when it passed him.
89 for 1. Glamorgan are, as Snater is into Ingram. He dabs that one down into the offside for no run. Big shout of no from North East at the non-strikers end, I would have thought.
Yes, and even if it does, the weather conditions do disrupt the one-day cup. Later in the week, I think the players will probably be settled for the odd shower rather than this unrelenting heat.
Yes, I was trying to work out how much rain we're expecting on Wednesday when Yorkshire visit, as Snater is in again to Ingram, just digs that one out towards cover for no run.
Be a shame for Glamorgan if they lost much of the games at Neath, having not played any outground cricket since 2019 anyway. 2 summers without, and not visiting Colwyn Bay this year either.
Snater into Ingram over the wickets, and that one is past a diving mid-off and all the way for 4. 93 for 1 Glamorgan, and Ingram is on 15. Sam North East on 35. So outground cricket still very much a part of Glamorgan's summer, albeit not because of COVID recently.
Yeah, that's right. 2020 everything was played at base and we didn't have any crowds at all. 2021 Glamorgan playing in Wales, the government restrictions lasted longer than in England, so we're still seeing reduced crowds deep into August. This year, just the 2 games at Neath, because Swansea unfortunately is not in a fit condition at the moment, and may not be again, sadly, for lovers of what was Glamorgan's equal base with Cardiff for many years. New over from Nijar sees North East driving through the covers for a single, 94 for 1. But St Helens sadly has become so dilapidated that Glamorgan gave up on it, and any attempts to make agreement with the council for refurbishment, despite the fine work of the St Helens Balconeers over the years in supporting Glamorgan having a few days there. Nijar bowls. Ingram slaps that one square the wicket on the offside for a single, 95 for 1. So it's 2 one-day cup games at Neath's Knoll ground, where they haven't played first team cricket for some years. And hopefully North Wales will be back on the agenda next year with Colwyn Bay again, as North East drives back the bowler, dot ball. But they couldn't quite get things everything in place between the council who sponsor the event, Conwy Council, and the club this year. Short delivery from Nijar, punched away by North East, but he'll pick up the Just the single, as there's a sweeper on the cover point boundary. 96 for 1. And sadly, with possible reduction in county cricket next year that nearly everyone seems to think is on the cards. Reverse sweep from Ingram down towards backward point. Just the single though on this occasion. Played it well, but found the fielder. With a reduction in county cricket, generally, that seems to be on the cards, despite the desires of most county members. Wait to see how much that counts for, as North East drives into the offside, picks up the single, 98 for 1. Against the brave new world, where everyone must be subservient to serving the needs of Team England, he says cynically. 98 for 1 after 13.
Well, I know if you speak to quite a few members here at Essex, they'll tell you that they'd love to see outground cricket back for the Eagles. It's been quite a few years now since Essex last played their Colchester and Southend festivals. Before that, obviously, Ilford and Leighton were regulars for Essex. Tom Wesley's brought himself onto bowl here from the Hayes close end. Bit of spin. We have seen him a bit more in this one-day cup competition than we have done in the county championship. Doesn't often bring himself onto bowl these days in that competition, and hasn't really needed to be honest, with the likes of Simon Harmer and Matt Critchley able to do the business with the ball. But we have seen him a bit more in this competition as he moves in to North East, who clips that one into the leg side for a single. Wesley still just going through a few stretches and warm-ups.
First one felt a bit stiff, obviously, for the captain, who's been a busy man today.
99 for 1, Glamorgan.
Spent longest at the crease in the home side innings, with another century for back-to-back hundreds.
Colin Ingram just settling himself down to face his first ball from Tom Wesley around the wickets. And it's tucked him up a bit through to Wollofsson for no run.
Did that maybe kick a little bit? Keeper didn't take it cleanly. Tall man Tom Wesley maybe getting a little bit of a bounce as Ingram eyes up the pavilion.
Searching for the gaps is Colin Ingram as Wesley moves in again. Tries to turn that one around the corner. He hasn't caught it right. It's back to Wesley, the bowler. He's taken 1 wicket in the competition so far this summer. As he moves in again to Ingram, who's down on his knee. There's appeals from the Essex field as he takes the single, and it's a leg by to bring up the Glamorgan 100.
100 in the 14th over. Oh, a polite applause, round, a ripple of applause, not really a round, a ripple in the distance somewhere.
North East to face Wesley on the back foot. It's back collected by the bowler for no run.
Does seem to be a bit of bounce for Wesley, doesn't there?
Yeah, he seems to just able to halt these two in their tracks as Wesley moves in again, and this time North East is on the back foot and he drives that one down for 1 run, fielded by Feroz Kushi, moving around the boundary away to our right hand side at the end of the over. It's a 50-run partnership as well for Colin Ingram and Sam North East at the end of that Tom Wesley over. Glamorgan are 101 for 1 after 14.
As going to see another over from Aaron Nija. Expect quite a lot of spin through the middle overs, as we saw Sisodia and to some degree Salter do a job for Glamorgan. First ball driven into the offside. North East wants to put pressure on the fielder, but it is just the single driven into the covers. And these two, having gone off to a flying start, up with the run rate, ahead of the run rate. Are willing to knock it round for a little bit, I guess. On the back foot, Ingram defending back to the bowler, and there's no run in this 15th over here on BBC Sport Online. In the sauna of the Chelmsford commentary box. Short appeal for LBW, given out. Ingram trying to pull. Umpire judging it was straight enough. He was hit around about the knee roll. There's no danger it was going over, and Colin Ingram, eyes lighting up, trying to smash it away through the leg side. It was there to be hit, but just slid on a bit quicker, I think, than Ingram had expected. He's gone for 17, vital wicket, claimed by Essex Glamorgan, 102 for 2 in the 15th.
Spin then working for Essex, getting a vital breakthrough that they need.
Ingram did not look a happy man.
He didn't, did
that
he?
Decision. He turned and threw his arms wide towards northeast, which is, I suppose, better to express your frustration towards your fellow player rather than towards the umpire. But obviously,
not what he can do about it, no?
That's out. 102 for 2. What batsman ever does think they're out? LBW. That's the trouble. As Kieran Carlson will come in to join Sam Northeast. Tom Bevan on One Day Cup debut could be next, as Glamorgan need a big one out of these two if they're to get close to a demanding target of 342. The run rate may not necessarily be that much of a problem, but we're just seeing a little bit of a sign, I think, that the spinners are able to extract a little something from this wearing pitch, which is in its second one-day cup game. Nijar to bowl to Kieran Carlson, who's got 150 runs for 3 times out in this competition, albeit dismissed cheaply for 4 at Northampton and last time out, as he plays one on the leg side. No run. Bit of renewed spirit in the Essex infield. 64 for Carlson the game before that against Yorkshire, as he pushes that one into a little gap on the offside and calls Northeast through for the single to get off the mark. 103 for 2.
Yeah, suddenly heads are up again, aren't they, in the field? There's movement, there's noise. Essex just sensing that there might be a bit more joy to be had with these two bowlers on at the moment.
Ninja and bowls flicked around towards backward square by Northeast, trying to place it, doing so quite successfully, but it is fielded by the sweeper on the leg side boundary, running round towards the shade of the hospitality areas, and Glamorgan closed the 15th over on 105 for 2. So the last 5 overs have been 29 runs and 1 wicket, and Essex were around about the same score at this juncture, but with just the 1 wicket down. So Glamorgan need a big partnership from somewhere.
BBC Essex cricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch on the emails. Thanks to Paul, who was also trying to spot who wasn't out in the field for Essex. He thought Rymel, but can see Rymel was just being moved in the field by the captain Tom Wesley, who's going to continue to bowl from the Hayes close end. It's the captain against captain, as Carlson just dabs that one into the offside for a single. And thanks to Ken as well, who says, don't be afraid to mention the 100. It provides those who care about cricket to express their loathing. That's from Ken on the emails. Of course, Essex with a number of first team players away in the 100, as Wesley is into Northeast, who was coming forward trying to play that one. It's ended up running away to fine leg, and it will be fielded by a combination of Nijar and Allison. I was just trying to, yeah, I can now see the umpire signalling the leg bye.
It's the tragedy of the 100, isn't it, is that it hasn't taken existing cricket lovers with it.
As Wesley is into northeast, he knocks that one into the offside for a single. Nijar doing the fielding again around the point area as Glamorgan move on to 109 for 2. And I guess the thing for Essex fans as well is we're rather further away from it all as Carlson turns that one into the leg side.
Yeah, just a bit uppish, almost carried to short mid wicket there.
Yeah, Robin Das was waiting in the field. Wesley into Carlson again. He looks to drive that one, fielded at cover for no run.
The combination of franchise teams which haven't been selected regionally, and a new format, and the overbearing hype has got up some people's noses, I'm sure.
As Wesley is into Carlson, and he's just dropped that one into the offside for no run. So the end of the Wesley over. Glamorgan are 109 for 2. He's bowled 2 and 4 runs off of the bat from it. Yes, it's difficult because, you know, I've heard people who've gone and watched the 100 and they maybe haven't watched any cricket and it's the first time they've seen it, and that's a good thing to get more people into cricket. But you've sort of got to unite cricket fans as well, haven't you, in what they want to see. And of course, we all love the county game, that's why we're here.
Yeah, I mean, you can't deny it's produced bigger crowds in Wales anyway. I know Surrey and Middlesex pulled in big crowds in London anyway. Nijar bowls a big appeal for LBW. That must be close. Maybe just sliding down leg side, was it? As that one kept low to Sam Northeast. And Essex were absolutely convinced.
They were away celebrating, weren't
or
they?
acting well anyway. Nijar, having dismissed Ingram LBW, look to slide another one through. Maybe Northeast just shaping to play on leg side, might have been just sliding down leg. Or as that one's kicked and beaten him again, and this pitch is starting to play up, as Essex presumably hoped it might when they decided to bat first.
Yeah, Nijar just turning the screw now, putting the pressure on the Glamorgan batters.
Nijar's into bowl to Northeast, flighted up, driven through the offside, should be a couple of runs. It is picked up by the sweeper on the cover side of the ground, and boundaries have dried up for Glamorgan a little bit. 111 on the board. Nelson, we're in the 17th over out of the 50. Northeast moves on to 46 not out, but given cause for concern by 2 successive deliveries from Nijar, well, there won't be much cause for concern if he bowls full tosses, and that might be another 2. No, it could be an overthrow. It would have been an easy 2 because it wasn't a great throw into Roloffson, and he couldn't gather it.
No, Shane Snater did all the hard work there, didn't he, covering the ground, getting the ball in, but just not quite directing it to Roloffson.
Slightly scruffy throw, 112 for 2. No real damage done as forward pushes Carlson and nicks a single on the offside. Just playing it to the right hand of Das at point and galloping through. I shall vacate at the end of this over to take a belated luncheon and do some radio stuff. Driven into the leg side by Northeast this time. Top ball, end the over. 113 for 2 Glamorgan. 17 overs gone. They're chasing 342 to win.
Ice cream over curry, I reckon, for Nick as he heads off. David Brett will be back with us in a moment. Tom Wesley slowly making his way to the Hayes close end to continue his spell of bowling. He's in no real rush in the heat, having put 104 on the board during the Essex innings. 229 to win for Glamorgan. They're 2 wickets down. And it's the captain, Kieran Carlson, who's on strike against the Essex captain, Tom Wesley, who's in. It's a reverse sweep from Carlson, who's looking to guide that one towards the boundary, but there was a lovely diving stop there from Nijar in the Essex field.
Hi, Victoria.
Afternoon, David, as Wesley moves in again to Carlson, who's turned that one around the corner into the leg side, seen the opportunity for a quick single and takes it to move Glamorgan onto 114 for 2. Did you find yourself some lunch?
Yes, yeah, I went for the curry myself.
Oh.
Yeah, fairly pleasant.
Not too spicy in the heat either, was it?
No.
As Wesley is in to northeast, and that's driven past Das in the field for another single. So 2 singles off this over so far, as Wesley's in again to Carlson, who takes a couple of steps down the wicket. Again, it's past Das at mid-wicket and fielded by Richards.
Were you guys having a conversation about a player missing out on the field?
Yes, so we eventually decided it's Aaron Beard and that Ben Allison is still out in the field for Essex, as that one's driven by northeast through the covers for a single to move Glamorgan on to 116 for 2. Yeah, Paul had been in touch as well on the emails to say he thought it was Josh Rymel, but we'd spotted him. We thought it might be Nijar. He's out there bowling. So we've eventually decided that it's Aaron Beard, who, since having bowled those 2 overs at the beginning of the Glamorgan innings, hasn't seemed to have been on the pitch, as Carlson plays that one into the leg side, and Snater comes in off the square leg boundary to collect. Another single to end the Tom Wesley over, so 5 off of it, 118 for 2, and we're going to have another drinks break, I would think, for the players at the end of the 18th.
BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you do want to get in touch with us. 118 for 2 after 17. It's I think it's delicately poised at the moment.
Yeah, it's just under the required run weight, but not far off.
Ideally, they want to get rid of Sam Northeast before too long.
Yeah, and Essex just, I think, perhaps sensing with the spin that this is the time, isn't it, for them to act.
Yeah, the spinners did the damage in Essex innings, really slowed them down, and then obviously when the wicket started to fall, they'd sort of decelerated by that point. Whew.
Always feel like be quite nice, you know, when you see the games abroad, when England have their overseas tours in the winter, whether it's the Caribbean or when they've played the Ashes, and you see the little swimming pools at the side of the pitch.
Yes.
It'd be quite nice right now, wouldn't it? And don't think our bosses would thank us though if we took the equipment with us as well.
No. I do agree with you to a point. I quite like the idea of those swimming pools, providing absolutely no one else has been in it before me. Because if you see the state of them towards the end of the day's play, it's not particularly the most pleasant thing to look at, nor the most hygienic, I would expect.
No, we need a roped off area.
Yeah.
We're going VIP.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So 118 for 2. Essex are doing okay after a fairly shoddy start with the ball. Remember Glamorgan had scored 50 runs off the first 4 overs. They've added in that time 70 over the next 14. So it goes to show how badly they started and how well they've managed to pull things back. Astonishing first 4. I don't think I've ever seen anything, certainly not from Essex, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. Just ball flying about all over the place. Bowlers just could not hold their line and length. Very, very strange, but then suddenly from overs 5 onwards they've pulled it back. Okay, it's going to be Nijar from the river end, left arm round, bowls. It's flicked off the pads by the right-handed bat down towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, and there's a single to the total. Carlson moves to 7. Glamorgan 119 for 2.
It just took him a while to get into the innings, didn't it?
Nija with those wraparound bands on, bowls to Carlson, who drives down the ground towards long off for a single. 120 for 2. Yeah, it seems to be that kind of pitch. Once you're in, it's difficult to get yourself out, but it can take a bit to get in, as Essex batsman proved.
It's 50 runs for Sam North East.
Nija to Carlson, who guides the ball out into the offside, and there's no run. So North East on 50, Carlson on strike on 7. Glamorgan at 120 for 2, chasing 342 to win. This next delivery just turns the batsman round slightly. He's trying to work it away through the leg side, certainly trying to open up onto the leg side, and he's squared up a bit, and that squirts out towards short extra cover for no run. Nija, and again it's flatter this time, and it's dug out by Carlson down towards deep backward point. It should just be a single. Yep, throw comes in from Snater, one of the few players these days who wears the floppy sun hat. 121 for 2.
Yeah, you can see it in the field today for Essex with Snater and Das. When it's a championship game, I think the additions of Sam Cook and Simon Harmer also favour the floppy sun hats.
Nija in, bowls full this time, and again out towards the field down in the deep. Picked up, and just a single. 122 for 2.
I don't think we saw any of the Glamorgan field with a floppy sun hat on.
No.
It's classic baseball style.
I suppose easier to field in a tight baseball cap than a floppy hat that might blow off at any point. Wesley going to continue from the Hayes close end.
Yeah.
Essex would dearly love a wicket, particularly that of Sam North East.
Yeah, Wesley having bowled 3 overs so far, 9 runs off of it. And Sam North East, who is 51 off 56, will face the first ball of the Wesley over from the Hayes close end. He's clipped that one into the leg side, and there's a diving stop from Das at mid-wicket to keep it to a single. 123 for 2. And Wesley's going to come around the wickets to Carlson. Took an edge, and then we chased by Raymond Tall. They'll come back for 2. Ooh, just jumped up at the batter there as the ball was thrown in. 125 for 2. Wesley back over the wicket this time to Carlson, who slashes that one away towards the cover boundary where Feroz Kushi is fielding. Batters take a single.
God, I had to watch that all the way into his hands there. It bobbled up. It was a slash across the ground, but it kept hitting the little divots and the scorched areas of turf. Bobbled a few times before it got to him.
Wesley to North East, who just pushes forward into the leg side. Allison runs in from deep square leg to field. Morgan moved to 127 for 2. So they are keeping things ticking over, but it has definitely slowed up with the spinners as Wesley is in to Carlson, who knocks that one up towards mid-off, and there's a quick throw in there from Rymel towards the stumps, but they're home safe are the Glamorgan batters. 128 for 2.
Yeah, not sure the captain appreciated that. Laser-like throw from about 15 yards away from the stumps. He had to get his hands in the way to stop it running away for extras.
Tom Wesley's final ball of the over to North East, who's playing forwards, and then again there's another quick bit of fielding from, is it Rymel again, who might have hurt himself in the process of that, was chucking in the ball quickly as the batters come through for a single. 129 for 2 Glamorgan with 20 overs on the boards.
Well judged run that from Carlson, because it was a tight single, but he called Sam North East through.
It's Benkenstein with the number 99 on his back for Essex.
Nijar continues from the river end. Just waiting for Sam North East to settle. Left arm round to the right-handed bat, and he bowls, and that's just turned into the leg side, and there's no run.
Nice bit of breeze there at the moment.
Oh yeah, more of that. Can't wait for that sun to go behind one of the stands away to our right. Here comes Nijar again, off the back foot this time, just backing away to leg stump, carves it down towards deep cover for a single. 130 up for Glamorgan, 130 for 2 in the 21st over here on BBC Essex and BBC Wales, online as well at bbc.co.uk/sport. Nijar moves in, bowls, and that's turned off the pads into the gap, just square of the wicket on the leg side, and that'll be a single. 121 for 2. If you want to get in touch with us, BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com or Nick Webb 2017 if you prefer Twitter. Nick will be back with us in about 20 minutes time. Here comes Nijar, flatter, almost got Sam North East there, trying to back it away and cut it, just whipped it off the stumps. Couldn't be that far away from off stump. Gets it down towards third man, but it's a short third man and there's no run. 131 for 2. Nijar swings his arms in again as he bowls. That's full, dug out by North East, but a thick inside edge toe end of the bat into mid wicket, and again there's no run. 131 for 2. Nijar bowls to North East and it beats the man at mid wicket, who dives across. I think he's upset with himself for not getting that Josh Rymel, but it's bobbled over him as he dived forward, and they go through for a single. 132 for 2. That's the end of the 21st over. It's worth harking back actually to a previous email that was questioning the strike rate of the Essex pair, Feroz Kushi and Tom Wesley. But if you actually look at what the Glamorgan pair are doing at the moment, I mean, Feroz and Tom are going through at 95 strike rate. They're well short of that are Carlson and North East. But there's no panic at the moment. They're chasing a total rather than trying to set one.
Yeah, it has all slowed up for Glamorgan. I was wondering when the last boundary was for them, and we are going to see a change of bowling at the Hayes Close end, so Benkenstein is going to come on.
Required rate is 7.2, current rate is 6.3, and Duckworth Lewis suggesting they should be around about 138 at the end of this over, so they're not too far short.
So the 17-year-old, son of the former Durham captain Dale. He made his debut in this competition last August. We've seen him a handful of times since as he's in to North East, who clips that one away, where Shane Snater is patrolling the boundary and does well with a diving stop as the batters come through for 2 runs.
Great throw as well. It's a long old throw from the boundary there.
It is. It was a long old run as well. He was sort of in a deep mid-wicket area to start off with. Glamorgan 134 for 2. North East has moved on to 58. Benkenstein's in again. That's on the full toss for North East to hit away again out to Snater, who fields with the long barrier, throws in, single to the away team.
Just lost it out of his hand there, Benkenstein, but not put away by the batter.
Carlson on strike as Benkenstein moves in again, and he gets low to that one along the ground. Stop by Nijar through the covers just to take the pace off the ball. Another single on the board for Glamorgan, 136 for 2. North East on strike. Benkenstein in. He drives at that one, and this time the dive from Nijar won't stop the ball. It'll be collected by Richards though, who's out on the boundary. Another single to keep things ticking over for Glamorgan. So they've had 5 off of this over so far, as Benkenstein's in again too. Carlson, who was getting low to it, Rollifson whips off the bails, but no danger for the Glamorgan batter there. He's getting forward, but not out of his crease. Benkenstein, final ball of the over to Carlson, who whips that one away off the leg stump, takes the single. End of the first over from the young Essex bowler. There's 6 off of it, Glamorgan 138 for 2, Carlson on 15, North East on 60 off 67 balls.
Yeah, ticking along here. It's soporific at the moment, just working those singles. Very few boundaries. And the spinners just working through their overs. 22 overs gone now. And Nijar to continue from the river end. Left arm round to the right-handed Carlson. Again, almost beats him with the quicker ball, but batsman just slams the bat down on the ball just in time. And there's no run to point. Flatter delivery again, and this time it's played defensively back by Carlson. Just keeping an eye on Nijar here. Trying not to get done by that quicker ball. As he moves in again, bowls. Gives it a little bit of air this time, pushed out towards cover. No runs off the over so far, 3 balls gone. No sense of panic there from the Glamorgan batsman. Haven't seen a rash shot just yet. Here comes Nijar, bowls again, that's a quicker delivery. That's just flicked off the pads, worked into the leg side. It should just be a single as Kushi comes in from the deep mid-wicket boundary to field. 139 for 2.
It's a lovely flick of the wrist there from Kieran Carlson, as he just watched that delivery from Nijar, and they're just taking these singles as they come, but you wonder when they might start accelerating.
Nijar again in, again turned off the pad, this time squarer of the wicket as a backward square leg comes to field, and another run to the total. 140 for 2. Target is 342, 203 runs needed. Here comes Nijar, and again that's pushed out into the offside. Deep cover comes into field, and a single to the total. So 3 runs off the over. Glamorgan are 140 for 2 after 23 overs.
Yeah, it's just a shade behind, aren't they, on the Duckworth-Lewis, and you just sort of wonder if they continue in this way, whether that opening spell from Essex will just prove costly in terms of how they started when it came to the Glamorgan innings.
I've had an email in from Dave. I need to get my glasses on, sorry, my eyes, I tell you, my eyes been, I think I've had a bit like yours, my eyes just been watering all afternoon.
It's so dry.
It's the heat. Oh.
Benkenstein in to Carlson, who just gets low to that one, dabs it into the offside for another single. Kushi will come in off the boundary to Fields, 142 for 2. And we're all sort of squinting into the sun, and they're trying to look at the scoreboard in the shade and watch the action in front of us as well, as Benkenstein is in to North East, who didn't time that one right, and in the end it bounces through to Allison, who's fielding in the covers, still out there, the sub fielder for Essex. Third ball of the Benkenstein over, and this time off the back foot. North East gets his shot away, and there's a sliding stop from Shane Snater coming round the boundary, throws it into mid-on, who helps him out getting the ball in. So it means Glamorgan have 2 runs on the board rather than the boundary that they look set for.
He's an electric fielder. We've had a couple of emails in, so I'll get to those in a second once the over's finished.
Had a single, a dot and a 2 off of it so far. As Benkenstein is in to Northeast, who again just moves himself away, gets the shot through and takes the single.
Yeah, still they're accumulating no big shots so far.
Just keep adding the runs steadily onto the board to the away side as Benkenstein is in.
Oof.
And there's a swipe there from Carlson who misses. It's through to Royston, and you hear a sudden perk up of the crowd and the field who are looking for Essex to take a wicket.
God, that really pitched and spat out the turf.
145 for 2 as Benkenstein's in again to Carlson. There's a misfield there from Rymel, who looked to be getting the ball in quickly at point. Instead, Carlson has the single to his name. 146 for 2 Glamorgan with 24 overs gone.
I can't help but feel the outfield's really tormenting the Essex fielders this afternoon. Looking to the heavens every time they misfield it. Anyway, we've had email in from David. It says, good afternoon. Are you able to tell me if you can still be stumped off a wide delivery in all forms of cricket? The answer to that is yes. Well, I don't know about the 100, but I'm pretty sure you can. He said, in my playing days you could, and I'm ashamed to say we consistently use it to our advantage when a batsman consistently charged down the wicket. No need to be ashamed, it's all part of the rules. Here comes Nijar in bowls, and that's just clipped down the ground for a single. 147 for 2. It's like old-fashioned 50-over cricket, where just those middle overs where you just clip the ball around the field, picking up the singles. It's all part of the tactics. That's the reason why why it's still legal to do it. It stops the batsman from charging down the wicket. Exactly that. So yes, you can, David. Here comes Nijar in again, bowls flatter, and again just clipped down towards long on for a single. 147 for 2. I've had a long email in from Graham, so I'll take a read of that during the next over whilst you're commentating.
Getting through them quickly, aren't we, with the spinners?
Here comes Nijar in again. 24 on his back bowls. That's wider of off stump, allows the batsman to free his arms, but he can only guide it down towards Snater, down at deep cover. It's another single. 149 for 2. In the 100, Rosington has hit the fastest 50 in the 100 off 15 balls. 58 off 20, 6 sixes and 3 fours. There you go. As a flatter delivery, pulled down the leg side. And that will just be a single towards backward square leg. And there's some decent fielding going on out there. That was a lovely sliding stop there by Richards. 150 is up for Glamorgan. Yes, 150 for 2 in the 25th over. So hopefully he'll come back to Essex in good form, Rossington.
He was in form before he left, wasn't he?
And that's guided away, past the man at short third man. That's going to run away for 4 runs. That was a nice shot. Just used the width of the ball, the open face of the bat, and ran it away past the short third man fielder for 4. 154 for 2. And I think that is going to be the... Oh no, we've got one more delivery left.
I think Adam Lythe had scored the fastest 50 in the 100 a couple of days ago off 17 balls, so that record didn't last long, did it?
No. Nijar in again bowls, and that's defended into the offside. And there is no run. End of the over. 154 for 2, 25 overs gone. I haven't seen much of the 100, but it just seems to be a lot of throwing the bat at everything and balls flying about, not necessarily where the batsmen mean it, but I know there's a lot of skill involved in it as well. But I don't know.
Yeah, it was the women's competition had started earlier at the end of last week as well. We've got Essex's and Sunrisers' Maddie Villiers involved for the Oval Invincibles again in that. So they won the competition last year, and she's found her opportunities a bit limited with the England setup. So good to see her back amongst the action there. Right, Benkenstein to continue from the Hayes close end. 2 overs bowled from him so far, 11 off of them, as he is into Northeast. Takes a step back and clips that one into the onside. Nijar running round from mid-on to collect as the batters come through for the single. 155 for 2.
We've had a couple of emails in from Graham, but I'm going to wait until Nick is back on comms.
Benkenstein is in. It's slashed away by Carlson. That will run all the way through the covers to the boundary, collected by some of the spectators in front of the hospitality tent away to our right hand side as Glamorgan move to 159 for 2. Carlson on 29 off 34 balls.
Yeah, boundary starting to come now. They've been patient, working the ball around the field, and now Essex is starting to leak fours.
It's a flying scorecard. Definitely a sign that the breeze is around the ground. As Benkenstein is in again to Carlson, who was playing forward at that one. No run off of it. It's fielded, but point. Benkenstein in again to Carlson, who's down on his knee, and he's caught at point this time. Rymall with the catch for Essex, and the captain goes for Glamorgan for 29. They're 159 for 3.
Yeah, they needed that, Essex. These two were just ticking the score over. Vital wicket to get, but they prefer to have had North East. But Carlson, the captain, will do. Just starting to get the boundaries going as well, weren't they, these two? I've just seen North East stretching his head. I wonder if he's suffering from a bit of cramp out there. And some water coming on, maybe some electrolytes just to ease the cramps. Yeah.
Got the hand signals going. He must have a good understanding to know what.
Yeah, I think
exactly what he wants.
I think he's going to get some pills out to help with some cramps. I just saw him stretch out his left leg, so they must have some tablets to help with cramps. But anyway, North East is still out there, unbeaten on 67.
Going to be joined by Tom Bevan.
Essex just keep chipping away at the moment with these wickets.
Tom Bevan, who's come into the side for Glamorgan today. List A debut, but he has featured in the T20 competition. And Luke Benkenstein with his first wicket of the game, as my notes also almost go flying as well.
Just looking at Nijar's figures, he's done pretty well. 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for, I think it was 36. It's just gone off the screen at the moment, so it's a pretty decent economy rate.
Yeah, again, it's the similar story, like you're saying, from the Essex innings, where the spinners came on and slowed things down. Essex have managed that successfully as well, with wickets for Nijar and now Benkenstein, who has 2 more balls of his over to come. Bevan just taking his guard, getting ready to face. Benkenstein is in over the wicket, and Bevan was just looking to turn that one round the corner. It's just jumped up at him, and it drops into the pitch for no run. I think we've lost a little bit of the sun as well, a bit more cloud cover over the county grounds. I don't know whether that's made it any cooler for the spectators who are out there watching, as Benkenstein moves in again to Bevan, who gets low and drives that one out towards cover, where Allison fields for no run. So end of the over, 5 runs off of it and a wicket for Luke Benkenstein. Glamorgan 159 for 3.
Yeah, vital wicket that for Essex. Just keep pegging them back. And we're going to see a bit of Jamal Richards. First time today? I think so. He's doing well with the bat for Essex.
Yeah, it's taken a while for him to be given the opportunity this afternoon.
Essex quite wisely at the moment sticking with the spinners.
Very precise with his run up.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to still see spin from one end, I would have thought, and Richards coming in from the other end. 87 on his back, but he's giving Nijar a rest from the river end. Bit of a conversation between Wesley and Richards. Richards. Moving in now, right arm over to the right-handed northeast down the leg side. That'll be a wide first up, 160 for 3. Seems to be a disease that has caught on amongst the quicks today. I think each one of them has started off with a wide down either leg side or offside. That's the 9th wide of the innings as well, so they've already bowled an extra over and a half.
It all adds up, those extras, those couple of misfills we saw as well. Just want to keep things tidy, find your line and length.
Here comes Richards again. That's slightly wider of off stump on his toes. Northie just punches it down towards deep cover for a single. Brings Bevan on to strike. 161 for 3. Northeast is on 68. Nick was saying he's short of runs in the competition so far, but he's on course here for 100. It's pretty decent surface out there once you're in. If Essex can nip out a couple more Glamorgan wickets, and it's a whole different story. Here comes Richards in now, bowls, and that's on the line of middle stump, and it's defended down towards mid-on for no run. 161 for 3. Yeah, clouds moved over. It's got a little bit cooler, which is praise be. I think I'm going to go and, when I get home, I'm just going to go and sit in my freezer for about half an hour, try and cool down. Here comes Chambers, skipping in up to the stumps, and he bowls again, and Bevan defends into the offside this time, and suddenly the danders are up in the Essex fielders. Benkenstein and Das just trying to race each other to get to the ball. Get a bit of energy out there going. 161 for 3, no run off that delivery.
Very lively in the field all of a sudden, Essex. Just a bit of spirit with the fall of that wicket.
Yeah, amazing what a wicket does. Here comes Richards again, bowls. Oh, that's straight through the batsman, who tries to whip it away through the leg side. Splices him in half and through to the wicket-keeper, and there's no run. Probably the right length to do it, but a little bit too tight towards off stump. Richards makes his way back towards the top of his mark. Richards bowls. Oh, that's an inside edge. That just squirts away. I'm not sure which stump that just missed, but it's run down towards fine leg for a single. 162 for 3. Just an angled bat. Just he was trying to get that away through the offside ball, jack back in and nip past the stumps and away for a single. 162 for 3.
I'm going to make way for Nick to come back in.
Lovely. I'll see Victoria in about half an hour's time. Richards bustling in past the umpire, and that's turned off the pads. Full of length down towards the man at deep square leg for a single. 163 for 3. Remember, target is 342, so they require a further 179 for victory. bbcsexcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. Myself, David Brett, Victoria Polly, and Nick Webb's back. Non-stop for you today, Nick.
It is rather, apart from ploughing through a veggie burger and a very large quantity of chips, which even I haven't been able to finish. But Glamorgan, more pertinently, are slipping behind dangerously at the moment.
There doesn't seem to be much urgency out there, though.
As forward comes northeast and defends out on the offside. Torn between the Devil and the Deep Blue Sea, aren't you? Trying to preserve wickets for a late assault, but making sure that you stay reasonably near to the run rate. Benkenstein bowls and northeast plays it back to him, and there's no run. We have seen some northeast play one or two ferocious innings in the latter part of the 100 competition, but naturally more of a stroke maker as he slaps one into the offside, and Allenson half fields and then turns in a shocking throw that fortunately for Essex doesn't yield an overthrow. Single taken. 1-6-4 for 3. You've got a young man on strike in Tom Bevan, playing his first match in the competition against the youngster Benkenstein. Drives up to deep mid on, right on the edge of the circle, and takes the single.
We've had Graham from Merthyr in touch, from lovely sunny Graham. He was first of all started comparing the outfield to Sophia Gardens, which is a green oasis apparently.
Yes, we've been relatively fortunate in South Wales. Benkenstein bowls and North East plays into the offside. This time Allenson does make the successful stop.
Graham's a bit concerned about Glamorgan playing 2 games at Neath, which is a local league ground, even if it's a good standard. Have you been down to Neath?
I haven't been for some years, as North East comes down the wicket and is stumped by a country mile, and that really sees the game turning Essex's way. Sam North East goes for 70. It's 165 for 4. North East, knowing that the required run rate was starting to mount, trying to do something against it, taking on the young spinner and paying the price.
Lovely floated delivery from Benkenstein. Beautiful bit of turn as well. Drew the batsman down the pitch into the attacking shot. Didn't get to the pitch of the ball. And as Nick was saying, he was a couple of yards out of his crease. And Rollison had a simple equation. Just catch the ball and then whip off the stumps. And North East would be out by a country mile. Excellent bit of cricket from Essex. And as we were saying earlier, had a couple of wickets to the score, and suddenly things look a whole lot different. They were going on comfortably when Coulson and North East were at the crease. They're now both gone. 2 fresh batsmen at the crease, and still require 177 off best part of 22 overs.
So Tom Cullen is the next batsman in. Big stand with Colin Ingram to win the game against Kent. 80 not out, but I think more naturally an accumulator than a hitter, and I thought that Douthwaite or Salter or even Wheel might have been in next, given that the run rate is mounting and Glamorgan are not halfway to their target of 342.
Just finish off Graham's first email. He said, looked at the recent scores in the league cricket at Neath, and they're not very high, and also given the next couple of days of thunderstorms in Wales, as this delivery's paid off the pads, or he just got his back down there. It kept low, that one. Just managed to squirt it away, did Bevan, for a single. 166 for 4 at the start of the 29th, sorry, start of the 30th over. Just making sure that's been updated.
29th,
no, it's the start of the 29th over, so are up to date. Yeah, so with the forecast around, he said it could be playing into the lap of the gods of how the wicket plays. He's been to Chelmsford many times when the soccer ground was next door, and played in the Southern League against Merthyr. Thanks, Graham. BCSXcricket@gmail.com. Here comes Richards again. That's off the thigh pad. Looks like he's bowling a little bit quick out there. Rushing the batsman, and that's going to be a leg by. 167 for 4.
I'm not qualified to comment on what Neath is like at the moment, but I think you have to play at outgrounds at some point, and I think this is probably, as the calendar stands, the best competition to do it. I think I'd have played, probably had I been in charge of the Glamorgan fixture list, a couple in Newport as well as the 2 in Neath.
Richards charging in now, bowls full of length, and that's clipped away by Cullen. Straight to the fielder at mid-on, and there's no run. Jim, a Glamorgan fan, has contacted us from Newport. Jim just wanted to say thanks for having an email option for Nick, who's determined to not to have one, and he'll only deal with Twitter.
Yeah, the point is there that I did experiment with an email, and there were only 2 people who ever used it. And they get quite a lot on Twitter.
Here comes Richards, ball shorter this time, pulled away into the leg side, but no timing, and it's fielded by Feroz Kushi, diving away to his left hand side at mid wicket. Anyway, I think this is going to be a cracking finish. Glamorgan hopes ride with North East. Well, unfortunately, North East has now gone.
Glamorgan slowly falling behind, says Neil Thornycroft on Twitter. They certainly are. Need a blast from Bevan, who's on strike now.
Richards working up ahead of steam. Moves in, bowls, and that's in the air. It's not timed. I think it's going to be safe. 3 fielders converging, but it's well out of their reach. Aiming to go over mid-off there. Skewed it away towards a wide-ish mid-off, out towards extra cover. Went for the big shot, but as Nick was saying, they've fallen. Feels like they've fallen a little bit behind the rate here. 167 for 4.
You'll be able to do the maths rather more easily at the end of 30 overs. But it's getting up towards an over 8 and over.
Sorry, correction, 169 per 4. Here comes Jamal Richards, really bowls this one in short. That's pulled away down the leg, so that's going to be 4 runs. Nicely struck there by Bevan. Whipping it away, backward a square on the leg side. And rather ruins Richards' figures there. End of the over, 29 overs gone, and Glamorgan are 173 for 4.
Well, Roberts messages on Twitter. Hi Nick, enjoying listening. Will you be playing in the second place shootout next Saturday in Division 11 of the South East Wales League? Oh well, apparently he's a member of Cardiff Kits, who are I think just above our side at the moment. Hit a century for them yesterday, so he's obviously the man for us to get out. Yes. Benkenstein will bowl, and Cullen works it away on the leg side. They'll try and run 2 here. I think, no, it reaches mid-wicket rather too quickly for them to do that. 174 for 4. Cullen off the mark with that. Yes, it's sometimes a little odd when I'm sweating away in the field to have people say, oh, hello, I know you from the commentaries. Well, it's down leg Stein from Benkenstein, and Bevan aims at an almighty pull at it. Didn't make contact, ball bounces off the pad and rolls to short fine leg. Leg by taken. 175 for 4.
2 for 19 or 4.2 so far for Benkenstein. Bowled really well.
As he gives that one a big flighted twirl, and it's driven on the bounce by Cullen straight to Hansen at cover. Doesn't look like we're likely to see Beard back on the field then, having departed early on. After bowling his 2 overs, that kept a little bit low. As well played from Cullen up to mid-on, and they'll go through for the single. Always feel I have to watch my manners a bit more than most people when playing cricket, otherwise I think, oh, a bloke from the BBC behaved shockingly. Benkenstein bowls, Bevan gets in a right tangle, and the ball squirts off an edge down to short third man, and there is no run. Glamorgan are getting themselves in a tangle. Last ball of the 30th over, as that's blocked away on the leg side by Bevan for a single. Oohs and ahs from around the infield. Benkenstein is certainly causing headaches at the moment. After 30 overs, Glamorgan are 176 for 4. They require another 166, which is 165, as the board does me yet again. 177 for 4, 165 needed, and that is 8.25.
Good maths. Graham's been back in touch, just bemoaning the 100, just saying that I don't think he's seen the side bowl their 100 balls in the allocated time. Also frustrating to see from a Glamorgan point of view, both Tim van der Gooten and Michael Hogan sitting in the stands. Seems to be the 100 is a good pension plan top up. More concerned that India have announced that the women's IPL to start in March 2023, which could affect the women's game around the world, with the best female cricketers possibly missing the starts of some domestic cricket.
When did you say it was?
March 2023.
March. Yes.
Snater taking over from Richards from the river end, bowls right arm over, and that's pushed into the offside, and there's no run. 177 for 4. I wonder if Wesley's going to rotate his quicks from the river end for a bit and bowl spin from the Hayes Close.
I think the argument for the women's 100 is considerably more powerful than the men's, I'll say that. And that it has thrown spotlight on the game, but on the other hand, is it anything that couldn't have been done by teaming up the Super League sides with double headers with T20 Blast?
Slater kicking his heels up and he runs in bowls. Oh, that's driven back, but it's nicely driven back. So I thought it was just for a second within the grip of Slater, but it was well over his head in the end. And a lovely strike back over the bowler's head for 4 runs, 181 for 4. Ken Newby talking about slow scoring in inverted commas. Well, it's global warming according to Ken. The hotter it gets, the less inclined the batsmen are to run singles, so they all try and hit boundaries and end up getting themselves out.
Neil saying the score is not showing on the stream. Well, there's nothing we can do about the graphics on the stream, I'm afraid.
Well, we can tell you it's 181 for 4 again. Though. Here comes Snater. Bowls. Oh, that's an inside edge onto pads.
We will try and give you the scores always every time it changes.
Nick's been in touch regarding Graham's concerns about Glamorgan playing at Neath. The reason the scores have been relatively low at the Knoll is because Neath are rubbish. Batting there is like batting on the M4.
Okay. Well, we'll find out hopefully on Wednesday and Friday when Glamorgan play Lancashire and Hampshire in those 2 games.
Snater bustling in past the umpire, up to the stumps, bowls outside the off-stump, cut away. That's a fine of backward point down towards third man for a single, 182 for 4. His batsmen are trying to attack a little bit more, whereas Coulson and North East were just trying to nurdle around, try and keep the scoreboard ticking over. These 2 are trying to hit out.
Yeah, all I've heard from about Tom Bevan suggests that he is naturally an aggressive player. And needs to be now with 8 and over plus needed.
Cullen waiting for Snater. Right arm over to the right-handed Cullen, driven uppishly but wide of the bowler, down towards mid-on for no run.
Caden on Twitter says, ball from Glamorgan again, thought we were pushing for the title again this year, but without Carey, McIlroy and Tim van der Hoogten, never going to do brilliantly. Well, Glamorgan's bowling has been depleted. McIlroy injured, van der Hoogten called up to the 100 at the last minute, and Lucas Carey drifting out of the picture with Glamorgan completely.
Snater up to the stumps, bowls to Cullen. That's a thick inside edge down towards fine leg for a single, 183 for 4.
Hugh Griff asks, any idea when Chris Cook will be fit? Well, I asked the question on Friday and was just told, well, he won't be available for Sunday, i.e. today. We're missing him in terms of batting depth. Well, Cullen certainly hasn't let them down with the bat, but he's not. He's scored 80 not out, 27 and 24 to be precise, but he's not as aggressive a player as Chris Cook can be. Cullen will be more looking to rotate the strike and run hard, you suspect here, and let Bevan do a bit of blasting if he comes off on List A debut, One Day Cup debut. Benkenstein bowls. Cullen tries to work it to third man, but there are 2 fielders in that sector of the ground, and he finds one of them in Rymel. Glamorgan 183 for 4. 32nd over. 3-4-2 is the total as Cullen down the wicket, clips it to wide mid on. Oh, I thought there might be 2 runs there, but the man from mid wicket has made good ground to it and keeps them down to a single. Batting to come, well, there are some strikers there in Douthwaite, Salter and Wheel in particular. James Harris as well is a very competent bat. Premises Sodia, as this one is hit over cover and brilliantly caught out on the cover boundary as Tom Bevan goes. Feroz Kushi, Essex's batting hero, is now a fielding hero. Well, that was fearless, threw himself full length to get forward to the ball. Bevan goes for 14, it's 184 for 5 and Glamorgan falling away.
Yep, that was not an easy catch, coming in from the boundary, the ball dying on him, he threw himself forward, dust flew everywhere, just got his fingers underneath and swept the ball off the turf, rolled over and managed to keep the ball in his hands. So he completed the catch, arms hit the ground, and then still managed to keep hold of the ball. Brilliant stuff from the youngster. He's having a superb game, and he could, for the first time, be on the winning side for Essex in the Royal London One Day Cup after scoring a century.
So Benkenstein, that's his third wicket, and he's certainly playing a real part, the 17-year-old, in making sure that this Glamorgan chase is interrupted at regular intervals.
Yeah, it's definitely hobbling them here. Still 158 needed, 5 wickets in hand, 19 overs to go.
Nijjar did an excellent containing job, really, only going for 4.5 and over, 8 overs, 1 for 36. Wesley went for 4 and over. Benkenstein chipping in with the 3 wickets now, and overall, Essex a couple of centuries and a 69. Glamorgan 1 score so far of 70. David Lloyd's 30, Kieran Carlson 29. Couple in the teens, and Benkenstein, one of Essex's heroes, along with the 2 Centurions in this game so far. 184 for 5, 32nd over. Benkenstein to Dan Douthwaite, and he plays his first ball defensively on the leg side. Looks like it is starting to grip a little bit out there for the spinners. Douthwaite will open his shoulders, given half a chance as he pushes forward. Can be vulnerable early on to the spinners, so he'll want to give himself a chance to have a look at it. This looks like Essex, as things stand, giving themselves a chance to stay in the race, as Douthwaite plays one into the offside to get off the mark with a single. 185 for 5. But if Glamorgan go down here, as seems likely at the moment, then they will need to win all 3 remaining games, and possibly leave themselves vulnerable to the weather as well, should one of those be wiped out. Should be struggling to go through with fewer than 10 points, which will be all that's available to them. Essex 3 before today. Glamorgan won the group with 10 last year. 4 wins, 2 losses and 2 washed out. But that was on the back of a very good run rate in a couple of matches, which they won extremely convincingly against below strength Nottinghamshire and Surrey sides.
Snater to continue from the river end. One thing that does look like it's very difficult for the batsman to try and get after the bowlers here, taking huge risks with the pitch. Here comes Snater, bowls off, almost cuts the batsman in half. Douthwaite almost crashes the ball onto the stumps from the inside edge of his bat. It's picked up by the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. 185 for 5 here on BBC Essex, BBC Wales, online, bbc.co.uk/sport, and on the app on the go as well. Glamorgan 185 for 5, requiring another 157 from 17.5 overs. Run rate required is creeping up to 9. Here comes Snater, running into Douthwaite. Douthwaite, tries to drive that ball. Skews out towards mid-on for no run. Still plenty of supporters hanging around. Lovely afternoon down in Essex. Make the most of it before some rain turns up next week. Much needed rain, mind you. bbcsexcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. Here comes Snater, bowls, and that's driven into the offside, but picked up nicely on the move there. And there's no run. I think that's Allison there that did the pick-up.
You can just hear the shouts among the Essex fielders. They know that they're on top at the moment. Sounds natural rather than the forced chat that you get when a team's on the back foot.
Snater, 29 on his back, comes in right arm over. Oh, that's a slow delivery through the batsman who tries to smash it away through the leg side. And there's no run pressure building again. 4 dots in a row. It's good bowling from Snater. Essex are turning the screw on Glamorgan at the moment. 185 for 5. Duthwaite 1 off 7 so far. Cullen 4 off 8. It's not enough from the Welsh side. Snater in again. Punched away through the offside. That's going to go down to cover for a single. 186 for 5. And that run rate has now gone over 9 for the first time.
Yes, it's really putting pressure on these two, and with the pitch starting to wear a little bit, risks are going to have to be taken, even if it means the risk of Glamorgan being bowled out.
Slater in again to Cullen, and Cullen, big LBW appeal, not given by the umpire. Looks like it was a fair way outside the off stump there, trying to whip it away through the leg side. Height might have been a problem as well. Hard to tell from up here. 186 for 5, just the 1 run off the over, and Glamorgan require 156 off another 17 overs, but they've only got 5 wickets in hand. And the run rate has gone to 9.2.
It's mounting horribly from the Glamorgan point of view. If they had 2 wickets down and batters well sat, but they haven't, it's 5 down. And 2 middle order men struggling to get going at the moment. Benkenstein, who's bowled beautifully for Essex, 3 for 23 so far in his 6 overs, is in. Douthwaite swings and is bowled. Absolutely all over the place there are the stumps, as Dan Douthwaite aimed to hit it over mid-wicket for 6 and missed. It's gone for 2. 186 for 6.
Yep, just backed away towards the leg stump, trying to give him some room. Benkenstein threw it in fuller, straight at the stumps, middle stumps, rocked back out of the ground. And Glamorgan are subsiding here, 186 for 6, and plenty of runs still to get as well. And the overs running out, pressure building on that lower order. And the pitch not getting any easier, and Benkenstein's having a hell of a day.
He is indeed, for
he's still got another 4 overs left.
Young man who had only 1 appearance in limited overs cricket in this format, rather, before this season. He's having a field day.
6.1 overs, no maidens, 4 for 23.
Benkenstein was leg before to Douthwaite for 1. That didn't really matter because Essex still had the best, already had the best part of 300 on the board, and 341 as a home score is looking very, very favourable indeed, as Andrew Salter will have to start hitting rather sooner than he would have wanted, he would have thought, as Benkenstein will bowl to Salter. And Glamorgan really looking up against it at the moment. Benkenstein in, bowls. Salter works it away on the leg side. May look for 2 now. In comes Richards off the boundary. Keeps them down to a single. 187 for 6 here on BBC Sport Online. Benkenstein to Tom Cullen. Oh, he's going to be stumped as well, dancing down the pitch, and was beaten by the turn, and a very simple stumping for Grant Rolofson to take off the bails again. And Benkenstein has a 5 for. What a day for the young man. He has bowled superbly to take full advantage of the turning track and the high run rate needed, and he has left Glamorgan in pieces, and it looks like it's all over bar the shouting. Not quite start the cars, but find the keys for the ignition.
He's bowled beautifully out there today. We were talking about, I think it was Wesley's dismissal in the Essex innings, which was, he was stumped off a leg side wide. I'm pretty sure had that been allowed to go through, that probably would have been an offside wide. But Cullen coming down the pitch, missed the delivery. Nice bit of wicket keeping for Rollifson. Quick hands, whipped the bails off. And Glamorgan in all sorts of trouble. 7 down, still require another 155. And hope is fading. Benkenstein, though, what a day. A 5 for 6.3 overs, no maidens, 5 for 24. I'm pretty sure unless the innings finishes beforehand, I can't see Benkenstein being taken off. It's going to take a lot to drag him off because the pitch is turning. He's bowling beautifully and he's running through this Glamorgan side. 5 of the 7 wickets to fall so far. Victoria, welcome back.
Are you excited and standing up, or are you just trying to keep out of the heat?
I'm trying to keep out of the heat and stretch my legs, but I'm also excited as well. Can you not tell?
Yeah, well, I wondered. I came back into the commentary box and you're up on your feet.
Need a bit of energy, especially in this sapping heat. Bit of energy at this time of day. Standing up helps with that. It's been a draining day in the heat. But Essex, yeah, look at them. They've got Glamorgan 187 for 7. Excellent work from Benkenstein. And bear in mind, Glamorgan were 50 for 0 off, was it 4 overs? Incredible stuff. Do you want to pick up here?
I will pick up with Benkenstein with his 5 for bowling to Whale, who's just managed to guide that one for 4 runs. So a boundary off of Benkenstein's over, in which he's already picked up a couple of wickets. Essex looking to close in on victory here. Glamorgan 187 for 7. James Well, the new batsman, just turns that one into the leg side for a single. 192 for 7 as the scoreboard catches up. Salter on 1 and Whale on 5. And it's Salter on strike for the final ball of the Benkenstein over. In he comes, the youngster, and that's just dabbed into the offside for no run. And I expect there'll be another big round of applause for the 17-year-old Essex bowler, who has been the pick of the Essex attack this afternoon.
Yeah, he's bowled superbly, really, really good. The pitch has started to help him out towards the latter part of this innings, but you still got to put the ball in the right place. Wicket keeping's been very good as well, been very impressive, Rollifson. It's the first time I've seen him keep wicket for Essex, and he has been excellent behind the stumps. I can't remember him fumbling a ball. He's not had any buys, is there? No.
No. He's kept things tidy.
It's been superb. And can Essex finish this off? Will Glamorgan pull something out the bag here? Just 3 wickets left, 150 required, 16 overs remaining.
Just been to see my BBC Essex colleague Gabby Colenso, who's sitting round in the community stand with her 2 boys at their first Essex game, and they're enjoying seeing these wickets fall.
Here comes Snater, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Whale, and that's pushed out into the offside. Oh, batsman starts to come. Salter halfway down the pitch, sent back by Whale. Last thing Glamorgan need here is a run out. Certainly when there was absolutely no run there in the first place. Ball picked up at cover.
No, they need to get runs on the ball, but they don't need to take risky runs in the process, Glamorgan.
They've got to start doing something drastic here to get that run weight down, which is now at 9.5. And they're running out of batsmen who can hit big. Here comes Snater round the wicket, and that's down the leg side. That will help them. A couple of wides. No, it's going to be leg byes.
That had Rollifson diving there, didn't it?
No, it's going to be wides. Yep, given wides by the umpire. Well done, because Rollifson really had no chance in stopping that. It's been a harsh one had it been given byes. 2 to the total, 194 for 7. Snater turns to come in again. Moving in past the umpire. Right arm over to the right-handed Salter, who pushes out to the offside. Oh, again, this could be a run-out chance. Nope, they decide not to throw. Don't know why Das didn't throw it there, because there was a backup. Rymel was ready and waiting.
They were in with the shout, weren't they?
Yeah, Whale was about a third of the way down the pitch. Decided not to throw in the end. Score remains 194 for 7. Snater in again. And bowls to Salter, who defends into the offside. Extra cover fields. Target is 342. And the run rate ever climbing. Still plenty of supporters sticking around though. A few more behind the stands that we can't see. Keeping themselves in the shade.
It does feel a lot cooler out there now with the sun having moved round and a bit more cloud cover as well. A bit of a breeze.
Snater up to the stumps. Bowls a Salter. Oh, that one just jumps up at him off a length. Does well to defend it down. There's no fielders in close. Could have been a nasty one though. And there's no run. 194 for 7. Essex will feel far more in control than they did earlier. I mean, certainly compared to those first 4 overs where the ball was flying about all over the place. Do you know what happened to Aaron Beard?
No, is he not coming back on even now?
So it looks like he may not come on. We'll try and find out what's happened as that one's outside the off stump, which is a big swish by Walter. Nowhere near it. Hung the bat outside, well outside his body line. Ball straight through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run.
Essex could do with not having another injured bowler, and I know they'd put an update on the injury of Ben Allison, who we've seen as a sub, saying that he was going to play in a club conference match next week, but it may well be that he has to return slightly early and come into the Essex side for the One Day Cup.
Snater to Salter. Salter defends into the offside. Just the wicket and 2 byes off the over, which is the end of 35 overs gone, 15 remaining, and Glamorgan require 148 with just 3 wickets in hand.
Tom Wesley is taking his cap off. Is he just adjusting in the heat? No, he is going to replace Luke Benkenstein, who's bowled 7 overs, 5 wickets, 29 runs. Tom Wesley, the captain, is going to bring himself on from the Hayes close end, having bowled a spell earlier on.
Well, he's seen the ball turn a mile, so he wants to get in on the act. Poor old Luke Benkenstein. Mind you, he's got his 5 for now. He's had enough for the day.
His eyes might have lit up at the prospect of continuing, but Wesley, who's bowled 4 overs so far, no wickets, 16 runs. He's going to see what he can do.
Well, he works with the left-hander on bat and the off-spinner on. I'd be tempted to get a slip in here, to be honest.
So Tom Wesley to the left-handed James Whale. Around the wicket. Whale knocks that one into the ground and through the offside. Jamal Richards will come in off the boundary and field. They've taken 2 quick runs, and then the throw is through and it's collected by Robin Das, who was backing up. 2 on the board for Glamorgan, who are 196 for 7. Now switch to put Shane Snater further out on the boundary where Jamal Richards was. He's going to come infield. As Wesley is into Whale, and that's played out towards cover where Josh Rymel collects. No run.
Just needs to give it a little bit more air, Wesley. Give it a chance to turn.
He's in for his 3rd ball of the over to Whale, and that is what you're asking for.
Yep, much better that time. Good take again by the wicketkeeper. Fantastic stuff. Really, really impressed. Very, very sharp behind the stumps.
And he's had the gloves in the last couple of games for Essex, with Will Buttleman not in the side, as Wesley's in again, and it's taken by Rollifson once more as Wales just looking to direct it into the offside. 196 for 7. 2 off the first ball of the over, and then 3 dots since that, as Wesley is in again to Wales. Plays that one straight back into the pitch at Wesley.
Going nowhere fast at the moment, Glamorgan. 2 runs off the over, and run rate now 10.3.
So Wesley is into Wales again. Takes an edge out to cover where Ryan was fielding. So Glamorgan 196 for 7 at the end of that Tom Wesley over, just 2 off of it. Wales on 7, Salter is on 1, and that's 36 overs.
Can they take it deep? That's the question. 146 required, but overs fast running out, and the problem is they've not got much hitting to come, which when you're running almost 2 runs a ball, you need big hitters to get you over the line. They just can't afford to get it any higher, I'm afraid. If in fact they've not let it get too high already, which I fear they have. So spin from both ends again. It's probably a wise decision. Salter on strike, long off and long on back. Deep mid-wicket, deep cover. Are the men out? Third man, fine leg up inside the circle. Nijar, 2 overs left to bowl. As that's onto a quicker delivery, trying to catch Salter on the hop first ball. Salter wise to it, but he can't get it off the square, and it's no run. 196 for 7, Salter 1 off 8, Whale 7 off 9 as Nijar bowls again. Left armour coming round the wicket to the right hander, and that's just defended it into the leg side, and a dot ball. Pressure cranking up, 146 required off 13 overs and 4 deliveries. Here comes Nijar, flatter, that's turned off the pads. There's going to be a sharp single taken here, and Whale gets home comfortably. 1 to the total, 197 for 7. Now what will Whale do here? He's got a big boundary on the leg side, which is where Nijar is going to be spinning the ball into. There are 3 fielders out. There's a deep backward square leg, a deep mid-wicket, and a long on the leg side, and a deep cover on the offside. If he wants to hit against the spin, he's got to go over Wesley, who's pinned himself back on the edge of the 30-yard circle. Everyone else inside. Nijar bowls a centre reverse sweep, and a great catch behind the stumps, and the umpire says out. He's nicked it. That's an amazing catch. The batsman's looking incredulous at the umpire. It must have been the thinnest of gloves, an edge, but whatever it was, Rollison with lightning quick hands behind the stumps as well takes a clean catch, and Nijar gets his 2nd wicket. Fantastic stuff from behind the stumps again from Rollison, and Glamorgan are now 197 for 8, and the end is almost nigh.
Yeah, lightning quick work there from Rollison behind the stumps to act quickly. And again, it's the spin, Nijar back on from the river end, having that effect. You said the pressure was cranking up. They were limiting the Glamorgan batters in terms of where they were hitting and the runs they were able to score, and they've got their reward in a wicket for Nijar, and yeah, as you say, more great work from Rollison behind the stumps.
And credit for the captaincy as well, bringing on Nijar from the river end to the left-hander, who knew if he was going to have to clear the boundary, it was going to be the big one on the leg side, so he was going to have to be imaginative with his shots. He tried to be first up and perished nicked behind. So 197 for 8, great work all round from Essex, both from captaincy, bowler and wicket keeper. And now just 2 left to get.
So James Whale goes for 7, and in comes James Harris.
Harris, the right-hander. Nijar is going to go round the wicket to the right-hander. Some plain soars above us. Just heading off into the distance over Hayes Close, down London Road. And Nijar up to the stumps, left arm round to the right-handed Harris, who covers up first delivery. There's no run. 197 for 8. 146 still required, just one ball left of this over. It's been a run and a wicket so far off it. Nijar in, bowls to Harris, who just steps back and turns into the leg side. And there is no run, end of the over, 13 left. And Glamorgan are 197 for 8.
Yeah, Essex closing in on victory here at the county grounds, which is what they would have wanted from these 3 home games that they've had in a row. They had the thrashing of Kent last Thursday, and they've got Yorkshire to come here as well, and considering their disappointing start in the competition, they needed something, as Benkenstein is going to return. So Wesley, the captain, has said, off you go, have another go.
Yeah.
And why not, when he already has 5 wickets to his name so far this afternoon. So Salter to face Benkenstein, who's in for his first delivery of the over. He plays that one out into the offside. Harris was thinking about the run, but he's sent back to his crease by the on-strike batter. 197 for 8. In comes Benkenstein over the wicket, and there's an attempt at a sweep there from Salter. He gets something on it as it trickles down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, just lost his line out there, didn't come quite out of his hand the way he would have liked it. Rare loose delivery from Benkenstein. It's been almost pinpoint perfect over the last 4 or 5 overs.
There's a smattering of applause for the Glamorgan 200 runs. It's come in 37 overs and 2 balls, as Benkenstein is in for the 3rd ball of the over. It's through to Rollifson, as Salter was just looking to come forward with a straight bat at that one.
Yeah, it's going to be a nightmare just for the next couple of overs at least, because they're going to have a leg spinner and a left armour going at the 2 right-handed tail-end batsmen, all turning away from them.
Benkenstein in again, and it's down on his knees again is Salter, just turning that one round the corner again, looking to place it as he did with that boundary to fine leg. This time he'll just get the single, as there's a combination of fielding from Toole and Das. 202 for 8, Glamorgan. James Harris is on strike, and he's back on his stumps. It's wide ball called from the umpire, so Benkenstein will have 2 more deliveries at least of this over from the Hayes close end. He's in to Harris, who takes a swipe at that, and again Rollifson was quick to take the bells off just in case there was an opportunity.
He's got quick gloves, but his footwork's great as well, Rollifson. Taking that one down the leg side, just the delivery before, exceptional.
Yeah, he's enjoying himself out there, the South African, as Benkenstein is in to Harris, who this time manages to take a swipe at that one into the offside for a single. Feroz Kushi, who's at a sort of wide backward point position fielding. So end of the Benkenstein over, and Glamorgan are 204 for 8. Salter 7, Harris 1, and we have 12 overs left.
I suspect we'll see Nijar. Yep, we are going to see Nijar bowl out his remaining over. He's bowled superbly today. 9 overs, no maidens, 2 for 37. Really, it's the spinners that have done it. Well, for both sides, really, slowing the run rate down as Nijar bowls, and a big swipe outside the off stump from Harris. Can't get anything on it, and again another good take from Rollifson. Into the 39th over here on BBC Essex, BBC Wales, online and on the app as well. There's a flatter delivery from Nijar, is clipped back to the bowler, and there's no run. Nijar still with the sunglasses on, despite the fact the cloud covers come over. Skips in again, bowls, gives someone a bit more air. Big LBW appeal, and the umpire says not out, as Harris tries to wallop that one away through the leg side. Might have hit him outside the line. Umpire says not out anyway. Nijar swings in, bowls again. That one's a play with the straighter bat down towards long on for a single. 205 for 8, 137 required for victory. Again, just one off the over so far. Salter 7 off 14. Fielders go back. And what will Nijar do here? A bit of air. A little bit of air. That's just turned into the leg side for a single. 206 for 8. Breeze looks like it's picked up a little bit in the middle. People milling about behind the stands. Hot, sultry Sunday afternoon as Nijar bowls. That's punched in the air, that's over the man, extra cover, but there's a fielder running round from long off. It will just be a single. Nice bit of fielding, and that ends a superb spell for Nijar. He bowled 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 40. A stunning spell from the youngster.
Yeah, really good to see Aaron Nijar having a positive impact on this game, and the spinners have been so vital for both sides in each of the innings to slow the run rate, and particularly with the Glamorgan innings as well, take those wickets that Essex needed, considering the start that Glamorgan had made in their reply to the Essex score. Tom Wesley will continue to bowl from the Hayes close end. Glamorgan need 135 to win, 207 for 8. Wesley just arranging his field as Harris awaits his first delivery. In he comes, and he's on the back foot, plays it back to the bowler, no run.
Death by 1,000 cuts at the moment, this. These two just, well, they need to hit out. I mean, the run rate is now 12.5.
Wesley in again to Harris, and that's up in the air. It's going to be safe. It'll drop just in front of Shane Snato, who's making his way in from deep mid-wicket. A single taken by the batters, 207 for 8.
Again, this is decent captaincy from Wesley, knowing the long boundaries out towards the leg side for the right-hander. Got fielders out there protecting it if they want to go for it. It's a big risk.
As Wesley is in, and this is again in the air from Salter, and that's going to bounce all the way to the mid-off boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, hitting against the spin, but he got to the pitch of the ball and it was just chipped back over the bowler's head. Batsman just picked it.
So Tom Wesley bowling from the Hayes close end, which is in the end of Nijar, so we'll be thinking as well about what he'll do from the river end as he's in again to Salter, who's this time down on his knee, and they'll come back for 2 as there's a sliding stop from Jamal Richards, who was running round to a deep fine leg position. 214 for 8. Salter 14, Harris on 4 as Wesley is in again, and this time it's just played with the full face of the bat out into the offside. The cut-off point is 6:23, but we will be well done before that, you would think, because it's played back to Tom Wesley for no run by Andrew Salter. End of the Wesley over. Glamorgan 214 for 8. And we have 10 overs to go.
Yeah, Essex will be praying to wrap this up rather quickly, and the leggie's going to come back on this time from the river end. So 5 men allowed outside the circle now. But Essex shouldn't really need them, to be honest. I suspect they might keep 5 men inside the circle anyway. Just shifting the players around, trying to figure out where best to put them. Long old boundary out there towards the offside. Leg side boundary heavily protected. There's a man at deep square leg, probably cow corner and long on as well, just out of our sight. As this one's attempted sweeping towards the leg side. Again, another beautiful take. Bails off in no time, but the batsman well in this crease. And there's no run. Harris 4 off 12 so far. Benkenstein toying with the batsman as he moves in again. Looped up, that's gone straight up in the air now. Can it be caught? Man running around from fine leg is caught at, I think, the second attempt. It bobbled up a little bit. The big shots had to come out. They were drifting, Glamorgan. Run rate had gone up to 11. And the big sweep, and Benkenstein takes his 6th wicket. It was a lovely catch, actually, running round. Was that Slater?
I thought it was Aaron Nejar.
Aaron Nejar running
He's also got
round.
the floppy hat on, hasn't he?
Yeah. And the 9th wicket falls in the 41st over, and Glamorgan are 214 for 9, still requiring another 128 to win. Great catch though, great bit of pressure building. And Benkenstein with his 6th wicket. He's got a chance for a 7th up.
Best in 50 over format, Essex.
So James Harris goes for 4.
New batsman.
So Sisodia is in as the Glamorgan innings looks to curtail, and I think Nick is going to come back in for David
for the last
the rest
rights
of this game. And I know he's been looking up the records and the stats, and will be able to give us a bit more detail about the various chasers and wickets that we've seen. As Benkenstein continues his over from the river end. That's played away into the offside from Sisodia.
Yeah, looks like the best Essex bowling performance in a 50 over format. Not in List A, because they had an 8 for in that, but in a 40 over game.
Benkenstein into Salter. Down on his knees. It's taken behind the stumps by Wolofson.
Unless there's been anything spectacular that I've missed this season. John Lever and Graham Gooch each took 5 for 8 in 50 over cricket. Keith Boyce 8 wickets in a 40 over game.
As Benkenstein is in to Salter, just plays that back to the bowler for no run. Well, what's the names there for Benkenstein to join with this performance, as wide of off stump that time, and it's slashed away by Salter for a single. Snater's in off the cover boundary to Fields, and that is the end of his over, so 2 off of it. Also that vital wicket as well, Glamorgan 216 for 9 after 41.
Yes, it's just about the last knockings now, and whether Glamorgan try and see out the 50 overs and minimise the damage to their net run rate, or just fling caution to the winds. Sisodia is a man who likes to have a swing, I think. Salter can do on occasion. They might be just better off in terms of the group knocking it round for a bit and getting as many as they can. As back on his stumps goes Salter. They'll look to push 2 here with a soft shot on the leg side, but in the end decide against it. Tom Westley looking to finish things off himself, the Essex skipper, having contributed hugely with the bat as well. He and Feroz Kushi both hitting 104. Rolfson chipping in with 69 not out, despite Essex falling away, as Sisodia plays that one defensively on the leg side. He's a right-hand bat, despite being a left-arm bowler. Prem Sisodia making his List A debut. Comes down the pitch and slogs horribly. Didn't know where the ball had gone, got himself turned around and went through for one of the most ugly singles you will see on a cricket field this year.
An almighty swing without much contact.
Yeah, 218 for 9. Wesley bowls. Salter comes down the pitch but then plays a defensive shot when he gets their ball, bobbles out on the offside. And there is no run.
Really, that wicket for Essex that was the perhaps most important was Sam Northeast, who was getting himself in, and I think Essex could have been in a bit more trouble had he stayed in.
Salter tries to go big. Has he got hold of that one? Yes, he has. That's soaring out of the ground, bounces out of the ground at the Hayes Close, and they'll need a new ball as Salter comfortably cleared long on by a good 10 metres, and ball I think pitched on top of the fence or thereabouts, and has ended up somewhere in the road, maybe a dent with someone in someone's car.
I think it has happened previously. I think
So
those people who live in Hayes Close perhaps don't go for the nicest of cars.
Essex's next match is here against Yorkshire on Wednesday. Don't forget to join the BBC Essex Sport team for that one. And Glamorgan face Lancashire at Neath on Wednesday, where I'll be joined by Edward Bevan and I believe Scott Reed of BBC Radio Lancashire. Look forward to seeing the return of county cricket to the Knoll. But Glamorgan will need to win all three and hope, as Wesley is in to bowl to Salter, who just drops it on the leg side, runs the first one fast just in case, but there is only a single there. 225 for 9, and Andrew Salter has taken the strike. Benkenstein 6 for 38. Will he finish things off?
He's definitely looked in good form. Just 17 years old, with the number 99 on his back, and figures of 6 for 38. He'll continue to bowl from the river end. It's over the wicket and takes an edge, drops through into the offside for no run. Benkenstein in again to Salter, who's down on one knee, turns that one into the leg side. Jamal Richards in off the deep square leg boundary to throw in. They've taken the single, and we haven't seen too much of Jamal Richards bowling, because for Essex it has been all about the spinners really in their quest for victory here at Chelmsford, as Benkenstein is in again to Sisodia. He just drops that one into the onside for a single. .227 for 9. Andrew Salter back on strike for Glamorgan. He's on 24 as Benkenstein is in. He's down on one knee. There's big appeals for LBW, and the umpire keeps his hands down.
Yeah, would have needed to turn quite a lot from that, and the umpire probably couldn't be sure.
Benkenstein in again to Salter on his back foot, plays that one out into the offside where Das fields and gets the ball back in quickly to his bowler.
Last ball of his spell. What a spell it's been.
I expect there'll be a big applause around Chelmsford as he finishes. Benkenstein in to Sisodia, plays that one off his toes into the onside, up to long on for a single. So Glamorgan are 228 for 9 after 43, and that is the end of Luke Benkenstein's bowling spell. 10 overs, 42 runs, 6 wickets, and he rightly gets the applause of the crowd here at Essex, and also congratulations from the rest of his teammates on the pitch.
Yes, I think he'd be my man of the match, despite the centuries from Cushy and Wesley, which were both hugely valuable, and some decent work from Rollinson as well. So it's Tom Wesley to continue from the Hayes Close end, 229 for 9. He'd be bowling his first ball to Sisodia, comes down the wicket and chips it back over the bowler's head for just the single. Sisodia giving him the charge didn't really get all of it by any means, but that probably saved him from holing out in the deep. Just landed it on the 30-metre circle or thereabouts behind the bowler. Salter on strike. Wesley bowls a quick one down leg side that'll run away for 5 wides. There we are. No contact with anything on the way through. Keeper standing up, didn't have an awful lot of chance, and Salter was shaping to give him the charge. Wesley possibly hoping for another stumping for his keeper. Wesley bowls again and nurdled around the corner by Salter. Sisodia calls him through for the single. Oh, there's this overthrow there if they want it. Not quite, as the throw eluded Wesley at the non-striker's end. 236 for 9. Just a question really of whether Glamorgan can get the margin under 100 runs, or possibly bat out the overs if they choose to. Sisodia flat bats that one away, up to wide, long off, and again they settle for the single as a good return comes in. 237 for 9. Sisodia has 6, Salter has 26. You're listening to BBC Sport Online. Another quicker delivery from Wesley, well watched by Salter, works it away on the leg side. Oh, there could be a mess up here, but the throw goes the wrong end. Sisodia might have been stranded, third of the way down the wicket, and the throw went to the non-striker's end where Salter was staying at home.
Communication all wrong for both teams there, wasn't it?
Cricket was not the winner on that occasion. 238 for 9. Sisodia on strike. Wesley tries around the wicket, and Sisodia slogs him out into the deep and is caught at mid-wicket, and that is the end. Victory for Essex by 103 runs. Sisodia is caught off the bowling of Tom Wesley to give him his first wicket, and it is a very comprehensive victory indeed for the home side.
And another good catch in the field, Shane Snater again. We've talked about how good he is covering that ground. He got round to his left-hand side to take the catch on the run and ensure the Essex victory. And it is the Essex spinners who have done the work this afternoon to dismiss Glamorgan for 238. A confirmation of that last wicket. Sisodia going for 6, caught Snater, bowled Wesley. As the players shake hands in the middle, that's a second successive win for Essex here at Chelmsford. A much needed win, as they haven't got off to the best start in this competition, but they're doing what they can to ensure they stay alive in this one-day cup competition. So Essex back in action here at the county ground against Yorkshire on Wednesday, and as Nick was telling you earlier, Glamorgan taking on Lancashire. We'll just go through the bowling figures and the full confirmation of the Glamorgan innings, as well as the players are clapped off the pitch, and Luke Benkenstein just holding up the ball to the crowd there after his 6 wickets, the Essex youngster. And a nice moment as well for him, considering the amount of young players that we see in this competition for all sides really, with the 100 going on and various international call-ups, and for Essex in particular as well, injuries. But a nice moment for Luke Benkenstein to take the applause as he goes off the pitch, and we all wait and see whether he does indeed get those man of the match plaudits that we were thinking that he might. So just waiting for the figures to come through so we can run you through those as the fans start to make their way out of the county ground, perhaps a bit earlier than they thought they might do, to enjoy the rest of this Sunday evening. In terms of the Glamorgan innings then, if we go through from the top, thank you very much, scorer David Jackman, who has been working away at the back of the box for us. So the opener David Lloyd was caught by Shane Snater, the bowler, the debutant for Essex, Raymond Toole, for 30. Sam North East was the one to stick around for Glamorgan. He was eventually stumped by Rollison off the bowling of Benkenstein for 70. Ingram had already gone LBW to Nijar for 17. The captain, Coulson, was caught by Josh Rymel off the bowling of Benkenstein for 29. Tom Bevan caught by Cushy, again another wicket for Benkenstein. He went for 14. Cullen stumped Rollison off the bowling of Benkenstein for 4. Dan Dothwaite bowled by Benkenstein for 2. James Whale caught by Rollison, caught behind off the bowling of Nijar for 7. Harris caught Nijar off Benkenstein for 4. The last man to go, Prem Sisodia, caught in the deep by Shane Snater off the bowling of Wesley for 6, and the man not out was Andrew Salter, 27. So those bowling figures for Essex. Raymond Toole, 5 overs, 1 wicket, 25 runs. Aaron Beard, who we didn't actually see much in the field of at all for Essex after he'd bowled 2 overs for 27 runs. Shane Snater, as well as those couple of catches, 7 overs, 41 runs without a wicket. Aaron Nijar bowled his full 10, 2 wickets for 40 runs. The captain, Tom Wesley, 7.5 overs, 1 wicket, 43 runs. Joel Richards bowling 2 overs with 10 runs off of it, and then Luke Benkenstein, 10 overs, 6 wickets for 42 runs. So Essex have won here at the county ground. They've beaten Glamorgan by 103 runs. Thank you very much for your company this afternoon. Thank you very much to Nick and all the listeners.
Thank you.
From BBC Wales as well. Safe travels back.
Thank you. I'll
Well, welcome down pitch side for the presentation, and we're going to start off with our match ball sponsors presentation. I'm delighted to be joined by Adam and Kian, who also plays for our Essex under 12s. They're going to receive a bottle of champagne and a match ball from Luke Benkenstein. Thank you very much for your support, guys. And we will move on to our Ambassador Cruise Line Player of the Match. And there were a few contenders today, weren't there? But with bowling figures of 6 for 42 from his 10 overs, our Ambassador Cruise Line Player of the Match is Luke Benkenstein. Delighted to be joined by Simon and Marie. Luke will grab a quick word. 6 for 42. That couldn't have gone any better for you, could it?
Yeah. Obviously a bit overwhelmed at the moment, but just delighted to be able to contribute to a win for this amazing team. Obviously, after that tough start, losing 2 after that game rained off its head, but it's great to win 2 on the trot, and hopefully we can carry this momentum through and try and qualify.
Yeah, and as you said, the boys at the top of the order did a really good job putting that total together. There must have been a real positive vibe at the break going into the second part.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. Unbelievable from Fama and Tommy, and obviously Grant's been an unbelievable signing, but also for us to have something to bowl to helps us quite a lot.
And tough conditions for you guys out there, tough conditions for the spectators even. Must have been good to have a real active crowd and supporting crowd playing their role throughout.
Yeah, 100%. Having them behind us does help us get through. But yeah, I was so warm out there. Felt like I was back home in South Africa today.
And Yorkshire next, looking for 3 on the bounce.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously they're a pretty strong side, but if we keep going how we're going, I've no doubt that we can follow through with another win.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our Ambassador Cruise Line Player of the Match, Luke Benkenstein. Well, that concludes things here at the Cloud County Ground today. A 103-run win for the Essex Eagles. We'll be back in action on Wednesday, the 14th of August, when we welcome Yorkshire Vikings to the Cloud County Ground. Play begins at 11 a.m. and discounted tickets are available to purchase in advance at essexcricket.org.uk. We thank you for your support today and wish you a safe journey home. We look forward to seeing you back here in the very near future.